You're listening to the Golden Griffin Press channel. Everything here is created by real authors, narrators, and voice actors. Show your love and support to them by interacting with the video. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories. We hope you enjoy this production.
Dragon Thief. The Skystone Chronicles, Book 1, by Blake and Raven Penn. Read for you by Brad Witbeck and Rylee Haviland. Dedication. For our family. And our teenage selves who totally would have loved this book. Dear reader, in our travels across worlds, we've gathered many stories of heroes. Those heroes always face an unseen enemy. May this book help you face yours. Sincerely, Blake and Raven Penn. Vision 1. Fading stars. In the last dregs of darkness as the dawn approached, a shower of emerald lights streaked across the heavens. The stars had been falling more often lately. Luckily, this skyfall would land far to the west. The stars brought both power and destruction, Skystone and dragons. A nomad's dragon-hide hut stood concealed among the thick undergrowth. Only someone who knew where to look could find it, or someone who knew how to look. The dying light of the moon reflected against the network of pale scars running up the woman's arms and across her face. It shone on the blades of her 2 long sea axes. She paused, closing her eyes as she breathed in the scents of pine and raw earth. Glowing golden marks traced out underneath her angular eyes, flowing from the bridge of her nose over her high cheekbones. Her eyes opened, her irises shifting from their usual black to the icy white of a polar wolf. She was a wild shaper. Her enhanced eyes narrowed, honing in on the hut ahead. Crack! She spun around, her lupine eyes making her glare all the more intimidating. Sorry, her companion whispered, bringing a finger to his lips. His artfully crafted goatee and spiffy nobleman's tunic made him look especially absurd out here in the woods. He, too, had a scar, though not from battle. The silver mark on his left cheek branded him as a scion. He made a big show of taking stealthy steps to follow the woman. She rolled her eyes. Bringing up the rear was a mountainous canine of red and black fur. The blood husky held his ears erect on high alert. They reached the hut, a lavu-style tent made from thick dragon hide. Painted in red above the door flaps was an icon of a beacon of light, the symbol of the Knights of the Torch. The woman and man exchanged looks. Reverent. A little afraid. The blood husky gave a low growl as it took a watchful post. The man and woman entered the hut. A wispy layer of smoke hung above their heads, and the smell of wood chips filled the air. A bed of orange coals crackled at their feet. Wings. A black bird with silvery rune marks all over its feathers flew between them from behind, startling both the woman and the man. Starry violet light gleamed in the creature's eyes. The Farseer's myth raven landed, perching atop the antler of a dragon stag which had been fused to the top of a gnarled wooden staff. There wasn't an inch of the staff that didn't have a rune scratched into it. The travelers inhaled sharply as they saw who held the staff. He wore a pair of red, dragon-scale ascension gauntlets with intricate runes covering all but the back of his hands. A lone, ancient symbol stood out there, one that had been long forgotten. He blended into the smoky shadows in his dark red, hooded robes. All the woman and man could see within the hood were a pair of shining eyes and a small, glowing white stone suspended over his forehead. A Skystone. The man bowed reverently, his suave, light Eastern accent apparent as he addressed the hooded figure. Great Farseer, we have traveled. I know why you are here, Solrak, Duke of Glacia, and you, Valla of White Cliff. The woman straightened at the sound of her name. The marks beneath her almond eyes faded, and her irises returned to their normal black. 3 runes on the Farseer's staff burned gold, and he pointed an armored finger at the bed of coals upon the ground. Valla and Solrak jumped backward as bright gold flames erupted from the coals and leaped as high as their heads. I have seen the omens in a pattern of 3. First, the past. What do you see? The Farseer's voice echoed through the wall of golden omen fire. Solrak gazed hesitantly into the flames. Within the fire, images. Longships sailing east. At their head, a man wearing brilliant white ascension armor, forged from the shed scales of his bonded light-wielder dragon. The dragon, a mighty wingless drake, stood proudly at his side. A crown adorned the man's head. Solrak recognized him. King Rodin of Drakfell, he murmured. In King Rodin's hands shone an elongated orb with a pearlescent hue. Tiny, crystalline scales covered its surface, and white light shone from within as it pulsed with life.
That isn't...
Valla started. The egg of a true dragon, the Farseer confirmed. One of the last, stolen from the Dragon Isles.
The king of Drakfell stole from the Drakai?
Valla shot a worried glance at Solrak. Perhaps to sway High King Magnus to send aid against the increasing skyfalls, Solrak said, though he may just be trading one type of war for another. The Farseer swirled his staff. The Mythraven cawed as it transferred to the Farseer's shoulder, and the vision in the flames shifted. Next, the present, the Farseer said. Solrak and Valla peered into the fire. Flashes of men and women with horns and bright scales along their hairlines and cheekbones. Scales in all colors grew along the backs of their hands, shoulders, and tails. Many had wings. They were the Drakai, the part dragon people who lived on the isles west of Drakfell, and judging by the fine battle-worn bronze armor they donned, they were preparing for war. Now, finally, the Farseer whirled his staff in a circular motion once more. The future. Shadows of what may yet come. Take care, and remember that omens of the future are uncertain, filled with symbolism. The vision in the fire changed again. A beautiful woman with harsh, midnight blue eyes and steely gray hair stood alone. A warrior in black, the emblem of a swan etched in silver on the blackened pauldron over her shoulder. It was her. Valla's gaze flashed to Solrak to gauge his reaction, but his face remained a blank mask. In the flames, a gray mist swirled around the woman's feet, startling her. It crept along her black cloak, and Solrak and Valla watched with interest as the woman hurried to remove it. Wondering what the strange omen meant, Solrak frowned as the grayness leaped onto her pauldron. The omen became even more confusing when the swan icon on her armor peeled free, taking flight. The black swan spread its wings, then burst in an explosion of hundreds of feathers to leave behind a single red rose. One by one, each petal turned black, the image of the woman melting into the omen fire. Solrak took a step closer to the flame and Valla took him by the arm to keep him from getting singed. The vision shifted again. A mighty, oversized frost drake lay dead against a backdrop of the starry night sky. Standing proudly before the creature was a young man in gleaming armor, a great axe dripping with copper-colored dragon's blood clutched in his hand. It was none other than Mason Drakeslayer, the son of the High King over all the realm. Vivid blue lightning crackled, flashing across the High Prince's regal frame. The omen fire burned higher, consuming the High Prince's face for a split second. When the flames pulled back, his young, chiseled features had shifted into those of his proud, bearded father, High King Magnus. The 9 skystones in his dragon-forged steel crown glittered with eerie blue light. But the omens weren't finished. Unsure what any of it meant, Solrak and Valla watched as the depiction of the High King disappeared, leaving behind only the starry heavens. Solrak stroked his goatee. That looked like the constellation of the Great Dragon. Suddenly, each star in the constellation began to fall, becoming green-tailed comets as they shot downward toward an enormous map of Evgard. As the comets landed on the map, they morphed into sharp, jagged star-glass daggers. Without warning, more gray mists rapidly ate away at the edges of the map until they consumed it. The grayness swirled together into a massive, writhing gray dragon who turned its head, electric blue eyes staring straight at Solrak. Then, all at once, the flames died. The image of those eyes lingered with Valla and Solrak, almost as if some unseen entity was watching them even now. The hut was silent, but for Solrak and Vala's breathing. The quiet was interrupted as a howl from the bloodhusky outside pierced the air. The Farseer's strange, glowing eyes turned toward the door to the hut. "Mage Hunters," the Farseer warned. "Too many to face. You must hurry. Get to the nearest safe house. See if you can convince the rest of the Knights of the Torch to aid you." Then he reached into one of the folds of his robes, pulling out a small hoop carved from bone. The circle was tied with gold threads running across it to form a star. A dream web. Tied in the center of the web was a chunk of white crystal. Not a skystone, but an ether-filled quartz. A series of tiny, carved runes decorated the crystal's surface. The Farseer passed the dream web to Solrak. "Use this to consult me further in times of need. Now flee, before it is too late." With that, the Farseer pounded his staff on the ground. Smoke billowed all around him, and in a flash of golden light, the Farseer disappeared. Solrak gave a low chuckle. The Farseer never misses a chance for a dramatic exit, eh? Vala's face was serious.
Where's the nearest safe house?
Steel Rim. We'll meet with the knights in the area there, regroup, then move on to King Rodin in Keep Drakfell.
Keep Drakfell.
Valla narrowed her eyes.
Do you mean what I think you mean?
Oh yes. Solrak's eyes lit up with determination. We have a true dragon egg to steal. Chapter 1. Executed. If I were a better thief, I wouldn't be leaping to my death from the top of a tower. My desert tan cloak, stolen from a guard, billowed as I plummeted through the air. Behind me, the stark white tower reached skyward above the smoke sage and junipers of the badlands beyond. If only I'd been wearing my signature turquoise bandana, I'd have looked even more epic. "Asher, what are you doing?" Kai's voice sounded in my head. Kai's mirror gecko, Glint, was hiding in my boot, one of her scaly little feet touching my shin in order to form a mind link between my best friend and me. I felt the gecko grip tighter as I fell. She hated heights. What? I thought back. You wanted a distraction. Instead of words, Kai's mind replied with a muffled mix of frustration and amusement. Do I at least look cool? I asked in my mind. No answer from Kai. That was fair. Something else must have been taking the bulk of his attention, probably whatever great treasure he was trying to get away with. As I fell, I looked over my shoulder at the guards crowding the top of Whitestone Hall's tower. An entire squad and a half stood together, looking down at me. I was honored to have so many on my tail. I mean, I hadn't stolen 3 whole Skystones for nothing. The guards watched anxiously, as if deciding whether or not to waste any crossbow bolts on me. It looked like one of their squad captains had given the order to wait, figuring the fall would finish me. They were wrong. I breathed in deeply through my nose, ignoring the black strands of hair that had come free of my warrior's fang knot to whip me in the face. As I focused on my breath, I felt an exhilarating surge of energy. My eyes blazed gold as I accessed the ether within me. The sun-baked town square below was rising fast. I let my breath out. All at once, my descent slowed. I used just enough of my levitation power to keep myself from splattering against the square. I hit the ground and rolled, nailing the landing completely unscathed and only a little dusty. I wished I had time to enjoy the stunned faces of the guards above as I ducked for cover behind a stack of barrels. 3, 2, 1, I muttered. Thump, thump, thump. And there were the crossbow bolts. Some thudded harmlessly into the ground, while others stuck into the barrels behind me. Magi! I heard a guard shout from high atop the tower.
Archon.
Another confirmed. Soot. Maybe they'd seen my eyes glow. Of course, no other kind of magi could survive a fall like that. Asher, you okay? Kai's voice sounded inside my head. Of course, I sent back. Glint the mirror gecko was practically squeezing the life out of my leg. Did that get you the opening you needed? I think so, he answered. They're sending everyone after you. I just need a few more minutes. Sounds like fun. The thunder of guards' boots approached behind me, along with some mild cursing. They were fast, but I was faster. Leaping up from behind the cover of the barrels, I sprinted down the street. The faded white adobe longhouses formed tight alleys, and before long, I came up against a dead end. Behind me, I saw the quickest guards closing in. Time for more etherarchy. My eyes blazed gold as I used my arcanic levitation to hover run up the side of the wall. When I looked back, I could just make out a fading trail of gold light warping the air directly behind me. My feet skidded over the siding and up onto the roof of the longhouse, then right back over the other side and onto the street again. I could hear the guards protesting as they searched for a way around. I kept hover running, levitating myself just enough to dash up and over more adobe longhouses. I dodged sporadic tumbleweeds as I darted around, over, and through alleyways and dead ends, leaving the guards scrambling to follow. The gasps of random townspeople were music to my ears. Apparently, they didn't often see 17-year-old archons racing through their streets, scaling the walls of their homes like it was nothing. Probably because most magi in Evgard got sentenced to death. Just then, I saw a cute, freckle-faced girl stacking thick, leathery agave leaves outside a shop. She was staring at me in disbelief, of course. I winked and gave her a salute. She totally fainted. On the inside. On the outside, her face was a mix of amused, annoyed, and a little afraid. She probably believed what the Mage Hunters said about magi, that we drew wild dragons to the realm. Well, we did technically draw wild dragons to the realm, but it wasn't our fault we were born with ether in our souls, nor that ether just happened to be a wild dragon's favorite snack. And anyway, Any dragons that were after her town weren't here for me. They'd have been after the ether-filled Skystone I'd just stolen from her keeper. Really, I was doing her a service by robbing her town. I hover vaulted more homes, listening for guards around every corner. They were gaining on me, and there were more of them. They'd seen me levitating, so they knew I was an Archon. But they didn't know which type: Shadowbinder, Lightwielder, or Astromancer. Those who'd bothered to learn the differences between the 9 types of magi would find out soon enough. Without slowing down, I dug deep, my eyes glowing even brighter. Misty, white, pure ether swirled together along my chest and back, hardening into semi-transparent crystalline armor. Starglass, a sure sign of an astromancer. Perfect. Assuming this shabby frontier town didn't have any silver-tipped mage slayer bolts, my armor would last at least until the end of the day. Not that I planned to need it for that long. Right on cue, a guard stepped out from behind a stack of crates. He took aim with his crossbow, firing at me as I hover-hurdled an apothecary. The bolt grazed my newly formed starglass armor and skittered harmlessly away. "Good shot!" I shouted to him as I ducked into the next alley. "You clear yet?" I thought to Kai through our mind link. "Almost, but I need Glint," he replied, his mental voice sounding distracted. "Sending her now," I thought back. I ducked to the side of a building and knelt down to let the dream beast out of my boot. "Thanks, Asher. Stall just a little longer." Glint, the mirror gecko, hopped to the ground, severing the mind link as soon as we stopped touching. The rune-speckled gecko blinked her mirrored eyes at me in farewell, then disappeared into thin air, leaving little puffs of dust as the only evidence that she was ever there. She'd gone back to Kai through the dream realm. Now, I was on my own. The sound of approaching guards was coming closer. I looked around, spotting a star-topped spire a street or two down from where I stood. That'd do. I hover-ran down the streets, then dashed up the side of an adobe chapel of Straya, the Mind Goddess. I channeled more ether to amplify my wild leap so I could catch hold of the spire. I said a brief prayer to Straya, just in case there really was a Mind Goddess out there. Making sure every guard in Whitestone Hall would have time to see me, I theatrically scanned my surroundings as if deciding on an escape route. 3, 2, I murmured. Before I got to 1, a crossbow bolt hit me in the shoulder, bouncing off my starglass pauldron. "You're getting faster," I called out. The nearest wall was to the east. Once I was in the badlands scrub brush, I could hide easily. I jumped off of the star-topped spire just in time. Another couple of crossbow bolts buzzed past me. One hit the church spire, and I wondered if Straya would give that guard some kind of curse. I slowed my fall before I hit the ground, rolling to soften the landing. Hopefully, my display had bought Kai enough time. Within seconds, I hit another dead end. Here, 2 small, masked dracoons were fighting over a bone. They stopped and blinked their beady black eyes at me. "Gentlemen," I nodded to them, then burned ether to hover jump the next building. The safety of the Badlands was just a few more alleyways, rooftops, and a wall away. Almost free. I checked my ether well. The source of my ether felt like a warm light in my heart. I'd used about a third of my day's supply. Weightlessly, I hover-ran up the side of another building and onto the rooftop. The distant guards cursed as they saw me. I smiled and waved as I ran, tauntingly patting the skystone-filled satchel at my side. A series of twangs sounded behind me, and more crossbow bolts buzzed past. 2 bounced off my starglass armor, almost knocking me off balance. The starglass didn't shatter, though. Still no silver-tipped mage slayer bolts. The town wall was now only 30 feet away. I ran along the ridge of the last longhouse, putting on a burst of speed before making my final ether-powered hover jump. I leaped. It felt like time slowed as I neared the top of the wall. Freedom was within reach. Just a few more feet. Then, I caught a silvery glimmer out of my right eye. Someone in a dusk blue cloak and a gleaming silver pauldron stepped out from within a tower on the wall. She expertly lashed out at me with a chain whip made of silver. My escape came crashing down. Well, I came crashing down. The silver chain felt frigid against my skin as it wrapped around me and cut off my ether. My exhilarating rush of power sputtered, and my glowing gold eyes flickered like dying embers. My levitation faltered, and I smashed into the wall before crashing onto the ground below, tugging the whip from her grip. The contents of my satchel spilled across the packed earth street below. My starglass armor shattered and faded into starry oblivion wherever the silver had touched it. As I pulled the chain away, my fingers tingled painfully with every touch from the icy silver. Stars, that was a good hit. And a silver whip like this could only mean one thing. Mage Hunter. Panic welled up inside me. Mage Hunters traveled in pairs, and if there were two here, then escape had just gotten a lot harder. The guards were closing in. If I was going to get out of here, I needed to make this next jump count. I scrambled to recover the skystones that had spilled from my pack. 3 chunks of pebble-sized raw crystal. The crystals pulsed with glowing white energy. Pure, unchanneled ether. It dawned on me that the extra boost I could get if I used one of these would get me over the wall regardless of the Mage Hunters. I replaced 2 of the skystones in my satchel and cradled the other in my hand. Already, I could feel the energy from the power it contained. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kai. He was a ways down the wall from me, a large sack slung over his shoulder. He was trying to be subtle, but the wall guards were heading his way, about to turn the corner and run straight into him. Soot. If I didn't do something, they'd catch him for sure. Without hesitation, I cried out and tossed the skystone back inside my satchel. It clacked into place against the other 2. Ignoring the rush of freezing pain from the silver, I grabbed the whip and wrapped it back around me. The silver cut off my ether flow, and I knew I wouldn't be able to access my ether well while I was tangled up like this. With a somewhat exaggerated yell, I clawed at the wall as if trying to climb it. Silver! Too much! Can't climb! I fell to the ground in a melodramatic heap, the silver chain still draped over my shoulders. My display did exactly what I'd hoped, grabbing the attention of every guard in range. Relief flooded me as the 2 guards who'd been about to notice Kai turned their gazes on me. My relief quickly turned to panic when, within moments, several squads of guards had me surrounded. They had crossbows, sea axes, and spears all trained on me. They'd finally caught up, and they'd sent everyone. Kai could now saunter away with the wealth of Whitestone Hall in his pack, whatever it was. I braced myself for a skirmish. Most of the guards looked very sweaty and extremely annoyed. Maybe I shouldn't have made them run around so much. I even spotted the townkeeper herself standing with the guard.
Hold fire,
Came the keeper's snide, snarling voice. Then she spat on the ground.
ether cursed.
She muttered. Well, that's not very nice, I said, pretending to be shocked. But I'd been called the derogatory term for magi so many times before, it no longer fazed me. The keeper narrowed her eyes as she strode my way with hands clasped behind her back. She bent down to get a better look at me, her smug, oily face coming within inches of mine.
A half-born.
I sat up a little straighter. Technically, it was my mother who was the full half-born, so I was 3/4 human. But nobody seemed to care about that distinction. We were all half-borns to people like the keeper. I proudly regarded her with my dragonfire green eyes, then tossed my hair back so she could get an even better look at the dark teal scales on the tips of my pointed ears. While I kept my hair long on top, I made sure to always cut it short on the sides to prove I wasn't ashamed of my heritage. The keeper smirked. I'd been sure they'd execute me before for being an unregistered magi, but now that she knew I was a half-born, I had no doubts. The keeper of Whitestone Hall kneeled down, utter disdain on her face.
No wonder you were so interested in my Skystone,
She said, low enough that the guards couldn't hear. Then she added loudly,
We'll execute him tomorrow morning. Death by dragon.
I knew it. Then she straightened up, and the last thing I saw was a triumphant sneer on her slick face before her heavy boot connected with my head and everything went black. At least she hadn't kicked me in the nose. I really liked my nose. I woke up in the dungeon of Whitestone Hall. Sitting up from a shabby bedroll on the stone floor, I pushed my hair out of my face. I scanned my surroundings. I'd been in my fair share of prisons, and this one was surprisingly less dingy than the rest of the town. It looked like a repurposed cellar under Whitestone Hall's great house. Barrels of Drakfell sat in stacks in the shadows beyond my cell. The alcoholic beverage, made from red agave and a few drops of bronze dragon blood, gave the cellar a fresh, spiced smell. They'd left my pants and boots, but stripped my stolen guard's uniform. The burlap shirt they'd put me in scratched at my skin, and I shivered through the thin cloth. I couldn't quite see my breath, but it was cold down here. Soot. What if they'd silver-marked me? My fingers flew to the left side of my face, and I was relieved to feel only smooth skin. I'd made it this long without them branding me, and I wasn't interested in getting carved up with a silver mark now. I rubbed at my temples, my head still sore from the keeper's kick. The blood was dry, so I must have been out for a while. I needed to escape. If I got executed again, my dad was going to kill me. I stood, blinking in the dim candlelight of the cellar. No one was out there. There was a larger guy snoring in the cell next to me. Definitely not skinny enough to be Kai. The other cells were empty, which meant that Kai must have escaped the city. Good. Kai would have an escape plan for me, too. He'd probably know about the Mage Hunters being here now, so he wouldn't go with the jailbreak. I was probably going to have to wait for the execution. Soot. Those kinds of escapes were always more risky, especially with Mage Hunters around. I wondered if I could get out on my own. I held my breath as footsteps stomped above me. I waited for them to fade, then looked at the lock on my cell door. It was now or never. I crept toward the door and reached through the bars, feeling for the keyhole on the other side. It was easy to find, and it was big. And this town was cheap enough that the lock wasn't silver either. I breathed in to focus as my eyes turned from dragonfire green to blazing gold. Holding out my hand, my palm shone with ethereal light as I carefully formed a small starglass key. The key slid easily into the lock, but it was way too small. I rattled it around a little, getting a feel for the lock's interior. I focused my breath, adding more starglass to the key until it felt right. I turned the key, and the lock clicked open. I was going to tell Kai it had worked on the first try. Carefully, I lifted the lock from the door. From across the room, deep in the shadows, I heard a slow clap. Soot. My heart sank as a grizzled old jailer leaned forward into the candlelight. He casually trained his crossbow on me and smiled. "Go ahead, half-born," he said, his thick eyebrows lowering. "Open the door so I have an excuse." I slowly replaced the lock and smiled back at him. "Just testing the security here. I gotta say, you run a fine jail." If only it had been a girl jailer. Flirting my way out of prison had worked once before. Not today. The jailer leaned back and laughed, resting the crossbow on his belly. You here to silvermark me? I asked, trying to sound fearless despite the growing pit in my stomach. Nah, wouldn't waste the silver when they're just gonna feed you to the dragons in the morning, he said, the candlelight dancing in his eyes. I sat back on my cot, crossing my arms over the scratchy burlap shirt. You sure gave the guard a good run there, the jailer said, a look of amusement on his scarred face. If not for my daughter snagging you with her whip, you'd have made it. Well, at least someone around here is taking their training seriously, I said, running my fingers through my long bangs. My hairband must have fallen out during the action. We have to when rogue magi like you keep running around unregistered. What can I say? I shrugged. Nothing like having a guard sea axe at your throat every once in a while. Keeps me on my toes. It's pronounced sax, the guard said, pronouncing the word with a short A sound and shortening it to one syllable. I've heard it both ways, I said. Point is, I'd rather run than be killed. Killed? Who's been feeding you lies like that? Turn yourself in. My daughter just got back from the Mage Hunter Academy last week. Says they finally perfected the magi cure. Right, I said with a bitter laugh. You mean the cure where the Black Valkyrie drags you east, then kills you in cold blood? Don't fall for that soot those Farseer believers say. The Mage Hunters are just trying to do what's best for Evgard. By exterminating us? The jailer sighed. I guess that means you'd rather endure execution by order of the Keeper over the chance to be cured of your magi curse. Yeah, if my choice is death or death, I guess I choose death. The jailer glared. At least when you die, the dragons who slaughter you will be the last you draw to our town. You know the dragons attacking Whitestone Hall lately aren't my fault, don't you? Oh, I know. Unregistered magi are always just passing through, right? I guess they didn't show you what I stole from your keeper then. The jailer furrowed his brow. I went on, looking him straight in the eye. She's been hoarding Skystone. 3 big crystals. That's what's been drawing your dragons. His face darkened. The Keepdoms were supposed to collect the Skystone from Skyfalls and send it on to Evgard capital. That way, High King Magnus could control how it was used. Most keeps didn't dare defy the High King, but the temptation to hoard a powerful, versatile resource like Skystone was great. Rumor even had it that Skystone kept the legendary Farseer himself from aging. The jailer grunted, stroking his beard. It's hard to trust a thief, especially one with eyes like yours. But I'll ask my girl if what you say is true. And if it is? Then we might need to replace our keeper, he said, cracking his knuckles. Yeah, I'd say Whitestone Hall would be much better off without selfish, corrupt nobility in charge. He gave me a sidelong glance. Either way, you gave me a good laugh seeing this lot of guards get all turned around after neglecting their training for so long. You deserve some dignity. He threw me a dragon leather cord for my hair. It had the crest of Drakfell engraved on it, a dragon's fang. Thanks, I said, pulling the top half of my hair back from my face and into a quick, messy fang knot. Gotta look good for those dragons before they tear me to pieces. The jailer gave a sad chuckle. Stars be with you. I was late for my own execution. To be fair, it wasn't my fault. The jailer was right. Most of the guards at Whitestone Hall weren't exactly on top of their game. And from the disheveled look of the keeper, she wasn't used to getting up by dawn. Standing out in a row of wrinkly guard cloaks and slouchy uniforms was the young woman in the silver pauldron and crisp, dusk blue cloak of a mage hunter. She must have been the jailer's daughter, the one who'd snagged me with her silver chain whip. Her silver pauldron bore an insignia of a sword stabbing through a triangle, the symbol of the Mage Hunters. It kinda softened the blow to know that the only one who took her job seriously had been the one to take me down. Even her mage hunter partner beside her was lazily leaning on his silver sword as he watched them lead me out. The jailer's daughter caught my eye, and I could see the resemblance between her and her father. She had thick, intense eyebrows too, and her short hair was pulled back into a low drake tail. She was a lot prettier than her father, though it looked like she'd never laughed before in her life. I gave her a nod of respect, but the keeper, who stood next to the mage hunters, thought the nod had been for her. The keeper scoffed at me, and I barely resisted the urge to stick out my tongue. A pair of guards looked around nervously as they led me through the northern gate of the city. An execution platform stood in a clearing a decent distance from the wall where the keeper, mage hunters, and guards watched. Someone had scrawled the words, "Magi not welcome," across the dingy white wall using bronze dragon's blood as paint. With trembling hands, one guard tethered me to a post in the center of the platform. She tied one end of the rawhide rope to the post and the other end around my waist so that I had some range of motion. The other guard handed me a dragonhook spear, a grim look on his face. Drakfell saw it as distasteful to let me die without a fighting chance. Technically, their laws said that if I fought off the wild dragons and stayed alive, they'd free me after 3 days. But out here on the frontiers, most didn't make it more than 3 hours. They saw it as justice, executing magi through death by dragon. But I saw it as counterproductive. If they really wanted dragons to stop eating people, they should probably stop feeding them, well, people. Though I guessed that in their eyes, unregistered magi didn't count as people, especially half-born magi like me. I was positive I could form Starglass into something that would cut the rope. But one look at that row of guards, and I knew I wouldn't get far before getting hit with a bolt from a crossbow. Silver-tipped Mage Slayer bolts this time. To the west, the quarries that gave Whitestone Hall its name were the perfect hiding place for wild dragons. To the northeast, juniper trees and smoke sagebrush provided plenty of cover as well. It was only a matter of time. "Any skyfalls last night?" I asked one guard as she finished securing the rope around my waist. "Just wondering if there'll be any Dreklings out there today." She stared at me through the visor of her raven helm and shook her head. "Perfect. Thanks," I said with a wink and a lopsided grin. She rolled her eyes, but I caught the ghost of a smile playing at her lips. I think she tied the rope a little looser around my waist. With one last fearful look toward the wild badlands, both guards hurried back toward the safety of the wall. That left me alone and exposed. Just then, a tiny sparkle of light caught my eye from underneath the platform. Between a gap in the wooden slats, I saw the shine of a little mirror gecko watching me. She licked her shiny eyes. I smiled. Bong. From high atop the platform, I heard the keeper toll the execution bell. Did they realize it was basically a dinner bell for dragons? I looked to the sky, and almost as if on cue, I saw a black silhouette winging its way toward me. That was fast. Too fast. The wyvern gave a feral shriek as it dove toward me. At the last second, it swooped upward, flying past me toward the guards on the wall. I heard frantic screams as the wyvern scattered the guards. To the keeper's credit, neither she nor the mage hunters ran away. They held their ground as the wyvern swooped back toward me. The dragon knew where the easy meal was, after all. I dropped into a defensive stance, aware of the tether around my waist limiting my range. The black wyvern landed right in front of me and bared his teeth, as if daring me to take a stab at him. His two wide wings folded upwards, and he leaned forward, menacing claws at his wing joints serving as forelegs. Angular bronze patterns wove around his dragonfire green eyes, long neck, and shoulders. Short bronze antlers each with 3 gleaming points sprouted from his serpentine head. His tail whipped back and forth, a bronze, thorn-like blade growing from its tip. The wyvern roared again, and I could feel the hot air from his maw on my face. I didn't stand a chance. Chapter 2. Steel Rim. Time for a show. I yelled, brandishing my spear at the black and bronze wyvern. The dragon hissed, whipping his tail blade forward. He smacked the dragon hook spear from my grip and knocked me to my knees. I could hear the keeper's cruel laughter from all the way down here. The wyvern swished his tail blade again, this time slashing through my tether. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught the flash of the mirror gecko dashing onto the platform and into my boot. The wyvern snatched me up with his powerful hind claws. Then, with a few mighty flaps of his wings, he carried me off into the sky. Justice had been served. Or, I guess, I had been served. I screamed in terror as I watched Whitestone Hall fade away. Once I was out of earshot and certain that no one would hear me, I cried out, "No! I'm too handsome to die!" The wyvern gave me a little shake, and I hung limply in his talons. Once we'd flown a little further, I perked up. "Nice one, Thorn. Let me put up more of a fight next time, though, okay? They think I died a wimp." From above me, Thorn, my bonded wyvern and best dragon friend, let out a low chuckle. We soared over the Drakfell badlands. The mirror gecko clung to my leg from inside my boot as scrubby junipers and black-stemmed smoke sage passed beneath. The faraway smell of burning filled the air, either from a nomad campfire or a dragon buffalo in rut, snorting flames, then fanning them with their vestigial wings. Antlered dracalopes scattered when they caught a glimpse of the wyvern gliding above. We flew over several small outlander settlements that dotted the land east of Whitestone Hall. I kept playing dead as we passed by a few of them, just in case. Once we were in the clear, I climbed onto Thorn's back for a more comfortable ride. As we flew, I opened a secret compartment that had been sewn into my belt. Kai's sister, Kari, had made it for me as a way to hide Thorn's heart scale when I was on a raid. The heart scale was arrowhead-shaped and black, with copper patterns matching the ones that wove around Thorn's eyes and shoulders. I'd tied the scale to a leather cord so I could wear it around my neck. The heart scale softly thudded into place over my heart, and I felt the bond with my dragon bloom to life like a warm, comforting bonfire. Thorn roared joyfully, and I let out a whoop as we flew over the smoky badlands toward home. A tall cliff towered over the north side of my outlander hometown, glowing gold in the late afternoon light. The town of Steel Rim spread out from the base of the cliff near the torch-lit entrances to the deep iron mines. The cliff face helped catch rain and funnel it into some old mine shafts that the town's founder had converted into reservoirs. Just south of the sprawling longhouses of Steel Rim, Thorn's Den was nestled between some ridges of sandstone. One tall ridge had tipped over to rest against another, forming a spacious cavern. A few junipers grew just right, blocking the entrance from view. We landed in a small clearing at the mouth of the cavern. I dismounted from Thorn and let Glint out of my boot. She skidded across the dirt and disappeared into the den. A slight purple glow emanated from inside. Oh, stars. I rolled my eyes. Kai had set up his defense system again. A glowing, semi-transparent wall of purple dream energy contained within a stone archway blocked my path. My friend had etched mystic runes all along the stones to fuel the dream barrier. Walking through it would knock me out. I'd learned that the hard way. I rapped my knuckles on the cave wall, trying to remember the intricate rhythm that was Kai's absurdly long secret knock. No answer. From behind, Thorn gave a low, draconic chuckle before settling down in a patch of sunlight and closing his eyes. "Kai?" I asked. "Did I do the knock wrong or something?" After a moment, Kai's voice sounded through the wall of dream energy. "We switched to passwords, remember?" Soot. I vaguely recalled a conversation about random, complex numbers and words. 412 Pebble Ring Naga, right? "No, that's the old one," Kai said. "Stars above, Kai, it's obviously me." "That's exactly what a mage hunter would say." "No, a mage hunter would just cut through this wall with their silver sword." There was silence for a second. Then I heard a quill scratching against paper. Are you taking notes? Don't know how I overlooked such a dangerous flaw. Remember the password now? It's too complicated. Don't you have a backup way to verify it's me? I asked. Of course, Kai scoffed, and I heard the rapid flipping of pages. Security questions. How long did you have a crush on Kari? What, like when we were kids? More recently than that. Soot, he knew about that? She's not in there with you, is she? Silence. Is she? No. Okay, like 4 months. Soot, wrong again. One more strike and I'll have to mind wipe you and find out who you really are. Hold on now, I wasn't really sure I liked her until the summer. Kai paused, mulling over my claim. Fine, just 1 strike then. I heard him scratch something out in his book. So, can I come in now? I asked, leaning back against the cavern wall. Next question. What was your mother's name? Zarana of Moss Falls. Okay, now just one more since that one felt too easy. That's it, I said, my eyes glowing gold. I channeled my ether and made a shield of starglass, then held it over my head. I pressed the shield's edge into the glowing purple wall. The starglass stopped the dream field from above, so I could walk through without getting drenched in dream energy. I found Kai sitting on a rock near the entrance. As usual, he was wearing an excessive amount of full-plate armor, custom made by Kari. Kai's dream beast, Glint, perched on his shoulder as he furiously wrote more notes in his black leather journal. Soot. Didn't realize astromancy would make it so easy to get in. Maybe if I add more runes coming from underneath, Kai said. He kept writing with one hand while he deactivated the dream wall with an absent-minded wave from the other. I let my starglass shield dissipate into starry ether dust as well. Kai muttered to himself as he flipped through one of the many books he kept inside his pack. He scanned the pages, copying a few runes into his journal. Mystics. The idea of having to memorize so many runes and trace them into the air just to use etherarchy seemed so clunky. I was glad I was an Archon. Ouch, I murmured, putting a hand to my head wound. As great as it was being an Archon, I knew all Sentinels shared the power of regeneration, which sounded nice right about now. Thorn was a Sentinel, and I'd seen firsthand how quickly he healed himself. We should just go back to knocking, I said. Or better yet, nothing. We've been hiding here for years, and nobody's found the den. Maybe I could make it throw out some illusions, Kai continued musing, ignoring me as I changed out of my prison clothes. The first thing I did was tie my turquoise bandana around my neck. It was well made, with tiny, intricate patterns covering the square of fabric. Unless someone looked closely, they'd have no idea the pattern was really draconic writing. As the tight-knit cloth rubbed against my skin, I finally felt like myself again. Kai thought the turquoise dust scarf was too flashy, and that I'd be better off wearing a brown or tan one like most others did out here in the desert. But I liked the way my mom's old scarf made me stand out just a little. My dragon buffalo leather jacket was another design by Kari, with metal plates on the inside to protect me from dragon claws and bites. Buckles down the front allowed me to close it up and stay warm when Thorn and I flew high, but on hot desert days like this one, I like to leave it open. The simple pauldron on my right shoulder and the fingerless dragon leather climbing gloves both bore a small fang and anvil crest on the corner, Kari's signature. I finished it off by belting on my father's Sky Seeker dagger. It had a small guard, a long, clip-pointed blade that was perfect for fighting dragons, and a small curved chisel at the end of the handle, designed to pry skystones from fallen meteors. My stomach let out a low growl as I finished dressing. Getting executed always left me starving. I rummaged through the pockets of my jacket. I still had some leftover Drakfell jerky from before the raid. I scarfed some down, saving a few of the best pieces for Thorn for later. Drakfell jerky was his favorite treat. Kai finally put his journal down, and I gave him a look. All right. Are you ready to explain why you let your best friend get jailed and executed now? Glint didn't get stuck in jail, Kai said smugly, walking over to the boulder that hid our horde. So you admit your best friend is an ethereal familiar that you literally created yourself. She has no choice but to like you. Glint stuck out her tongue at me, blinking her mirrored eyes. Of course, Kai said, placing his hands against the boulder. And your capture was part of backup plan 4. Now help me out so I can show you your capture was worth it. I shook my head, joining Kai at the stone to push. Thorn poked his head through the arch, then joined us inside. Whatever Kai was about to show me had him excited. Kai and I pushed on the rock. It'll be enough to get us to Skygard. No more raids necessary, Kai said with a grunt. The rock gave way to a small hollow. We stepped back, and the opening revealed a whole trove of dragon eggs, each about the size of a fist. My jaw dropped. Kai grinned. There are 5 drake eggs, 3 wyvern eggs, and 4 everin eggs, Kai explained, taking each of them from the hollow and reverently placing them on the ground in front of him. At least 6 are mythic. This was an even more valuable score than the Skystone. Kai animatedly pointed to various eggs. I'm pretty sure this drake egg holds a stone scale. This one looks like a storm scale everin, and this is definitely a dreamhorn wyvern. Thought this one might be a sky skipper, but I'm less sure. The other 2 mythic ones look like sentinels of some kind, but it's really hard to tell by their egg patterns alone. Thorn shuffled deeper into the cave to sniff curiously at the eggs, and Glint climbed on top of Thorn's head to get a better look. Kai arranged the scale-covered drake eggs to one side, the leathery wyvern eggs in the middle, and the spherical crystalline everin eggs to the other side. I've tried bonding them all, but no luck. Kai's face betrayed a hint of dejection. I knew just how badly my friend wanted to bond a dragon. I tried to cheer him up. Hey, when I found Thorn, he chose to bond me. Maybe one will pick you. I don't think so. Fjordan's Dragonium says once a dragon has hatched, they can choose to initiate a bond with someone. But with unhatched eggs, in almost all cases, if a potential human bond tries to forge a connection with the egg by touching it, the egg will hatch. I've tried already with all of them. Nothing. I shrugged. Kai was just being too analytical. Bonds weren't about logic and statistics. Then it hit me. The guard at Whitestone Hall was definitely going to be searching for these. I was suddenly glad I'd faked my death so well. We have to move these fast, I said. I know. I've got it covered. How was this not as well guarded as the treasury? Well, it was, but your distraction was extremely effective. By the way, that was quite the jump off the top of the tower. How'd it look on your end? Kai raised a gauntleted finger and traced a rune in the air. Gold light trailed after his finger, and the same rune appeared over his forehead. I recognized this rune, the design reminiscent of an all-seeing eye. He was about to do what seers like him did best. He reached over and touched 2 fingers to my temple. Time to mess with Kai. I sent my thoughts racing and imagined the scene just a little differently than it had actually happened. I remembered my leap from the tower, but reimagined the looks on the guards' faces to be even more awestruck. In my mind, I smoothed out my landing and even threw in a flip for good measure. I pictured myself offering a confident bow to the guard when I landed, which got them firing their crossbows. From there, I imagined spinning behind the barrels and running right into Kai's sister, Kari. I wrapped my arms around her, dipped her, and was just about to kiss her when Kai broke his contact and dismissed his mind-reading rune in a puff of golden dust. You're an idiot, he said, shaking his head. Guess you can't read a mind that's not there, I said, winking. Really, though, it was pretty impressive. You should be impressed with me. I don't know. That fantasy about my sister was too convincing. You sure you haven't dreamed about that before? Oh, every night, I said with a laugh. That was it. Kai skirted around the dragon eggs and shoved me hard. We hit the ground and started wrestling. Kai wasn't as used to hand-to-hand fighting as I was, but with his heavy armor on, we were pretty evenly matched. Thorn crawled protectively over the eggs, shielding them from us with his wing. Just then, I heard an odd twang sound. The next thing I knew, a net was thrown over us. Instinctively, I ignited my ether. I dropped Kai and floated up to the ceiling as the net fell off. I hovered there, glaring with glowing golden eyes down at the intruder. Kari. Thorn sent me an amused glow through our bond. He'd seen her come in, but hadn't told me. I sent him a spark of annoyance. Kari scowled at the modified crossbow in her hands.
Still has trouble spreading the net at low angles,
She muttered to herself. Her thick, curly black hair bounced behind her in its clip as she walked toward us. She picked up the net and reloaded it into the crossbow, finally acknowledging our presence.
Thanks for the chance to test this.
Kari said with a winning smile. Kai's warning about fantasizing about his sister was for good reason. Kari had thick eyelashes and intelligent brown eyes. She even made a blacksmithing apron look good. But I'd learned long ago that Kari saw me as nothing more than her little brother's goofy friend. Besides, I had a rule not to go for girls 2 years older than me. I floated back down, my eyes returning to their usual dragonfire green. Kari raised an eyebrow at Kai, who was still on the ground.
So, this is how you two always dent up the armor I make for you.
Kai and I shrugged as Kari returned her attention to the crossbow.
Just saw your dad, Asher.
Kari spoke as she fiddled with some levers.
Said you owed him for being late this time.
I think he'll survive, I said, lightly pushing the crossbow out of Kari's line of sight. Just wait until you see our hull. Thorn pulled back his wing to reveal the dragon eggs, and Kari's jaw dropped as far as mine had. Her eyes lit up.
Okay, how?
She asked. We sat around the eggs as we told her about our heist. Kari half listened, half worked on her invention. When we finished, Kai pulled a bottle of scorch apple cider from a corner of the den to celebrate.
What is this, the third time you've been executed?
Kari noted as we wrapped up our tale. Fourth, actually, Kai corrected. Third death by dragon, though. They really need to fix that flaw in the judicial system.
Well, maybe it's time to be a bit more careful. I've been hearing talk of more Mage Hunters in the area, and...
She trailed off, casting a nervous look toward me. What? I asked, leaning forward. Kari gave Kai an apologetic, warning glance before going on.
Someone at the tavern mentioned the Black Valkyries in Drakfell.
I was on my feet in a flash, eyes burning gold as I accessed my ether. Before I was even sure what was happening, I'd used Starglass to form a long, double-bladed dragon hook spear, the kind I used for hunting. Kai and Kari stood, grabbing me by the shoulders to hold me still. Asher, Kai said in a calming voice, breathe. I didn't want to, but the rational part of me listened. I inhaled slowly, then exhaled, dismissing my Starglass weapon and cutting off my ether flow. Kari looked apologetic.
I'm sorry, Asher. I didn't want to bring it up.
I shook my head. I hated that the mere mention of the Black Valkyrie got me so upset. The Black Valkyrie was the powerful, ruthless leader of the Mage Hunters. She was a magi turned mage hunter who never failed to bring in a target. She was also responsible for my mother's death 3 years ago. She hadn't returned to Drakfell since. I knew the Black Valkyrie only went after the most powerful magi. Why in the void would she be here now? I didn't care. All I knew was that if Kari was right and the Black Valkyrie really was in the Badlands Keepdom, this might be the chance I'd been waiting for. My chance to avenge my mother. I looked back at the dragon eggs. If we could sell them, we'd have the money we needed to get my dad to Skygard. Once he, Kai, and Kari were safe there, then I could go after the Black Valkyrie alone. We sat and chatted for a little while longer until the red light of the setting sun filled the front of the den. Kari looked out at the sky.
Well, that's my cue. Gotta go before the Badlands get real bad.
A troubled look flashed across her face so quickly I thought I'd imagined it. But Kai seemed to notice it too. He squinted as his sister picked up her crossbow, and I caught the tiniest reflective flash of a mirror gecko leaping up onto Kari's shoulder. Glint was stealthy, and Kari didn't notice. We said our goodbyes, and Kari disappeared into the fading daylight outside the cave. I immediately turned to Kai, who was dismissing a mind-reading rune as Glint padded back into the den. So, what was Kari thinking? I impressed her with my daring leap off the tower at Whitestone Hall, right? Or maybe she was thinking about my piercing dragonfire green eyes. Kai dipped the tips of his fingers into his cider and flicked it at me. Okay, I deserved that, I said. But really, what was she thinking? About a meeting with the Knights of the Torch tonight. For a second time today, my jaw dropped. And she's the one telling us to be careful? Why is she meeting with them? I asked. Don't know. Didn't have time to read that far back, Kai said, looking after where she had gone. We have to follow her. All I knew about the Knights of the Torch was that they were dangerous, and that they followed the legendary Farseer. Kai and Kari's parents had gotten mixed up with them right before they disappeared, leaving Kai and Kari to stay with my dad and me. If Kari was involved with them, Kai was right. We had to follow her. Chapter 3. The Drunken Drake. We left Thorn at the den to guard the eggs. Meanwhile, Kai and I followed Kari at a distance through the stretch of dusty badlands between the den and the town. Kai intentionally lagged behind since his excessive armor kept clanking. Kari reached Steel Rim proper as the wash of glowing red light against the cliffside turned to gray. In the darkness of the early night, I caught sight of a distant skyfall. The emerald streaks were far enough to the south that we wouldn't see any Drucklings from it tonight. Kari passed the butcher's shop, a fireproof, dragon-bone-decorated building on the outskirts of town. Crag chasers like Kai and I regularly dropped off our kills there. She passed a small library with a Star of Straya symbol above the door that had been set up by the Sisters of Straya in an effort to help educate and hopefully one day civilize Steel Rim. Next to the library was an oddly shaped, somewhat dilapidated tavern, the Drunken Drake. The place had been built over the skeletal remains of a huge drake that must have grown impossibly big from some form of geomancy. Adobe mud had been plastered between the bones in the ribcage to form walls, and a thatched roof adorned the top. Kari headed straight for the tavern. After a quick check over her shoulder, she went inside. I ducked in after her. The tavern was loud, and the bard was pitchy. The smell of spiced Dracula and cheap ale filled the room. I kept a low profile. Steel Rim was small, and, as far as I knew, I was the only half-born. I wouldn't want to run into Baron Idan here. He hated half-borns, and had already put me through the Silver Rod test to see if I was secretly a magi several times. I always passed, but he kept testing me out of spite. Then again, someone like the Baron wouldn't be caught dead in a rough tavern like the Drunken Drake. He was probably in the town great house, showing off the mounted heads of beasts he probably hadn't killed himself, drinking mead with his semi-noble friends, and laughing at poor people. I followed Kari to the bar, keeping out of her line of sight. I casually leaned against a post, which was actually an enormous dragon bone. A girl about my age sat at a table beside me, loudly trying to sing along to the bard's song. She'd had a little too much Dracula, and her singing was making it very difficult to focus on Kari. I was about to switch locations when the drunk girl grabbed me by the hand and laced her fingers through my own.
You have nice hands for a half-born,
She slurred. Soot. I was missing Kari's exchange with the bartender. Time to get rid of her. Thanks, I said. I just hope they last through the shadow wasting. At the mention of the ethereal disease that turned flesh numb and gray, she quickly dropped my hand. Her glassy eyes widened. Many thought the shadow wasting was highly contagious. You know, I said with a smile, the bard sounds like he could use some help with his song, and with a voice like yours. I gestured toward the musically challenged bard crowing in his corner. The girl beamed drunkenly at me, then scurried toward him. She actually improved the song. Through our bond, I felt Thorn chuckle. I turned my attention back to Kari, just barely catching her say,
The hunter's torch is lit again.
With that, the barkeep led her behind the bar and through a back door nestled at the base of the drake skeleton's skull. I knew I couldn't follow her from here without a plan. I was bad at those. But luckily, I had a certain best friend who lived for them. Outside the Drunken Drake, Kai was smiling. He held his black leather notebook in his hands, open to a page where he'd already taken notes on a new strategy. Kai beckoned me to follow him down an alley behind the bar. Glint sat atop his shoulder, her shiny eyes reflecting back at me. I sent Glint in with you to sneak onto the barkeep, Kai said. I read his mind, and I know exactly how we're going to sneak in. As a seer, Kai's telepathy was his primary power, but all mystics could access the Dreamweave to make illusion etherarchy as well. I'd seen Kai spend hours poring over texts on how to do them properly. Kai traced a series of illusion runes in the air. They floated over his forehead in a row, then he made a mystical-looking gesture, first toward himself and then at me. Twists of golden ether wound around our bodies. Kai's illusion settled over us. When I looked at Kai, an illusory body had replaced his skinny frame and dark skin. He now had muscular arms and shoulders and short, steely gray hair with a maroon bandana wrapped across his forehead. He looked just a few years older than us, and someone had torn the sleeves off his tunic, probably to show off his imposing biceps. This guy definitely didn't have a life outside of working out. Kai put 2 fingers to my temple to form a mind link and showed me what I looked like. I noticed no rune mark over his forehead, which meant he must have added an extra illusion rune into his disguise to mask the ones he was actively using. Clever. Through Kai's mind, I saw myself. I looked like an older, wiry guy with stark white hair, a snowhead with roots in Evgard's northeast. He had deeply tanned skin, as if he'd spent his entire life baking in the sun, and a stubbly beard flecked with gray. The sturdy clothing he wore on his well-built frame made me think this was a man used to the roughs. His dragon scale cloak marked him as a dragon slayer. Kai pulled back his hand and the mind link faded. I noticed Kai trying to cover a wave of fatigue. That was a lot of ether he had just channeled. You just had to make me the old guy, I said, trying to help him laugh it off. Based on what I read from the bartender's mind, you'll want to use a more gravelly voice and a strong northern accent, Kai said, a little out of breath. You just had to make me the old guy, I repeated, using the roughest voice I could muster. I said gravel, not rock slide. And I made you the older guy because he was closer to your height. I'd have to stretch out the buff guy to fit you, or hide the top of your head, which is much harder to pull off. Plus, Boone's an astromancer, like you. Boone? That's my name? Kai nodded. You're Boone, and I'm Jax. They're a pair of Knights of the Torch that the barkeep knows. They've been on assignment at Ghost Lake, but he wouldn't be surprised to see them return for tonight's meeting. Will they actually be returning for tonight's meeting? There's a 10% chance. Kai winced and put his hand to his forehead. These illusions must have taken a lot of ether. What about the beard? I asked, feeling my face and trying to distract him from the effects of ether overdraw. Well, I haven't learned how to make an illusion to fool touch yet. Besides, the chances someone feels your face are astronomically low. He was probably right, but still. I channeled my ether, forming dull, minuscule shards of starglass all over my chin to mimic a beard. I felt my face again. It was a little rougher than a real beard, but still pretty good. What now? I said. Kai looked down at his black notebook. Now, you do your thing and get us in. My thing? You know, make up some dragon dung. I glared at him. Perfect. That's definitely a look Boone would make, Kai said with a laugh. It was weird seeing his voice come out of a different body. Shut up, Jack, I said, giving him a small shove. It's Jack's, but yeah, I will. My voice isn't like Jax's at all. Your Boone voice is close enough. Just throw in a folksy saying or two and don't talk much. We'll be fine. I nodded. This was gonna be fun. We walked into the Drunken Drake, heading straight for the bar. I leaned onto the counter and grunted to get the barkeep's attention. Boone! He turned to us, surprised. Didn't think you and Jax would make it back so soon. He looked at us expectantly. I leaned into my character. Look, I don't have time to dance with the Dracolopes. The Hunter's torch is lit again and all that. Just get Jax and me back there before we miss too much, eh? The barkeep nodded and gestured for us to follow him behind the bar. I fought to keep from smiling. Boone wouldn't grin like an idiot. The barkeep led us through the door at the base of the giant drake skull. Behind the door was a steep set of stairs. At the bottom was another door, this one with a torch symbol carved into it at eye level. The barkeep gave the door a rhythmic knock, and it swung open. He stepped aside, and Kai and I entered an illustrious hideout. While the rest of the bar was on the grimy side, the hideout was immaculate. Maps and tapestries and torches adorned the stone walls, as well as the heads of draconic creatures like ridge runners, craghoppers, and even dreklings. A large table stood in the center of the room, with a detailed map of Evgard lying flat on top of it. A group of Knights of the Torch stood surrounding the table. Kari was there. She noticed us and waved at Kai, or Jax. Was that a flirty wave? I fought back another grin. Kai and I might have to tease Kari about that later. At the head of the table stood a man with mid-length black hair, a goatee, and more class than anyone I'd ever seen in Steelrim. A stark silver mark on his left cheek marked him as a scion, a type of mystic. His sharp brown eyes shone with discernment as he surveyed the room. His clothes were well-tailored, with a silver-buttoned black vest and a pair of ornately decorated bracers. He was a noble, for sure. To his right stood a woman with black hair pulled back in 3 braids on one side to reveal angular eyes and high cheekbones. She was really pretty, in an I-could-kill-you-in-my-sleep kind of way. The polar wolf fur around her shoulders only added to her dangerous air. She had dozens of silvery scars and more weapons on her than anyone else in the room. Long sea axes hung from either side of her belt. She had a war sword slung over her back, and she'd strapped some smaller knives along her thighs and calves. And those were just the blades I could see. Then I noticed the massive blood husky standing between the man and the woman. As the man stroked the red mountain of fluffy muscle, I got a jolt of awareness from Thorn to keep an eye on him. Blood huskies were bred to fight drakes. The man caught sight of Kai and me, and his face brightened. He gave a warm, welcoming nod, showing no sign of suspicion. I couldn't say the same for the woman with the silver scars, who narrowed her eyes at me. She placed a hand on the blood husky's head, and the beast made a low, throaty sound before padding toward us. I wanted to run, but fought the impulse. I fumbled in the pocket of my jacket, pulling out some of my leftover Dracolope jerky I'd saved for Thorn. The massive dog's expression went from suspicious to approving. He snapped it up and settled against my leg, relaxing a lot more than I did. Through our bond, I felt a burning sensation from Thorn, letting me know he wasn't particularly pleased with that. I felt Kai subtly lean toward me and touch his arm to mine to form a mind link. He spoke to me in my head. The nobleman is their leader. His name is Solrak. Kai must have been using Glint to read someone's mind. Again, I worried about how much ether he was using. As I was saying, Solrak addressed the group. He had a light Eastern accent. A war is coming. The Knights of the Torch are recruiting. Soot. What had Kari gotten herself into? Solrak continued. We need every willing soul we can find. The Farseer has seen many omens of difficulty and woe. The Mage Hunters are watching, and our scouts have sighted the Black Valkyrie near Steelrim. My blood went cold, and I saw Jax's eyes glance nervously toward me. But I kept a calm exterior while my thoughts raced. Did the Knights know something that could get me to the Black Valkyrie? But we have more ill tidings, Solrak said dramatically, letting a hush fall over the room. He traced an illusion rune in the air, and the rune appeared in gold over his forehead. There was a flash and a twist of golden ether, and a miniaturized burly man appeared on the table, over the dragonales on the map. The illusory man on the table was part dragon. A pair of horns stuck out from his hair, and scales covered his forearms, shoulders, and cheekbones. His tail lashed from side to side, and his eyes were a bright dragonfire green like mine. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some had never seen a Drakai before. It made me wonder how they'd react to a half-born like me. The Farseer has made it known that the Drakai are readying an assault on Keep Drakfell. The group gasped. I made sure to add a boon-worthy scowl to my face. As I did, I looked to Kai. The false face he wore looked exhausted. We had to get out of here. If he lost concentration, our illusions would burst. Solrak added more runes with a flourish, making a small army of Drakai on the map. Their ranks bristled with an assortment of long-handled scimitars, boomerangs, and warbows. Even now, they're on our shores. I grabbed Kai by the arm and began scooting toward the door. The blood husky startled at my feet, and I dropped another piece of Dracolope jerky to keep him quiet. Solrak went on. The Drakai are after something stolen by King Rodin, Solrak said, adding more runes and gesturing to keep Drakfell in the east. A mini, illusory King Rodin appeared with his storm-scale drake Rex at his side. He was in his bright white ascension armor, holding his imposing dragon-forged warsword. The blade was like a massive version of the one on my father's Sky Seeker dagger. The things nobles spent their money on. I pulled Kai toward the edge of the crowd. The blood husky nudged me again, but I was out of jerky. Solrak continued, adding a glowing white egg to the illusion of Drakfell's king. In a raid on the Dragon Isles, King Rodin stole one of the last remaining true dragon eggs from the Drakai. But Rodin's desperate act may yet be the answer to the knight's empty coffers. Solrak held the group enthralled. We couldn't break from the crowd just yet without drawing attention to ourselves. We just needed the right moment. It's up to us to steal back the egg, Solrak finished. The room went abuzz with excitement. The blood husky whined at me. The woman with the silver scars looked my way. The door was so close.
So what's the plan?
Kari leaned in. Just how involved in this group was she? We'd have to ask later. Now we had to go. That depends, Solrak said, on how our recent operation at Ghost Lake went. With that, Solrak gestured my way. The whole room turned toward Kai and me. I froze. Boone? Jax? Solrak asked with a jovial grin. Care to give us a report? Oh, stars.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 4 Knights of the Torch. In my efforts to keep a look of panic from crossing Boone's face, I ended up just slowly raising an eyebrow. The room full of Knights of the Torch watched us expectantly. Fiery skepticism shone in the scarred woman's eyes. We should not have come here. I sure hoped you couldn't sweat through an illusion. Kai cast me a helpless, tired glance. It was taking all his concentration just to keep the illusion up. He wouldn't be any help. But his hopeless look gave me an idea. Time for a show. I looked to the floor, squinting my eyes in shame, then spoke in my gravelly Boone voice. We failed. Miserably. Crestfallen looks fell over the group. Kari tried to make eye contact with Kai's persona, Jax, as worry filled her eyes. Again, I couldn't help but wonder who this guy was to her. I let a moment of silence linger, hoping that my cryptic explanation had been enough information. Maybe I wouldn't have to give any more details on our mission. But of course, that would have been too easy. Finally, Solrak spoke. It's all right, Boone. Go on. I swallowed, saying the first thing I could think of. Too many guards. Had to take a leap for my life off a tower. Barely survived, thanks to my astromancy. Mage Hunter got Jax here with a silver whip. Nearly couldn't get him out in time. I watched the room out of the corner of my eye, gauging their reactions, but nobody seemed fazed by my report. Except Kari, who looked confused. Stars, I probably shouldn't have made it sound so similar to our latest raid at Whitestone Hall. The scarred woman was also still skeptical. What had Kai said about folksy sayings being a habit of Boone's? I breathed deeply and accessed my ether to make my eyes flash gold for effect. But we gave 'em more soot than a wyvern hog in heat, I'll tell you that. The group relaxed, and some even chuckled a little.
Jax, you're awfully quiet,
Said the woman with the silvery scars.
You really fell for a mage hunter's whip?
All eyes turned to Kai. The color drained from his illusory face. Come on now, I began, only a little defensive. Them whips can be tricky. Happens to the best of us. The scarred woman's fingertips lightly brushed the antler hilt of one of her weapons.
And what about the assets? Were they where we expected them?
Valla asked. Stars. They weren't making this easy. The assets. They'd moved them just before we got there. Tried to catch word on what town they'd taken them to, but like I said, we failed. Whole mission's a wash. Come on, Valla. Solrak put a hand on her shoulder, grinning widely. At least they're back safely, and in time for our next mission. The woman, Valla, narrowed her eyes to slits, but backed down. My muscles relaxed. Feeling pretty pleased that we'd made it through questioning, I gave Valla a wink. She folded her arms, not taking her eyes off of me. Maybe I shouldn't have winked. The blood husky rubbed against my side, still hoping for more jerky. I rubbed him along the back of his head and neck. He wagged his tail contentedly. Thorn sent me a pang of jealousy through our bond. I sent back a warm, loyal feeling, and that calmed him down a little. Solrak continued outlining their plans. It involved the recruitment of lots of magi. The Knights of the Torch planned to outfit their own army that would lean more heavily on magi than the armies of Evgard. They'd protect the far-flung reaches of Drakfell to keep them from being overrun by the new Skyfalls and dragons in Drakai, in turn earning the people's gratitude and more recruits. Their end goal was a society safe for magi to live in freely. Honestly, that sounded pretty good to me. Plus, anything that undermined nobles like King Roden and High King Magnus was fine by me. The whole time Solrak was speaking, I kept watching for an opportunity to go for the door. We had to get out of there before our illusions gave out. But every time I moved a muscle, Vala's eyes snapped back onto me. Her hand never left the hilt of her sea axe. After what seemed like an eternity, Solrak closed the meeting. The Knights of the Torch began filtering out the door and back into the bar a few at a time. We couldn't all leave at once without drawing suspicion. I tried to get us out first, but couldn't look over Eager without attracting even more of Vala's attention. I patted the blood husky on the head in farewell, which he seemed to understand. Though I was out of jerky, it looked like I'd won him over. We had to hurry. It looked like Kari was making her way around the table to come talk to this Jax guy. The last thing exhausted Kai probably wanted right now was for his sister to walk up and start flirting with him. That would be kind of hilarious, but the risk of being discovered was too high. Practically dragging Kai along, I took a step toward the door and freed him. A hand clasped onto my shoulder.
Boone, did you really think you could get away without talking to me?
I turned to find myself staring directly into the pretty, yet murderous eyes of Valla. Why was she standing so close? And why had she slipped her hand onto my chest like that? Before I knew what was happening, she leaned forward and kissed me right on the mouth. My mind raced, trying to figure out how Boone would react to this. His short beard indicated he was married, but was he married to Valla? Or was he widowed? Or did he have a wife somewhere who would be very angry that this was happening? While racking my brain for what to do, I noticed Kari over Vala's shoulder. She looked shocked. So this wasn't normal. I stiffened and made it clear I wasn't going to kiss her back. Valla pulled away, looking at me expectantly. I narrowed my eyes. You done? I asked with every ounce of gravelly gruffness I could muster. Valla closed her eyes and let out a breath. Then she punched me in the arm.
Thanks, Celine, it's you. I was worried the Mage Hunters had sent a mirage.
I ain't no spy. She rubbed her chin.
Your beard's kind of rough. Might want to wash it out.
Why don't you go see if Solrak's goatee is softer? I said with a Boone-like chuckle. Valla's face went bright red. She punched me in the arm again and walked back toward the table. Apparently, that had struck a nerve. I pretended the punch hadn't hurt at all, but Boone was obviously tougher than I was.
I still want more details on the mission later.
Valla said over her shoulder. I grunted in agreement, determined to make it out of there before Kari intercepted us. Valla's kiss had thrown her off, but we only had a few more seconds. As I turned back to the door, I startled backward. Someone was standing in the doorway, blocking our exit. Solrak. Boone, he spoke in a hushed voice. What really happened to that Skystone you were after? I tried to think fast, but poor Kai wouldn't last much longer. I already told you, we couldn't get to it, I grunted. Now, I'm gonna go drink like a naga to drown my sorrows if that's all right with you. Solrak pursed his lips. What a shame. You were doing so well. He drew a quick rune in the air, and with a flick of his wrist, the door behind him slammed shut. Simultaneously, he raised a hand and lifted Kai and me off our feet, suspended by our jackets. It wasn't like levitating. That was Archon etherarchy. Solrak's Silvermark was a Scion's, and Scions couldn't use their telekinesis on anything living. He traced another rune faster than I could register, and the illusions over Kai and me burst, dissolving into gold flickers. I found myself standing there, once again looking like a black-haired, half-born 17-year-old. Beside me, Kai no longer looked like an egotistical bodybuilder. He had his hand to his head as he hung limply in the air, exhausted from too much ether use. He'd let his ether well run too low, which always gave him a nasty headache. It was a mystic thing. Solrak seemed to recognize it too, using a hand to gently lower him to the floor. Within seconds, at least a dozen members of the Knights of the Torch faced us, many of them brandishing weapons. Valla stood ready at the front of the pack with one of her sea axes. Oh, soot. At least the blood husky looked unfazed. Had he known the whole time? With the illusion gone, I let my dumb starglass beard dissipate back into ether. How did you... I started. Solrak cut me off. Boone and Jax weren't retrieving Skystone in Ghost Lake. Valla took that as permission to pin me to the wall by the door with one arm, the other holding a blade to my throat. My eyes widened. This was not how I wanted to die. Thorn sensed my distress and sent a signal through our bond that he was coming. But he'd never make it in time. I told him to stay away. A wyvern breaking into the bar wouldn't end well for any of us. We came to a compromise, Thorn promising to come halfway and stand by.
Asher, Kai, seriously?
Came Kari's exasperated voice. I slowly saluted and gave a half grin, careful not to make any sudden movements.
You know these imposters?
Valla asked Kari, pressing her blade harder against my throat.
Unfortunately.
Kari said.
The one on the floor is my little brother Kai, and that's Asher, his idiot friend. They're stupid, but harmless.
Most of the knights put their weapons away at that. Valla didn't. Kari crossed her arms, not making eye contact with me. She looked something between embarrassed and angry. I didn't blame her. Solrak put a hand on Valla's shoulder and smiled. They look like promising new recruits, don't you think? Valla scowled.
They snuck into our meeting.
Which is the best thing that could have possibly happened, Solrak laughed. Now we know we could use better security. He grandly gestured to Kai on the floor. Though I must say, those illusions were truly top-notch. Far better than anything I could do. Despite the headache, you're quite the talented young mystic. Kai, was it? Kai nodded. And you? Solrak gestured to me this time. Not a bad performance at all. You had Boone's grumpy mannerisms down. We could use a brazen talker with no regard for sanity. And we don't have a half-born yet. Well, I do have a drop or two of Drakai blood on my father's side. Anyhow, we'd love to consider you for the team. That is, if Valla can ever find it in her heart to relinquish her hold on your throat. Apparently, Valla could not yet find it in her heart.
They know too much.
she said, holding the blade fast. Solrak put a hand to his chin. Let's consider for a moment. If we kill them, what do we gain? Kari gasped.
We would
Valla hesitated.
we'd maintain our security.
While also offending our own lovely Kari and ridding the world of one exceptional illusionist and one possibly half-decent astromancer. I see a solution where we both maintain our secrecy and unite some useful magi to the cause. That solution? Recruitment. Valla looked over her shoulder at Solrak, her sea axe pressing uncomfortably close to my jugular vein.
How can you not see them as a problem?
She glared. Because His Majesty doesn't, Solrak said with a shrug. With that, the blood husky barked happily, then trotted over and rubbed his nose against my leg. His Majesty is an impeccable judge of character, Solrak said. His Majesty was the dog's name. Despite everything, I grinned. I couldn't like this guy on principle, him being a noble and all, but he had picked a great name for his dog, and I'd never been more grateful for Dracalope jerky. Valla may have been the one holding me in place with her blade, but Solrak still kept me suspended in the air, the rune glowing strong over his forehead. He strode over to the table in the center of the room and pressed a panel on its side. A hidden compartment slid open, and Solrak pulled out a cluster of glasses and a large bottle. Now, Valla, Solrak said as he poured, you can obviously do what you like, but my vote is you cut the foolish yet potentially useful adolescents a little slack so we can discuss their joining the Knights of the Torch. And not at the edge of a blade. Reluctantly, Valla backed off. Solrak finally lowered me to the ground with another flick of his wrist. I let out a breath of relief and rubbed my throat as the runes over his forehead dissipated. Thanks, I said. I like my neck. Valla glared and feigned a lunge at me. I yelped, and she seemed satisfied. Fine. I deserved that. Kari, join us, please, Solrak said as he psionically pulled several chairs to a lushly decorated corner of the room. A thick red rug lay over the floor, and several proud, enormous Dracalope heads were mounted on the wall. He set up the glasses on a short, intricately carved side table and beckoned for us to join him. I reached out a hand to Kai to help him up off the floor. I gave him a meaningful look as he stood. As usual, I had no plan, and for once, it looked like he didn't either. Apparently, a recruitment chat and drinks hadn't been in his notebook of potential backup plans. We joined Solrak, Valla, and Kari at the chairs in the corner. His Majesty padded over, curling up his muscular mass of red fur between all of us and seeming perfectly at ease. I wished I could share the sentiment. Through our bond, I could feel Thorn's anxiety too. I channeled my thoughts toward him, willing him to know we'd be all right and to stay put until we knew more. He begrudgingly agreed, staying perched atop a small hill nearby. First things first, Solrak began as he took a drink, his grip on the glass light and sophisticated. He was definitely a noble.
How did you know to impersonate Boone and Jax?
I hope you haven't harmed my friends in their travels, as that would change my opinion of you considerably. Kai looked at me anxiously. It was time to come clean. We never met them, I started, and we have no idea where they are. Kai read the mind of the barkeep. Genius. We definitely need a good seer on the team. We've got the Farseer, of course, but he's rather elusive and vague. Not much one for doing the nitty-gritty work, if you know what I mean. Solrak clapped and laughed, then looked to Valla as if expecting her to join in. She didn't. What prompted you to infiltrate our meeting tonight? Solrak continued. Wait, let me guess. Kari's been quite secretive about her involvement with the Knights. Perhaps because she, being the older sister, wanted to protect her younger brother from such worries. Especially after what happened with your parents. So you followed her, wanting to make sure she wasn't in over her head? He smiled wide, leaning back in his chair and taking another drink. Kari, Kai, and I looked at each other. That's about right, I said. You know what happened to our parents? You mean they're not dead? Kai asked, and I couldn't be sure if he was asking Solrak or Kari. Oh, no, Solrak replied, and for the first time since we walked into the knight's hideout, he wasn't smiling. The odds of that are quite slim. I wish I knew what happened to Kaiden and Kalari, but I'm afraid I don't know any more than you do. Kai's face fell, and Kari put a comforting hand on his shoulder. Now, Asher, Solrak said, just after Kai's illusion went out, I noticed you'd managed to produce some sort of makeshift beard made from what I'm willing to bet was starglass. Starglass so fine it convinced Valla when she touched it. Not bad. Thanks. Not bad, but not terribly useful either, Solrak said bluntly. Can you do anything of actual significance? For whatever reason, I felt a strong need to prove that I was just as valuable as Kai. We hunted and raided as a team, after all. All right, then. I leaned forward in my chair, breathing deeply and accessing my ether well. My eyes glowed gold as I felt the familiar rush of exhilarating power. I looked down at my hands and focused the ether into the shape of a cup. I presented it to Solrak. He took it, examining it for a moment before pouring his drink from the cup in his hand into the one I'd just made from Starglass. He took a long drink, holding all of our attention. Ah, he exhaled, holding up the empty Starglass cup. Is that all you've got? I thought for a second, imagining what I could make that would impress a leader in a lawless rebel organization. I dismissed the cup from his hand and burned more ether. This time, I formed a Starglass key in my hand, like the one I'd used at the Whitestone Hall prison. As Solrak and the rest watched, I morphed the Starglass key, first adding more layers of Starglass to make it large and old-fashioned, then removing layers to make it smaller with fewer notches. I formed and reformed it a few more times before dismissing the key as well. Solrak leaned forward. That's more like it. Boone could do with learning finer control like that. Remarkable.
Can you make anything that would keep you alive in combat?
Valla said. Somehow I wasn't surprised she was thinking about violence. I quirked a smile at her and stood up. My eyes flashed gold, and I focused pure ether into white, crystalline Starglass. It started over my heart, then grew to form armor all over my body. Then, once she and Solrak looked sufficiently impressed, I channeled more ether to form my favorite style of dragonhook spear. Since Starglass was lighter than steel, I always made the crystalline blade larger than it would normally be to give it enough weight to be effective. And since I didn't have to worry about the practicality of carrying it around, I added a second, smaller, hooked blade on the bottom of the shaft. And because I was sure Valla would want me to prove I could use it, I spun the spear a couple of times in my hand. I whipped the blade around as if fighting an enemy, ending in a defensive stance. Solrak stood and clapped. Now that's something you don't see every day, he said, grinning widely. That's far better than decent. That's excellent. Your teacher should be proud. Although, being from Steel Rim, am I to believe you're self-taught? I nodded. Both my parents were magi. My father was a rifter, and my mom had been a shadowbinder, but neither was an astromancer like me. My mom had taught me a thing or two about levitation, since that was the one power shared by all archons. But with magi being illegal, we couldn't exactly go around looking for a teacher. Everything I knew about astromancy I'd learned through trial and error.
Okay, so he can do some tricks with Starglass.
Valla grumbled.
Can you manipulate raw ether, like into ether darts or pulses?
I dismissed my spear and armor, and they vanished into golden stars as I shook my head. No matter, Solrak said. All that is Boone's specialty anyway. Perhaps the two of you can teach each other. Well, assuming he hasn't died a horrible death at Ghost Lake. Solrak let out another resounding laugh. Kai and I looked at each other. This was an interesting guy. Again, I resisted the urge to like him, reminding myself to never trust nobles. I guess that settles it, Solrak continued. I must say, between the infiltration and your etherarchy, that was the best audition I've seen in a while. Truly top-notch. I'll have to consult the other two heads, but I think these two would make excellent Knights of the Torch. That is, if you're interested in fighting for an end to magi oppression. Kai and I shrugged. I wasn't not interested in ending magi oppression. I just wasn't sure about these Knights of the Torch or Solrak himself. Then I remembered what Kari said back in Thorn's Den. I realized the Knights of the Torch must have been who told her about the Black Valkyrie being in Drakfell. After all, Solrak had mentioned her whereabouts again during the meeting. If the Knights could help me get to her, maybe I could finally get revenge for what she did to my mother. Solrak went on. Of course, we'll need Kari's full endorsement. All eyes turned to Kari. She looked back and forth between Kai and me, and I got the sense she was worried. She probably didn't want us to get in too deep and end up getting in trouble. But she also knew us. We risked our lives constantly on raids. How was this any different? Kari gave a single nod. Excellent, Solrak clapped his hands together. More drinks while we brief them on. Suddenly, the door banged open, cutting Solrak off. A thin knight burst into the room, looking wildly around until he locked eyes with Solrak. Mage Hunters. Kari, Kai, and I froze. Valla jumped to her feet, drawing her sea axes. Solrak slowly stood. How many? 2 enforcers. The keeper of Whitestone Hall called for them, looking for a half-born thief who stole her dragon eggs. The Baron here directed them to the house of some half-born boy on the edge of town. My blood ran cold. I was the only half-born in town. That meant the Mage Hunters had sent enforcers to my house. Dad. I was rushing for the door in an instant. I had to get to my dad. If the Mage Hunters found out he was a magi, they'd silvermark and execute him.
Asher, wait!
Kari and Kai tried to hold me back, but Kai was too weak from ether overuse and I successfully wrenched free. I'd almost made it to the door when I felt a yank from my midsection. Then I was skidding backward, being dragged by my belt. I looked back and saw a golden rune glowing over Solrak's brow. His hand made a pulling motion, then a stopping motion as I came to a halt. Let me go, I shouted. You don't understand. My dad, he's in danger. Don't act too hastily, Solrak said calmly. Rushing to your home now would be foolish. You'd only endanger your father further. He's right, Asher, Kai agreed, ever the planner. I say this is a wonderful opportunity, Solrak continued to hold me back with his etherarchy. The Mage Hunters will be after you, not the Knights. That'll give us quite the upper hand. We need to strategize. Come up with a great story for why they have the wrong half-born thief. Kari spoke up.
But they don't have the wrong half-born thief.
Inconsequential.
So what do we do now?
Valla asked. We have Asher do what he does best, Solrak said. What? I asked. Solrak smiled. Talk. Wait, Kai interjected, pulling out his black leather notebook and opening to a blank page. First, we'll need something to convince them that Asher's been hard at work in Steel Rim the past several days, and that he couldn't have been in Whitestone Hall. What do we need for that? I asked. Kai was already writing. We need to kill a craghopper. Not just any craghopper, the giant one that's been terrorizing Steel Rim for over a year. My vibrant green eyes grew even brighter. Carl? Kai nodded. Carl.
Fragment. Valla. Valla used her sea axe to hack through the thick, tangled smoke sage near Steel Rim's cliffs. She channeled her aggression into each swing, halfway imagining that the prickly brambles were the heads of her enemies. Mage Hunters, mostly. Decapitating things helped her relax. Solrak had been foolish to welcome the infiltrators so quickly into their circle. Then again, Solrak was always assuming people had good intentions. That's why he needed Valla. She never assumed people had good intentions. Either way, Valla knew she needed to hurry now. Her task was simple. Track down the enormous dragon goat that lived along the cliffs. The craghopper the half-born had idiotically dubbed Carl. Valla took out the last smoky briar with a clean slice from her sea axe. As she stepped into the clearing, she found herself staring at the boarded-up entrance to an old mine shaft. But not just any old shaft. This was the same one Valla had visited the last time she'd been to Steelrim, just over a decade ago. Her senses must have been kicking in, leading her to the familiar spot. Valla could almost hear the screams from the miners echoing inside the cave as she remembered the last time she was here. She'd been young, traveling with Solrak and the others for the first time. She hadn't yet become Solrak's personal bodyguard, but already she felt a certain protectiveness over him. They'd come to Steelrim to do what Solrak did best, recruit more people into the Knights of the Torch. They'd met Kari's parents in the Drunken Drake Tavern to talk over the Knight's purpose. Kari's parents were excited to learn more, and they'd even brought a few friends to hear what Solrak had to say. They'd just gotten their drinks when a man came rushing into the tavern covered in dirt and scrapes. He'd cried out, pleading for someone, anyone in the bar to help. There'd been a collapse at the mines. Without hesitation, one of Kari's parents' friends leaped to her feet. She was a half-born, with bright dragonfire green eyes and scale-tipped ears. Zarana knew many of the people working in the mines that day, and was racing from the tavern within moments. Zarana's husband, Akedo, had grabbed his Scaleslayer crossbow before taking off after her. Solrak, Vidya, Elegan, Valla, and the rest followed close behind. By the time Valla and the others had reached the mine's entrance, Zarana had already pulled out at least half a dozen miners. Zarana wasted no time, her eyes aglow with gold arcanic power as she used her shadow binding to eat away at the dirt and beams that held the last miner captive. Valla remembered admiring how brazenly Zarana had used her etherarchy in front of her neighbors. She hadn't been initiated into the Knights, yet she was living their code naturally, by putting others' lives ahead of her own. Suddenly, a feral roar had erupted from within the collapsed mine. Zarana rushed to pull the last miner out. Once he was free, Akedo carried him to safety as an onslaught of dirt cascaded onto Zarana, burying her alive. Valla had yelped, worried for the woman. Soon, another roar sounded as a hulking, stone-scaled drake climbed through the pile of dirt and debris blocking the mine entrance. At once, Valla realized that the mine collapse had been no accident, and the wild drake wasn't about to let the miners go without a fight. Solrak, Vidya, and a few others had tensed, unsure whether to fight the drake or flee with the miners. But before they could decide, a sharp, Drakai scimitar sprouted from the pile of dirt behind the drake. Valla had all but given Zarana up for lost when the half-born woman came shooting out of the debris. Her eyes glowed once more as she used her levitation powers to balance as she ran up the creature's spiny back. With a yell, Zarana used her shadow-binding power to light the edge of her scimitar with black shadow fire. She swung at the stone-scale drake's nearly impenetrable hide, slicing the thick horn on his nose clean off his face. The shadow fire along the edge of her blade had eaten through the bone, and the horn thumped against the earth as it fell. The drake bellowed in rage, pounding the rocks with its massive feet and sending golden patterns across the ground wherever it stepped. Each step sent out a shockwave, and Valla remembered having to throw out her hands to steady herself. Solrak and Vidya both drew their weapons, ready to join Zarana against the drake.
Wait.
Akedo had said, rushing back after getting the miners out of harm's way.
She'll never forgive me if I let you step in.
Are you crazy? Vidya replied. That beast is too strong for one person to fight alone, even a magi. Akedo gave a lopsided grin.
Then you haven't seen Zarana.
He turned to his wife as she clashed with the rampaging drake.
How are you doing, honey?
Zarana's scimitar arced through the air, slicing through the stone scale's thick hide. The beast roared, slashing back with a claw. Zarana's eyes burned an even brighter gold as she used her shadow binding to phase shift, make parts of herself into semi-incorporeal darkness, through the strike. Valla's jaw dropped as she watched the drake's sharp talons pass straight through Zarana's torso, leaving her completely unscathed. I'm doing fine, my Rakai, Zarana replied, using the Drakai word for love. I'll be just another minute. Akedo laughed and shook his head.
Soot, I love that woman.
Valla and the others watched in awe as Zarana finished off the drake with a final graceful slash to its neck. Valla appreciated the instinct. The chilly desert night wind blew, shaking Valla from the memory. The mineshaft was sealed shut now, all evidence of the tremendous feat of shadow binding gone. Zarana may not have joined the Knights of the Torch in the end, but she'd certainly inspired Valla that day. Valla hoped to one day show that kind of bravery, selflessness, and skill in the face of danger. No, not hoped. Valla trained. The sound of howling pulled Valla's attention northward. Ridge runners. The draconic wolves would know where the craghopper was. All Valla needed to do was ask them, and if they were stingy about the information, she could always take down their alpha to get them to comply. Valla sheathed her sea axe, then placed a hand on the marked polar wolf's fang that hung from a cord around her neck. She felt a tug in her gut as angular gold patterns glowed to life along her arms, legs, torso, and face. A golden mist surrounded her for just a moment as she shifted. Valla let out a harsh snarl as she leapt from the dissipating golden cloud. She landed smoothly on the pads of her 4 paws, the white fur along her back catching the moonlight. Within moments, Valla, now in full polar wolf form, disappeared into the trees, heading north along the cliffside.
Chapter 5. Carl. A pair of massive horns curled twice, sprouting majestically out of the beast's head. His thick, scaly back hunched intimidatingly over his front claws. Craghopper claws were something between a dragon's talon and a goat's hoof, good for keeping balance on cliffs, but sharp enough to tear through dragon hide. Carl, the massive craghopper, stood majestically atop the cliff face overlooking Steel Rim. The full moon shone brightly behind him as he surveyed his territory, the light glinting off of the armored gray and white scales that grew along his back and joints. Even from the base of the cliff, I could tell it was Carl and not just any run-of-the-mill craghopper. Carl was twice as big, at least Thorn's size, and 10 times angrier. A craghopper running through Steel Rim every once in a while was no big deal. They had pretty big appetites, so a few farmers might lose some crops and maybe a wyvern hog or 2. But the problem with craghoppers was that they ate everything. Everything. When they hunted in packs, the good folk of Steel Rim lost all kinds of livestock, fields, fences, sometimes even homes. Carl was the worst one of all. He could eat as much as a pack by himself. Over this last year, he'd consumed several fields' worth of barley and almost all of Old Man Joseph's herd of dragon buffalo. Not to mention he'd bitten sizable chunks out of half the walls in town. Wood, thatch, adobe, stone. Carl's digestive system didn't mind. He'd even choked down an entire wall on Baron Iden's personal estate. For that, I had to give the huge draconic goat some credit. Part of me wondered if I could train him to only eat the property of nobility, but unfortunately, I had bigger things to worry about. Normally, when Kai and I weren't out on raids, we were hard at work doing our cover job, crag chasing. If we could claim we'd been out hunting Carl on the cliffs these past few days, there wasn't a citizen of Steel Rim who wouldn't vouch for the legitimacy of that story. They may have believed our story if we came home empty-handed, but showing up with Carl in tow would make it undeniable. "Stars, Valla," I said in a hushed voice as we stared up at the beast. "Kai and I have been after Carl for months. You tracked him in a matter of hours." By my side, Thorn let out a growl of approval. I rubbed him under the chin. He appreciated a good hunter.
"I'm a wild shaper, remember? Tracking a craghopper is nothing, especially one this big,"
she said with a small glare my way. I guess she still hadn't forgiven me for tricking her with my boon performance. "It's perfect," Kai said, slipping off of Thorn's back as he finally looked up from his black leather notebook. He had been riding on Thorn's back as we followed Valla, scribbling out his plans and backup plans. It honestly impressed me he was up to doing anything at all after pouring so much of his ether into our illusions earlier. But Solrak had shown us a small ether vent through a door in the Drunken Drake's basement. Kai and I had refilled our ether wells there, and Kai even filled a quartz crystal Solrak had given him with a little extra. According to Valla, the real Jax was constantly running out of ether, so Solrak always pressured him to refill his ether crystals as often as possible. We hadn't had time to get Kai's ether well quite back to brimming, but the quartz crystal lent him enough ether to get back into the action. Good thing, too, because we had to bag this craghopper as quickly as possible. I was itching to get back to my father to make sure he was all right. I hated the idea of him hosting Mage Hunter enforcers overnight, but the Knights of the Torch assured me they'd keep an eye on my home while we took down Karl. "Why are you guys so willing to help?" I asked Valla. Valla shrugged.
Beats me. Solrak said to.
"It's not because I'm so charming?" I grinned, and Thorn chortled quietly, sending me a warm eye roll feeling through the bond. Valla didn't dignify me with a comment on that. Fair.
Even if Solrak wasn't interested in recruiting you and Kai, you and your father are magi. The Knights of the Torch help magi. It's part of our code.
A wave of gratitude hit me. Despite what Kai and I had always believed, maybe the Knights weren't all that bad. And they had a code? I wondered what the specifics of that might be. At least Valla was here with us, not like some above-it-all noble like Solrak. They always managed to avoid doing the dirty work.
I'll watch from the brush.
Valla muttered. "Wait, what?" I said. "You're not going to help?" "She can't," Kai said, pointing to a page in his notebook that he and I both knew I wouldn't read. "It has to look like you and I killed it. If Valla helps, questions could arise." Valla nodded to Kai, then gave me another disapproving look before melting silently into the brush. Maybe the code of the Knights of the Torch wasn't so great after all. As nice as it would have been to have Valla and her 1,500 weapons with us, I was sure Kai and I could handle this, especially with Thorn as backup. Plus, with Valla watching, maybe she'd see I wasn't bad in a fight. My impulsive charm wasn't getting her respect, but perhaps my combat skills would get me on her good side. Or at least, off her bad side. In the night sky, another bright green skyfall slashed across the blackness, far to the south. I looked at Kai, ready for the plan. "Armor up," he said, readying his crossbow. My crystalline starglass armor caught the streams of moonlight through the clouds as I hover-dashed up the cliffside. I weightlessly darted from foothold to foothold, zigzagging up the cliff. The clawed toes Kari had made for my boots mimicked a craghopper's claws, helping me find purchase on the nearly sheer surface. I was honestly a little excited that Kai's plan involved me running up to Karl's overlook on my own, rather than on Wyvernback. Flying on Thorn was the best, but sometimes I liked to really experience the adventure with my own 2 feet. Although, according to Kai, the chances of death or serious injury were extremely high. That made me smile. His reasoning was that craghoppers were prey to larger flying dragons and had experience in avoiding them. Karl would be far less likely to run from a lone human scaling the cliffside on his own. I finally reached the top of the cliff, using one last burst of arcanic levitation power to boost myself quietly over the ridge. I dusted off my pants, then scanned the flat cliff top for Karl the craghopper. Unfortunately, he spotted me first. Karl's beady black eyes were murderous. His thick, muscular legs tensed, and his front clawed hoof pawed at the dirt. With a wild snort, Karl charged. My bright green eyes blazed gold as I conjured my Starglass Dragonhook spear. My instincts told me to run for my life, but Kai's plan called for me to hold my ground on the edge of the cliff. I counted down in my mind as Karl got closer. His thick, reinforced ram's horns would hit me in 3, 2, 1. At the last possible moment, I fell backward off the cliff. I added a brief salute to Karl on the way down just for fun. Wind rushed past my scale-tipped ears for just a second before I flared my ether, levitating myself enough to stop my momentum and gain my footing a little over halfway down the cliffside. With an enraged roar, Karl followed, only he didn't lose control like Kai had hoped. Instead, he turned on his clever hooves and began pursuing the tasty magi halfborn. the rocky terrain hardly slowed him down. That was fine. I was sure Kai's plan 2 would kick in any moment now. Thud. Kai's crossbow bolt hit the rock. His shot lodged harmlessly into the cliff, grazing some of Karl's armored scales but narrowly missing his ribs. Kai's shot had failed, but he had definitely succeeded in making Karl angrier. With a barbaric snort, Karl dove forward, horns poised to gore me. I caught the horns around the spiral with my spear, which saved me from the attack, but allowed Karl to drive me over the edge. I hung from the spear, my feet dangling over pure nothing. Then, Karl began madly thrashing his head. My spear's hold slipped, and the next thing I knew, I was falling. I slowed my descent with some levitation, but if I tried to land on the cliffside now, I'd be a sitting duck for Karl. Luckily, Plan 3 came swooping in, catching me on his back as we soared away. Thorn sent me a fiery, loyal feeling through our bond. Together, we swooped back around toward Karl and the cliff. On the ground below, I saw Kai fumbling to reload his crossbow. Unfortunately, Karl noticed him too. He started down the cliff toward Kai. Soot. We'd have to adjust. Luckily, Thorn and I had an idea of our own. Thorn, shoot, I thought through our bond. He gave a roar, then swung his tail toward the enormous craghopper. The pointed blade at the tip of Thorn's tail released from the rest of his tail, launching a spike as long as my forearm right at Karl. I didn't give Thorn his name for nothing. The spike hit true, lodging between the scales over Karl's hunched back. I felt Thorn glow with pride through the bond. Based on Karl's feral howl, that hurt. But it wasn't enough to drop him, and even though gold sentinel patterns were already tracing around Thorn's tail to regrow the spike, it would take a minute or two to fully regenerate, so another shot from him was out. Thorn, get me closer. I needed to get back onto the cliff to keep Karl's attention off of Kai. Thorn did his best, getting me as close to the cliff and Karl as his wingspan would safely allow. It was close enough. Thorn sensed my plan and turned, angling so that his long tail faced the cliffside. My eyes glowed gold as I burned more ether. Then I hover ran down Thorn's back and made a wild, flying leap off the end of his tail. My legs pedaled through open space as I launched myself toward the cliff. I used my dragonhook spear to stab at the cliffside to help me stick the landing as I gained my footing on the cliff face's narrow footholds. I landed right where I wanted to, just a short distance down cliff from angry Karl. From the ground below, I heard Kai yell something about that not being part of the plan. I brandished my spear, gesturing with one hand for the craghopper to come at me. Karl obliged. I rushed to meet him, aiming my spear at his chest, but Karl's head was so enormous that when he ducked at the last second, my spear once again got tangled in his horns. He thrashed once, wrenching the spear from my hands and tossing it off the cliff. Another benefit of forming them from starglass: it hurt less when I lost them. Karl seemed pretty happy that I was weaponless. He pawed at the ground and backed up along the narrow path, preparing for another charge. Kai? I called out. Got any more backup plans? I could just make out some curse words. Below, I caught a tiny flicker of gold light, which must have been Kai rune tracing. Suddenly, another me, down to the messy black fang knot hairstyle and turquoise bandana, appeared directly in front of me. I caught on to Kai's idea quickly. Leaving the illusory Asher standing there, wide open, I skidded over the edge of the cliffside, dropping down to another shallow outcropping below. Both the real me and the illusion of me conjured a new spear out of starglass. I looked up as Karl ran, horns poised toward the illusion of me. Illusion Asher swung his spear in a windmill motion, fearlessly facing the beast. I wondered if the real me looked that fierce. I didn't get to consider that for long, because Illusory Asher promptly got gored by a pair of giant craghopper horns. I jabbed with my spear from the outcropping below, catching it on one of Karl's patches of armored scales as Illusory me disappeared in a shower of starry golden ether dust. My spear didn't do much, but it threw Karl off balance and sent him skidding. Carl looked confused for only a moment before he caught sight of me down below. He snorted, then began another descent toward me. "Give me another one!" I yelled down to Kai. He understood, and by the time Carl got onto my level, 2 more illusory ashers flickered to life on either side of me. The asher on my right went first, rushing at Carl headlong. The asher to my left ducked, rolling off the side of the cliff and shimmying down to the next lowest foothold. Carl looked between the 3 of us, unsure which to pursue. In his anger, he chose the nearest threat, the illusory asher who was now only a few strides away. Carl dashed to meet him. The distraction gave me the opportunity to get around to Carl's side. Just as Carl struck illusion me, I jabbed him with my spear. Another gash appeared on Carl's side, and coppery, draconic blood poured from the wound. Carl bellowed in rage, and I swiped my weapon in a wide circle along the ground. The hook caught on his front hoof, and I yanked hard, causing Carl to stumble. Meanwhile, Kai made the other illusory asher levitate back into Carl's view, and Carl turned on him. Illusion Asher made a face, sticking his tongue out and crossing his eyes. "Come on, Kai. I wasn't that juvenile." "What now, goat breath?" I taunted as Carl readied himself to chase fake me. At the sound of my voice, Carl skidded to a stop, turning on the real me. Uh-oh. That was faster than I'd expected. I didn't have time to dodge. When Carl's horns hit, it knocked the wind out of me and cracked my starglass chestplate. Luckily, he hadn't been far enough away to build the speed to do more damage. I barely caught myself on a small foothold a few feet away. Thorn tried to get in to help, but the cliff face was too tight and I was too close to Carl for him to attack clearly. Carl came at me again. With nowhere else to go, I rolled off the rock and out of his way. Just then, a crossbow bolt stuck into Carl's shoulder. He bellowed, turning down the cliffside toward Kai. Carl rushed down the cliff, straight at him. Scorch, he was fast. I tried to keep up, but it was no use. I stumbled down the nearly sheer cliff face, barely faster than falling, while Carl gracefully thundered toward Kai. I could just make out the faint traces of warped golden light trailing behind the hulking beast. I tried my best to direct my descent toward an outcropping below. When I got to it, I flared my ether and launched myself out and into the air away from the cliffside. Thorn could feel what I needed him to do. Before gravity had the chance to pull me down, Thorn swooped in underneath me, catching me mid-flop on his back. "Thanks, buddy," I thought through the bond. He sent back a feeling as warm as the sun's rays. Carl was so fast, it was no wonder he'd never been caught. I thought of the way the air behind him warped and tinged gold as he ran, and realized he must have been using some form of archonic etherarchy to propel himself forward. Maybe I could do the same. I scrambled to sit up as Thorn flew downward. We had to intercept Carl before he got to Kai. At the bottom of the cliff, I saw Kai standing wide open, crossbow at the ready. Carl had just reached the bottom. It only took him a moment to regain his footing, which was all the time Kai needed to take his next shot. Carl roared as a new crossbow bolt sprouted from the side of his thick neck, right next to Thorn's tailspike. But the giant craghopper still didn't go down. Thorn and I were close, but not close enough to catch Carl. He charged toward Kai with renewed gusto. Kai reached for another bolt to reload, but there was no way he'd have time. So, I did the only natural thing. My eyes burned with golden ether light as I flung myself off of Thorn's back. I willed my ether to propel me forward like Carl's charge. This was new. I felt the breakthrough as I accessed my ether in a new way. It drained a lot more of my power than I'd expected. While my usual hover dashing left a warped golden trail in the air behind me, this extra fast use of my levitation abilities left a jet of misty white ether in my wake. Like a shooting star, I sped forward through the air and slammed into Carl's back. Carl was livid, but at least it threw off his momentum. He flailed, bucking his hind feet into the air over and over again. It was all I could do to hold on to the spike Thorn had lodged between the scales in Carl's hunch. I rode the craghopper with everything I had. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kai finally get his next bolt loaded. He took aim. I had to give him a clear shot. I grabbed Carl by his massive horns, and I grunted as I pulled backward with all my strength, adding in some levitation for good measure. Carl reared back with my movement, exposing his massive goat-like chest. Kai took the shot, hitting the beast right in the heart. Carl went down instantly, and we fell together. I rolled to avoid getting crushed by his body and slammed right into a large rock. With a groan, I wished I'd had the forethought to reform my broken starglass chest plate. That was going to leave a bruise. At least the kick to my head from the Whitestone Hall keeper didn't seem so bad anymore and wouldn't stand out alongside my fresh injuries. Slowly, I staggered to my feet in time to see Valla emerging from her hiding place. She gave 3 slow claps. Despite my wounds, I took a bow.
Well done,
She started as she looked over the fallen craghopper.
Kai.
I looked up from my bow, brow furrowed.
Fantastic shot
She went on.
and brilliant illusion work.
Thank you, Kai beamed, looking only a little shaken up. What about me? I said, a little exasperated.
Asher,
She said, not bothering to look at me.
you made an excellent distraction.
Distraction? Is that all?
A valuable position. Gives the true warriors the opportunities they need to strike at a foe.
She said, patting Kai on the shoulder and nodding to Thorn. Kai beamed even brighter while I felt Thorn glow through our bond. Was she saying she didn't think I was a true warrior? Had she not seen me riding Carl? She took in my indignant face, then closed her eyes. I could have sworn she muttered.
Celine, give me peace.
Kai shot me an apologetic look. Hey, that hover charge you did to land on his back was cool. New breakthrough? I nodded. I'll have to keep that in mind for future plans, Kai said, already scratching down notes in his book. I smiled as Valla glanced over toward the distant mountains to the east.
Sunrise is soon.
She said ominously.
We need to get this thing back to your father's home before the Mage Hunters get antsy.
Getting the gargantuan craghopper home was no easy task. Valla helped us put together a makeshift sledge using 2 long, thick branches, with another tied perpendicularly between them. It took a lot more of my levitation power than I was happy with to load Carl onto the contraption. I could feel that my ether well was over halfway drained. We harnessed the sledge onto Thorn's back. There was no way he'd be able to carry Carl while flying, so we trekked back into town the long way. As we walked, I felt the fatigue setting in. I hadn't slept since my night in Whitestone Hall's dungeon. My head throbbed from the keeper's kick to the head. That pain was still there, but it hardly compared to the recent injuries from Carl. Whitestone Hall felt like a lifetime ago, but I had to be alert and ready. Kai was in the clear, but it was up to me to convince the Mage Hunters that I'd been nowhere near Whitestone Hall these past few days. Then they'd move on, and the Knights of the Torch could move forward with their plans. Most importantly, my dad would be safe. We'd be able to pawn the stolen dragon eggs, and he'd have enough funds to relocate to Skygard and the promise of safety. The journey from here to Skygard was difficult, but Kai had done some research on ways we could get in, for the right price. As for me, I planned to take Solrak up on his offer to join the Knights. But not because I knew all that much about their code of honor or whatnot. It was because they could get me to the Black Valkyrie. We made sure to have Thorn drag Carl through Steel Rim to make sure others saw our prize and could vouch for our story. We passed the last few homes before arriving at my family's longhouse at the edge of town, just as the first rays of day began shining over the cliffs. Our home was on the humbler side, just a squat, brown adobe hovel with a roof we'd thatched and fireproofed ourselves. A small, blue bramble-vine cactus garden grew along either side of the wooden front door, though the garden was not as well tended as it once was. The flowering plants grew wild, tangling as they climbed up the front wall of the house. The garden had been my mom's idea. When I was 8, she and I had hiked the desert mountain trails, searching for just the right sprigs to bring home. I'd been so excited, I'd pricked my fingers on the sharp thorns so many times I started crying. Mom had used her shadow binding powers, patiently wrapping each finger in shadow silk. She then explained to me that the plants, while beautiful, had a sharp side. The thorns were the cactus's way of protecting itself. You had to be careful how you approached, but once you got to the flower, it was worth it. Even years after her death, looking at the cactus garden was painful, but not as painful as it would be to get rid of the garden altogether. With a nod to me for luck, Kai and Valla disappeared around the bend in the road. This part I had to do on my own. I was the half-born, after all. I ran over the plan in my head. The knight who'd relayed the message told us that Whitestone Hall had sent for Mage Hunter enforcers, which were regional agents brought in for specific operations. The ones in Whitestone Hall who'd been present at my execution were a locally stationed team. That meant the ones here wouldn't recognize me. Now I just had to get these highly trained enforcers to believe I'd spent the past few days nearly dying, taking on this giant craghopper. I inhaled deeply, then exhaled. Time for a show. At my prompting, Thorn let out a roar, alerting anyone who might be in the house that we were here. I climbed on top of Carl's giant body, one leg on his side, the other proudly atop his hunched back. Momentarily, the Mage Hunter enforcers came hurrying out of the house, their silver armor crisp and shiny. The silver pauldrons on their right shoulders bore the Mage Hunter's insignia, a sword thrust through a triangle representing the ethereal triad. When they looked out to see what was the matter, they saw me standing majestically atop my kill. The morning sunlight streamed behind, silhouetting Thorn, Carl, and me. I jumped down from Carl's back, my boots disturbing the dusty earth as I landed. The pair of Mage Hunters looked at me, and though their silver enforcer helmets hid their faces, I could tell they were surprised. And their body language told me they were more than a little impressed. I locked eyes with the more confident-looking of the two, my dragonfire green eyes bright and challenging. Trying to keep any nerves out of my voice, I called out across the yard. "Heard you were looking for me." Chapter 6. Inquisition. When the Mage Hunters finally stopped gaping, the more confident one removed her helmet to reveal long, blonde hair. A small wave of relief washed over me. She was definitely not the jailer's daughter.
"You're Cato's half-born son?"
she asked. I gave her a winning smile, slightly turning my head to show off the dark teal scaly tips of my pointed ears. I winked to emphasize the dragonfire color of my eyes. "What do you think?" The second Mage Hunter took off his helmet to get a better look, confirming that neither of these enforcers had seen me in Whitestone Hall. I didn't get too comfortable, though. They still looked intimidating with their gleaming silver plate armor, silver shields, and rich, dusk blue cloaks. Most Mage Hunters wore lighter armor, but these two must have specialized in bringing in targets by force. So much silver made them all but impervious to etherarchy. They still looked nervous about my wyvern, though. Silver stopped dragonfire too, but not the claws of a dragon 3 times their size. "Thorn, give us some space, eh?" I said, patting him on the nose. Sending my dragon away would show these two that I wasn't afraid. Thorn snorted and gave the enforcers a warning look before he flew off into the hilly, juniper-covered wilderness that was my backyard. He'd wheel around behind the house, out of sight, but near enough to help if need be. The enforcers visibly relaxed. Good. The woman was a little shorter than I was, and a lot older, probably in her mid-30s. The other Mage Hunter had thick red hair and was closer to my age and seemed to have a lot of nervous energy. If I had to guess, I'd say this was his first real-world magi interrogation. The older Mage Hunter gave her partner a meaningful look, and the newbie cleared his throat. "If you don't mind stepping inside, we, have a couple of questions." The older Mage Hunter jabbed him with an elbow, and her partner's tone shifted from shaky to something slightly sterner. I mean, step inside for questioning, half-born." Ah, yes, I said, striding past them toward the front door. That was much more intimidating. Come on in, then. Let's get this over with,
Wait.
the older one said. When I looked back, I saw a slender, silver rod in her hands, about the length of my forearm. Right, I said. I held out a hand and braced myself. She pressed the rod harshly into my palm, and a painful, icy sensation rushed through me from the point of contact. I felt a sort of internal block, cutting me off from my ether well. I kept my face even through the pain, raising an eyebrow just to emphasize how little the silver bothered me. I'd passed the silver rod test at least 100 times now.
Not a magi.
The older enforcer grumbled, sounding a little disappointed. I shrugged. So, no interrogation necessary then? The mage hunter shook her head, clearly annoyed by my casual attitude. Maybe she'd get thrown off her game if I got under her skin. Fair enough, I smiled. Come on in. I led them back through the front door and into my home. It wasn't much. Other than the 2 tiny bedrooms in the back, it was just the one room. A humble kitchen filled one corner, and an intricately carved dining table and 4 chairs stood proudly beside the only window. Asher. Dad stood up from his place at the table when he heard me come in. He carefully made his way toward me from across the room, his unseeing eyes unfocused. With the Mage Hunters here, he had to hide his etherarchy, which meant he was totally blind. Dad lost his sight the same day the Black Valkyrie took Mom. It made things more difficult for him, but still, I envied him. At least he'd fought back that day. Dad stumbled a little, then reached out, feeling through the air until he clasped onto my shoulder. I bit back a laugh. Dad and I both knew he could navigate our home with ease, but Dad loved to overplay the blind guy routine when we had company. It was smart, actually. Made him seem less threatening. In reality, if he used his etherarchy, I was pretty sure my dad could take both these mage hunters down without even breaking a sweat. I'm glad you're back. It's been so long since you went out. Dad trailed off, giving me a look. Crag chasing, I supplied. Crag chasing, of course. That's what I was telling these fine enforcers. My son's one of Steelrim's best crag chasers, you know. Ah, stop it, Dad, I said, stifling another chuckle. Dad needed to rein it in before he laid it on too thick. These mage hunter enforcers probably weren't as easy to fool as Baron Idan's idiot guards. We finally brought in the big one who's been eating up the buildings all over town, I bragged. He's outside now. I'll need to bring him into the butcher shop as soon as we're done here. I turned to the mage hunters. How long is this whole questioning thing gonna take? The new mage hunter left his mouth hanging open.
Think you're funny, half-born?
The older mage hunter crossed her arms across her chest. Me? Nah, but I am hungry. Anyone else want a sandwich? I'll take one, Dad said. The young mage hunter looked like he was about to say yes as well, but his partner gave him another elbow jab and he promptly shut up. Just 2 then, I said, making my way toward our meager kitchen. Don't just stand there, have a seat. Did my dad mention he carved the furniture himself? Obviously not recently, Dad said, gesturing toward his blank brown eyes. The mage hunters hesitated, but begrudgingly sat down. My dad took a place at the table too as I rifled through the cupboards for a loaf of bread. So, what brings you to Steelrim? I asked, infusing each word with as much casual energy as I could.
We ask the questions,
The older mage hunter said. I used a bread knife to gesture toward her, offering her the floor.
Where have you been over the past 2 days?
She said with as much authority as she could muster while sitting down. I sliced bread. The pieces turned out a little slanted. I was never much use in a kitchen. We just told you. I've been out bagging craghoppers. Did you not see that massive beast lying outside the house? Took me all week to track and nab him.
Ever been to Whitestone Hall?
That name rings a bell. Isn't that one of the Outlander towns near Keep Drakfell? On the east side of the Scar, right? No, Whitestone Hall is southwest of Steelrim, the newer mage hunter said, earning another glare from his more experienced partner. Oh, thanks. I don't get out much, I said, organizing my sandwich materials.
We've just come from Whitestone Hall after the keeper there called us in. Seems she lost something valuable.
said the woman. Dragon eggs, added the red-headed mage hunter, trying to be important. His partner looked like she wanted to murder him. What a shame, I lamented, slicing up some cheese and dragon buffalo meat. I hate it when obscenely rich nobles lose valuable things.
Don't test me, boy.
The older mage hunter stood up. That's right, Asher. Dad stood up as well. Don't test the nice woman. She's come all this way from her post miles away from here. Speaking of distances, let's think about Whitestone Hall. That's what, at least a 2-day journey from Steel Rim? And wasn't the keeper robbed yesterday? Call me crazy, but I don't see how anyone could rob Whitestone Hall yesterday, travel back to Steel Rim, track and capture the biggest craghopper in the Badlands overnight, and be home in time for breakfast. Speaking of breakfast, I said, walking over to the table with a large plate full of sandwiches, I made extras in case the two of you change your minds. I stood in front of the table's fourth chair, my eyes daring the mage hunter to sit down first. She wasn't backing down. With me, the mage hunter, and my father all standing now, the nervous mage hunter slowly rose to his feet as well so as not to feel left out. I shrugged and grabbed a sandwich.
The wyvern outside.
The older mage hunter said.
As the dragon flies, Whitestone Hall is only a half-day away.
Thorn? I laughed, and I was glad Kai had had the foresight to make me hide my dragon's heart scale inside the secret compartment on my belt. That's not my wyvern. It used to belong to one of the old ranchers on the edge of town before he died. Thorn still hangs out by the cliffs and helps me tow my larger kills back into Steel Rim. He's a good dragon, but he's not mine. The mage hunter narrowed her eyes. I saw them flash to my collarbone for a moment as if checking for a heart scale under my turquoise dust scarf. I rolled my eyes and lifted the scarf to prove there was nothing there. Besides, I said, taking a huge bite, then talking with my mouth full, even if I somehow managed to fly back from Whitestone Hall that quickly, then what? You think I hurried and flew back to Steel Rim, stashed the keeper's treasure in a cave somewhere, went out and tracked a giant craghopper, killed it, and lugged it back here just in time to meet you two? I laughed heartily at the almost completely true story I'd just told. It was how I always could trick Kai's mind-reading powers. It wasn't about trying to block out the truth from my mind. It was by remembering the truth, but with a few key twists. The mage hunters both looked stumped and frustrated. Finally, with a sigh, the older one stepped away from the table.
So maybe you were in Steel Rim,
she said. She took a few steps toward the doorway, then nodded for her companion to join her. The younger mage hunter scurried after her. Sorry to disappoint you, my father said. I did tell you the thief couldn't have been my son.
Thank you, Akato,
the older mage hunter said, opening the door with a creak. Hope the rich keeper finds their super valuable dragon eggs, I called as they left. Got to keep that wealth and power where it belongs. The red-headed mage hunter paused in the doorway, spinning to face me. His companion turned to see what was the matter. Ha! The newer mage hunter pointed at me. Caught you. Who ever said the keeper's treasure was dragon eggs? There was a moment of silence as I blinked back at him. You did, I said. That's true, you did, Dad added. Did I? The mage hunter looked at his older companion.
Yes, you did. Come on, Lothar,
she grumbled. The young mage hunter looked dumbfounded. His partner grabbed him by the scruff of his dusky blue cloak and dragged him back toward the door. Sandwich for the road? I offered. The red-headed mage hunter looked tempted, but he was too busy being hauled away. I closed the door behind them, counted to 9, then let out a long breath of relief. That relief was short-lived. Asher of Steel Rim, Dad's voice, so playful and light during our interrogation, was now colder than the mage hunter's silver rod. You and Kai were out stealing dragon eggs? Oh, soot. To be fair, the dragon eggs weren't the original target. I turned back to Dad. Stars. For a blind guy, he sure was glaring daggers at me. Dad raised a hand and rune traced, gold light following his finger in the air. The Rifter's rune for the sight appeared over his forehead, and the smallest fleck of gold light appeared deep in Dad's eyes. He marched over to me, staring down at my very soul. Literally. I knew he was staring at my soul because that's what the rune for the sight did. Dad said the sight let him see people's souls, or auras. Everyone's spirit had a different color and texture, clinging close to them. Dad didn't need his physical eyes to see. In fact, Dad saw more in Etheria, the spirit world, than any of us saw without the sight. Although, right now, I kind of wished Dad was still blind. Then I could hide from his scolding. I thought I told you to lay off raiding with Kai after you almost got killed in Naga Bay. They tried to execute you, Dad said, angry eyes boring into mine. So did Whitestone Hall, technically. Asher! He threw his hands up. This is exactly the kind of reckless behavior that's going to get you killed. Dad, I'm fine. This time? But what about next time, eh? One of these raids is going to end poorly, and your mother would never forgive me if I let that happen. Dad, Mom isn't here. That you can see, Dad said, looking over my shoulder. I looked behind me, but, of course, saw nothing. That made me angry. Dad swore he could sometimes see Mom's spirit still with us in Etheria. But every mystic book Kai had that mentioned the site only noted how tricky it was. How little we could really know about Etheria, and how sometimes rifters could go crazy from the things they saw. Researching the site wasn't easy. Almost every reference to rifting, along with the vast majority of rifters themselves, had been destroyed during Mad Queen Frida's Great Rifter Purge decades ago. Dad was one of the few rifters still around in Evgard. He had nobody to teach him the intricacies of the site or how to keep from losing himself in it. Since going blind in his fight with the Black Valkyrie, he used the sight almost constantly. He sometimes saw things and said things that just didn't make sense. He talked to himself a lot at night. But whenever I asked him about it the next day, he said he didn't remember talking to anyone. I wanted to believe that Mom's spirit was still around, but the longer Dad spent looking for her in Etheria, the more worried I became. I worried I was losing him too. The Black Valkyrie took my mom away from me that day 3 years ago. In some ways, I felt like she took away my dad as well. Dad sighed. I can't lose you too, Asher. I folded my arms. Well, lucky for you, I won't be going on any more raids. Dad raised an eyebrow the same way I always did. Oh, really? And I suppose Thorn won't be eating any more Dracolope either. And Kai won't be making plans in his notebook. And Kari won't be inventing any more thingamawats. Really, this last haul, the dragon eggs, once we sell them, it'll be enough to get you to Skyguard. You'll be safe. No more Mage Hunters. That's wonderful. But I can't help but notice you said it'll be enough to get you to Skyguard. You don't intend to come along? I shuffled my feet. Asher, Dad said, lowering his tone in the way only a father can. It's just, I might have found some people who know something about where the Black Valkyrie might be. No, but absolutely not. You can't go off chasing the most dangerous woman in Evgard. But Mom would want you to stay safe. That's why she died protecting you. Safe? I spat. This is what you call safety? Constantly hiding from Mage Hunters, always avoiding the guard? Nowhere is safe until the Black Valkyrie is dead. Suddenly, my dad looked past me and, using the sight, beyond the door. He signaled for me to be quiet. I froze. It's the Mage Hunters again. I recognize their auras. They've brought someone new with them. A few seconds later, a knock at the door made me jump. My dad let the rune over his forehead go out, then sat back down at the table. I took a few deep breaths to calm myself, then swung open the door with a smile. That smile instantly died.
Hello, half-born.
The older Mage Hunter said with a wicked grin. Her junior partner looked at me, an excited smirk on his face. Behind them stood a third Mage Hunter. A girl with a short black drake tail and a silver chain whip strapped to her belt. A pair of intense eyebrows lowered over smug brown eyes. Oh, soot. It was the jailer's daughter from Whitestone Hall.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 7. The Black Valkyrie. Thank the goddesses you found her, I said, throwing the door wide open and gesturing for the Mage Hunters to enter. They paused, confused. Found her? Asked the younger enforcer. This is my ex. I cupped my hand around my mouth as if I were letting him in on a secret. She's been stalking me for the past several months, accusing me of being a magi and trying to get me jailed. Haven't had any death threats or long-winded love letters in about a week, so I was starting to worry she'd been kidnapped or something. Through his helmet, I could see the redhead, Lothar, was almost buying it. His older companion wasn't. The jailer's daughter looked amused, as if she wanted to see what I came up with next. The seasoned mage hunter held a hand to her chin, thoughtful.
What's her name?
She asked. Without a moment's hesitation, I said the first name that came to mind. Helga. I was pretty sure Helga was the name of one of the elderly sisters of Straya who used to work at Steelrim's sorry excuse for a library. I wondered why my brain picked that now. The jailer's daughter scoffed. The older mage hunter shook her head, turning to the young woman.
What should we do with him, Gyra?
She asked. Oh, no, I said, shaking my head. She's lying about her name again? Real original, Helga. Come on. None of them were buying it now, not even the newbie.
Take him,
Gyra commanded, her tone cool and superior. The two enforcers each grabbed me by an arm, pulling me out of my home and holding fast. Thorn signaled me through the bond, ready to come at a moment's notice. I hesitated to get him involved. Any wounds he got with a silver sword wouldn't regenerate when he used his sentinel etherarchy. Their cold silver gauntlets stung my arms, even through my jacket, and I fought the urge to wince. Gyra took a few steps closer, looking me over from head to toe.
Nice try, but you're not my type, even if you weren't a half-born. Besides, you talk too much.
But that's part of the charm. It's what you used to love about me, Helga, honey. I winked.
Enough,
She said, with a flick of her wrist. On that signal, the older enforcer expertly kicked me in the back of the leg, sending me to my knees. She held me there by the arms as Gyra reached into a small bag clipped to her belt and pulled out a thin, silver writing stylus and a bottle of silver ink. Soot. That was a pen for silver marking. Pen wasn't quite the right word. It was more like a small knife used to brand magi by marking their left cheek with a silver symbol of their magi type. For me, they would cut an astromancer's silver mark. So much for passing the silver rod test. Gyra sneered.
They should have marked you as a magi back in Whitestone Hall. You'll obviously be executed properly this time, but in the meantime, don't think you'll avoid silver marking again.
Wait, Dad spoke up, feeling his way out the front door. Silver marking my son? That can't be right. I think I would have realized by now if my own son was a magi.
I saw him use etherarchy with my own eyes,
Gyra said flatly.
My studies at the academy tell me he's an archon, subtype astromancer.
But
Save your breath, blind man.
Dad didn't know what to do. He hadn't used his etherarchy in combat in a long time. I squirmed in the Mage Hunter's grasp, wondering if I should just summon Starglass and fight them off before they could mark me. They already knew what I was. Stars. I didn't even know if I could access my ether with the Enforcer's silver gauntlets cutting off my ether at my wrists. There were 3 of them, each with an arsenal of silver weapons. If it were me alone, I still might go for it. But with Dad around, he'd refuse to let me fight them off by myself. He'd use his etherarchy to try and save me, and in doing so, he'd reveal that he was a magi too. No. Fighting the Mage Hunters would only get us both killed. Instead, I was forced to do my least favorite thing in the world. Nothing. I closed my eyes and thought I heard some kind of commotion from down in the center of town. I was sure the Mage Hunters could hear it too, but they were focused on the task at hand. Through the bond, I could feel that Thorn was through with waiting. Despite my protests, he sent a torch-like flare to my heart to let me know that he was coming. But I knew he'd be too late. Jaira placed her hand on my cheek, silver marking pen ready. I braced myself for the chilling silver touch. Thunk! All of us turned our heads to stare at the crossbow bolt that had just lodged itself into the wall of the house amid the tangled cactus vines. Jaira lifted a hand to her cheek, where a faint line of red blood showed the bolt's path. Finally, our gazes followed that path to another home just down the way from us. "Why, hello there," a voice called. Of all people, Solrak smiled as he leaned against the side of the longhouse. "Yes, that was me. Don't worry, dear, I don't intend to harm you, truly. I just wanted to get your attention to let you know that Steelrim is under attack by a Drakai raiding party. You might want to take a look, as the battle is practically on your doorstep." He had the audacity to blow an over-the-top kiss before ducking away behind the other house. The three mage hunters looked at each other. I'd hoped they'd let me go in their haste, but instead, they dragged me along by the upper arms down the path toward town. The sound of a commotion grew louder as we turned the corner to get a better look behind a row of homes. The sight before our eyes was pure chaos. It honestly surprised me to see that Solrak hadn't been lying. When I looked down the street toward the heart of Steelrim, I saw a horde of Drakai, at least a dozen expert raiders. Many wielded 2 long-handled scimitars each, their strikes like fierce, graceful ocean waves in comparison to the unrefined efforts of the townspeople. Others hurled telekinetically powered boomerangs, Drakai Kalata, through the air to strike at unexpected angles before returning to their throwers. Even hardened outlanders like the folks of Steelrim didn't stand a chance. Steelrim's sorry excuse for a town guard was made up of a handful of volunteers wearing the tan cloaks of the Keepdom of Drakfell, joined by some crag chasers. I was sure there were more, both guard members and Drakai, that I couldn't see from here. I checked in with Thorn through the bond, telling him to hurry down here to see what was going on, but to be careful. I felt his faint acknowledgement like an ember in my soul. My heart raced. I knew that a raiding party of the half-dragon people from the Dragon Isles had hit Steelrim once before, about 18 years ago. They'd severely damaged the town and taken a lot of our resources. But it was also how my father had met my mother, so I couldn't complain much. Why were they raiding our small outlander settlement now? On the same day our little stunt in Whitestone Hall brought Mage Hunters to my doorstep. At the same time the Knights of the Torch had gathered here for a big meeting. What were the odds? I could almost hear Kai's voice in my head, letting me know the odds were impossible. Actually, the odds of all those events randomly occurring at once aren't impossible. Extremely unlikely, but not impossible. I startled when I actually heard Kai speaking in my mind. I looked down and, sure enough, I noticed the tiny wiggle from a mirror gecko crawling into my boot. Glint, I thought. Kai, what's going on? Is there really a Drakai raid going on right now? Worse, Kai thought back. It's not a raid. The Drakai are here because, suddenly, Kai's thoughts got muffled, then disappeared altogether. In my mind, I heard some clanging like weapons clashing together. Then I heard some screams, followed by Kai yelling something. Then, all at once, the mind link went out, and I heard nothing more. Glint poked her head out from my boot, her gigantic shiny eyes looking panicked. Kai was in trouble. I had to get out of here. I reached out to Thorn again to let him know we had to get to Kai, then returned my attention to the Mage Hunters. The Mage Hunters still held me fast as they stared down the street at the battle between the Drakai and the people of Steelrim. They were probably wondering whether or not to intervene. They wouldn't have to wonder for long. I breathed in, readying myself to access my ether. In a sharp movement, I caught both the enforcers by surprise as I yanked my arms free from their silver gauntleted hands. They recovered quickly, reaching to restrain me once more, but I had the window I needed. Ether flowed through my arms and my eyes flashed gold as I formed my dragonhook spear. It sprouted horizontally between both my hands, extending outward so both enforcers had to jump back to avoid getting stabbed. In reality, Their silver breastplates would have shattered the star glass on impact, but their instinct to dodge had gotten the better of them. I whirled my weapon above my head, then took off down the street toward the battle.
Get him!
The older mage hunter yelled. I burned more ether, using levitation to launch myself into the air as I ran. Just in time, too, because Gyra's silver chain whip ripped through the air right where I'd been running. It barely missed catching my feet. Not today, Helga, I called over my shoulder. I did a little flip in the air before touching back down. Asher! I heard my dad's voice coming from back near our house. I didn't look back. I dashed down a side street, the mage hunters hot on my tail, when Solrak appeared at my side, running with me toward the fight.
Get the scion too!
I heard the older mage hunter call out. Soon, all three were chasing us down the street. How brilliant is this? Solrak said, only a little out of breath. If we're lucky, maybe we can get the three of them to join the fight. Then, perhaps the Drakai will do us the honor of slaying them. That's fine by me, I said as we got close enough to really see what was going on in the heart of Steelrim. The town square had become a bloodbath. Several guard members and a few Drakai lay dead. There were even a few of the Drakai's dragons and armored ridgerunners lying still. For a moment, my heart sank, but then a warm pulse through our bond let me know that Thorn was okay. He was circling overhead, looking for Kai. Drakai were swarming the wide-open square, the cobblestone circle at its center, and the dusty streets. These Drakai looked even fiercer than the illusory one Solrak had made during his meeting with the Knights of the Torch. Some wore bronze chest plates or held shields, but many wore no armor at all over their wrap tunics and loose pants that tightened at the ankles. Patches of brightly colored scales grew along their exposed shoulders and elbows, serving as a sort of natural armor. Many had spikes growing along their spines or tails lashing out behind them, and a few even bore large sets of wings. All of them had horns sprouting from their heads, but other than that, they looked completely human. One Drakai, with glowing sentinel patterns flowing along his arms, looked like he was commanding the pack of bronze-armored ridge-runners whose wolf-like jaws snapped at those defending the town. He must have been a wild shaper. One of the Drakai used her wide wings to fly into the center of town, landing on the back of Steelrim's stone dragon buffalo statue. She took a menacing stance and held up her long-handled scimitars, then called out in a booming voice,
Miska Kankun Riska Zoturi!
I didn't speak fluent Drakai, but my mom had taught me enough that I understood most of those words. She was looking for something. No, not something. Someone. Riska Zoturi. Black Valkyrie. Solrak and I looked at each other, and I could tell he understood too. Instantly, I was even more on the alert. Was the Black Valkyrie here? Now? But why? Who could she be after? Honestly, I didn't care. This could be my chance. The sounds of fighting rose in my ears until Solrak snapped me back to reality. Find your friends, he said. I'll rally the knights. He saluted me and darted off, firing another crossbow bolt back toward Gyra and her enforcers to slow their pursuit. It bounced off the shoulder of the red-headed enforcer, not hurting him, but certainly freaking him out. Soot, Solrak was an excellent shot. I wanted to find the Black Valkyrie here and now, but in my heart, I knew I had to find Kai first. I channeled ether and dashed into the town square, losing the Mage Hunters in the mayhem. Finally, I spotted my best friend by his clunky, excessive armor. He and Kari stood together in front of a group of townspeople, Baron Iden himself whimpering among them. I recognized him instantly from his balding head and short frame, plus the thin iron circlet he wore as a crown. Thorn circled above, unable to dive into the fray without drawing too much fire from the Drakai. I told him to stay back unless I really needed him. Kai and Kari each held one of Kari's custom-made round shields, doing their best to protect the people from an attacking Drakai. The Drakai wore a fierce helmet, with holes in the top for his horns to come through. He slammed against their shields using a Drakai Raskalata, a heavy war boomerang that doubled as a kind of bludgeoning club. I drained a little more of my ether as I used my levitation power to hover run towards them as fast as I could. My chest felt just a little tight as I did. I'd have to be careful with how much ether I used. After all the etherarchy I'd done over the past 24 hours, my well wasn't exactly brimming. I got to Kai and Kari just after the Drakai took another swing, yelling in accented Evgardian as he did so. "Where is the Black Valkyrie?" The frightened townspeople cowered while Kai and Kari held their ground.
She's not here,
Kari yelled back. The Drakai must have had orders not to take no for an answer because he roared, swinging his Raskalata high above his head for another strike aimed directly at Baron Iden. The many times Baron Iden had tried to get me into trouble with the Mage Hunters or sneered at me for being a half-born flashed through my head. Part of me wanted to let the Drakai complete his swing. But I dashed into the action, using my Starglass spear to parry the Drakai's blow. The boomerang was heavy, but Starglass was powerful, reinforced by ether. I used my leverage to redirect his strike into the ground, and he snarled at me for getting in his way. The Drakai dropped his weapon and tried to grapple me with gauntleted hands. I levitated out of reach at the last second. Out of nowhere, his tail came lashing toward me. There was some kind of blade strapped to its end, and it caught me, cutting a diagonal slash across the right side of my face. It wasn't deep, but red blood dripped down my chin. Still better than a silver mark. Before he could come at me again, I hover-darted behind him. I was fast, and with his armor on, he didn't have time to turn around before I whacked my spear hard against the back of his helmet. The Drakai's dragonfire green eyes rolled back in his head, and he crashed to the ground. "Get out of here," I said to the townspeople, and they were more than happy to oblige. I pointed to Baron Iden as he looked up at me with wide eyes. "You owe me one," I said, raising my eyebrows. He whimpered, gave a little nod, then scurried away down a side street. From the center of the town square, once again the winged Drakai woman's voice rose above the sounds of battle.
Bring us the Black Valkyrie,
She boomed in accented Evgardian.
I challenge her to single combat. She loses, she returns to the Dragon Isles with us.
More screams from the citizens of Steelrim answered her, as did more clanging of scimitars and spears. Why did the Drakai think we were harboring the...
You want the Black Valkyrie?
A silky yet forceful voice commanded the town square. I looked toward the mouth of Main Street, and so did everyone else. For a moment, the fighting came to a halt. The cloud cover seemed to part just so the sunlight could shine down onto her and the two mage hunters who flanked her on either side. She was probably in her 30s, and steely gray hair flowed over one shoulder, which indicated snowhead heritage somewhere in her family line. Where most mage hunters wore dusk blue cloaks, hers was a rich, velvety black. Even her metal pauldron was painted black, with a symbol of a star swan etched into it in silver. On her left cheekbone was the silver mark of a scion, a double triangle shape. The Black Valkyrie. Her face was proud, with a light in her eyes tipping me off to the fact that she understood the effect she was having and was enjoying it very much.
Single combat would be entirely unfair,
She declared, raising her black dragonhook spear and pointing it toward the winged Drakai.
I'll take you all.
She dramatically traced a rune in the air with her free hand, and one to match it appeared over her forehead like a noble crown gracing her brow. Then she looked up and raised her hands. A handful of massive, mirror-like raindrops fell from the sky, pulsing with violet light as they descended. I recognized it as dream energy, the same kind Kai had used to make his security arch in the den, and the same he drew from to make his illusions. The drops hit the earth, expanding into mirrored pools filled with purple dreamlight. From each of the pools came forth the Black Valkyrie's signature ethereal familiars, black star swans. 5 swans rose out of the surrounding pools, glaring out at the crowd with starry dark eyes as the mirrored puddles dissipated. Until this moment, I didn't realize a swan could look so menacing. The Black Valkyrie didn't say anything more. Instead, she extended her hands wide on either side as if to say, "Here I am. Come and get me if you dare." My eyes darkened as I gripped my starglass spear. I was ready. I signaled Thorn through our bond. It was time. Thorn's reply came back, burning through the bond like a forest fire. I stumbled as he warned me to stop. The Drakai attacked. A group of them rushed the Black Valkyrie at once, and I saw her smile. She ignited another golden rune. Then, with flicks from her delicate wrists, she used her telekinetic etherarchy to lift each of the Drakai raiders into the air by their armor or clothing. They hung there, flailing uselessly as they protested. Then, the Black Valkyrie made a pulling motion with her hands, wrenching the Drakai's weapons from them. She dropped each scimitar, boomerang, and warbow to the ground. Suddenly, I was pretty glad I hadn't rushed in after her myself. Barely trying to hide how much she was loving this, the Black Valkyrie cocked her head. She said, and she had everyone nearby so captivated that her voice carried throughout the square.
Would you like to retreat now? Or shall we destroy a few dozen of you first?
More Drakai gave vicious war cries and stormed toward her.
Fine,
She said, raising an eyebrow. Then she lifted a hand high above her head, the Drakai's weapons floating up along with it. I stared in horror as each weapon turned on the Drakai who once wielded it. The Black Valkyrie closed her fist. Scimitars slashed the suspended Drakai. The boomerangs swung. The warbows fired. Each of the Drakai fell without another word. That only riled up the rest of the Drakai. Ruthless vengeance filled their chests. The Black Valkyrie took a step backward, letting the two Mage Hunters who flanked her have a turn. One was a burly man with a short beard. Angular golden patterns lit up along his skin just as the first Drakai arrow flew toward his chest. The man gave a small smile, and the flying arrow bounced harmlessly away, breaking, then falling to the dusty ground below. Well, that was pretty impressive. I took a closer look and noticed a geomancer's silver mark on the man's cheek. I hadn't met a lot of geomancers, but I knew they were a type of sentinel magi that could take on aspects of rocks. I figured this man was using some kind of granite or quartz totem to become hard as stone, protecting him from attacks. The other mage hunter already had a crown-like series of runes up and glowing over his forehead. It was hard to tell from where I stood, but at least one looked like the illusion rune Kai liked to use. He had a silvery snake with purple eyes draped along his shoulders. The light that reflected off of it was purple too. The mage hunter raised his silver sword, and together he and the geomancer took on the oncoming Drakai, flanking the Black Valkyrie as she fought expertly with her black dragonhook spear. The Black Valkyrie's star swans flew in with them, stabbing with their beaks and launching shooting stars of purple dream energy at the Drakai. More Drakai still attacked the town. They looted the nearest businesses and invaded the adobe homes facing the square. I saw one run up to a humble family home and rip the wooden door off its hinges. Stars, she was strong. Inside, I saw a mother scream as she held her toddler close. Her preteen son stepped in front of them, wielding a kitchen knife. It was my father's friend Korhal's family. They needed help. I ached to take a stab at the Black Valkyrie, but she was too well protected right now. Might as well let the Drakai wear her down first. Kai! I yelled out, already on my way to help the defenseless family. Kai followed close behind. I caught the tail end of the Drakai's words as she yelled at the woman.
Alikis Taikia Taza.
The woman looked up at her with confused, terrified eyes. I didn't fully understand what she'd said either. Something about there being emptiness here? Emptiness was the wrong word. It was more like the word void. But what did that mean? I really needed to brush up on my Drakai language skills. With a jab from my spear, I got the Drakai looking at me instead of Korhal's family. But that meant the Drakai was looking at me instead of Korhal's family. Maybe Valla was right. I did make a pretty good distraction. More of the Drakai's companions had noticed me too. Thorn dove from the sky like a lightning bolt to protect me from behind as I faced off with the first Drakai woman. The Drakai cried out in rage as red blood seeped into her tunic from where I'd stabbed her. Then she swung her two long-handled scimitars toward me. I swung back, blocking her blows with my spear. Before she had the chance to make another strike, I burned more ether. I focused my energy, forming clunky, raw star glass all along her swords, throwing off the balance of the weapons. I made them too heavy for her to wield, and the clubbed ends hit the ground as she held on to their handles. I didn't stop. I grew more and more starglass all along the blades, then kept growing it up her arm. She protested and spat at me as she realized she was stuck. My chest felt even tighter than before. That had taken a lot of ether. I spoke through heavy breaths. Ako Ralani Kaiseva. I was pretty sure that was Drakai for sorry about that. She gave me an offended glare. Oops. Maybe I'd accidentally told her I was sorry she smelled bad. I needed to brush up on my Drakai. In the center of the square, near the dragon buffalo statue, I kept tabs on the fight with the Black Valkyrie, watching for an opening. She and her Mage Hunters had taken out several more Drakai and Ridge Runners. I noticed Jyra and the two enforcers fighting alongside them now. Lothar kept looking over at the Black Valkyrie every once in a while, an almost worshipful look on his face. Gross. Solrak and Valla were over there too. Solrak had a psionic rune alight on his own forehead as he wielded his rune-marked sea axe. He kept shooting blasts of dream energy from the end to knock out his opponents. Valla's swords were a blur. Gold, sentinel-patterned lines flowed from her forearms onto the blades, and she moved with an almost wolf-like grace. 4 expert mage hunters and 1 slightly below-average one surrounded the Black Valkyrie, not to mention the black star swans and that silver snake. If even Solrak and Valla hadn't landed a shot on her, there was no way I could get in there for a strike of my own. But still, I had to try. I was so busy looking for an opening to the Black Valkyrie that I didn't notice the Ridge Runner decked out in Drakai armor diving toward me. Barely dodging its charge, I stumbled backward, falling to the ground and dropping my spear. The draconic creature rounded on me, wolfish claws tearing toward my nose. With a whizzing sound, a large net spread over the Ridge Runner. The beast whimpered, then fell to the ground in a tangled heap. I looked to my left, and there was Kari in a warrior's stance, holding her crazy new crossbow invention. Good timing, I called out.
It worked,
She said, beaming at her weapon with pride. I was about to tell Thorn to finish off the Ridge Runner before it could free itself, but a mountain of red fur was already pouncing on it. His Majesty. Stars, what a good dog. Just then, the Drakai woman with the wings, she must have been their leader, yelled again in Drakai.
Vitakya!
Retreat. I guess she'd changed her mind about that whole single combat plan. The Drakai who hadn't fallen withdrew. Within moments, they had all fled, running or flying toward the badlands to the east. The dust settled, and suddenly, everything was eerily quiet. I had the distinct feeling of being watched, so I dismissed my spear, my eyes returning to their normal dragonfire green. It didn't seem like the Drakai were coming back. Kai used a hand motion to dissolve all of his dream barriers. People cautiously filtered into the square until at least half the population of Steelrim had gathered together. They looked at the Black Valkyrie like she was a hero. If they only knew. Kai, Kari, and I slipped into the crowd. I didn't want Jyra to notice me, but it seemed she was caught up in the Black Valkyrie's victory as well. Solrak and Valla had slipped away from the forefront. I scanned the crowd, and sure enough, I spotted Solrak trying to blend in a short distance away, Valla at his side. Solrak was looking intensely toward the Black Valkyrie. But that wasn't strange, since everyone was looking at her. The strange part was that she was looking back at Solrak. I couldn't read the emotion behind her midnight blue eyes. For a second, she looked angry, but the next moment, a mask of smug calm took over as she broke eye contact with him. If I was a betting guy, I'd bet our entire horde that those two had history. The Black Valkyrie took a step toward the center of the square, rune tracing as she did. It looked like an illusion rune. Kai would probably know which one specifically. Then she spoke, her smooth voice amplified to 10 times its natural volume.
People of Steelrim, you've seen today what comes of letting your magi remain here unchecked.
Kai looked fascinated. Despite what we'd just been through, he whipped out his black notebook and started writing. Auditory illusions for amplifying the voice, he muttered. Called it. The Black Valkyrie continued.
You let your magi roam freely, to thrive and multiply. It's a wonder the wild dragons haven't laid waste to Steelrim already. And now, your magi have drawn the wrath of the Drakai upon themselves.
I didn't buy that. If anything, it was the Black Valkyrie who'd drawn the Drakai here. But then again, most here didn't speak Drakai and wouldn't know that as surely as I did. Then why are you here? Aren't you a magi yourself, Vidya? Solrak's voice rose from the crowd. He had a distinctly self-satisfied grin on his face as he stroked his goatee. Was that her name? Vidya? So they did have a history. Called it again. The Black Valkyrie's jaw tensed, and for a second I saw murder flash in her eyes. But she quickly regained her calm and continued her speech.
Luckily, I, the Black Valkyrie, and my Mage Hunters arrived in time to save your town from ruin by those barbarians.
Let me guess. You want us all to bow down in gratitude? Solrak laughed loudly and took a mocking bow. The crowd looked uneasy, but I had to hand it to Solrak. It took guts to heckle the Black Valkyrie herself. The rage boiling behind her eyes told me she wanted nothing more than to throttle the wisecracking noble, but she ignored him and went on.
Those who surrender the names of Steelrim's unregistered magi will be richly rewarded.
With that, she rune traced, a psionic rune appearing over her forehead. She raised a hand, and a sack of coins jingled as she telekinetically lifted it into the air for all to see. Here! I jolted when I heard Baron Iden's hoarse voice call out. I made eye contact with him from across the square. No way! I had literally saved his life minutes ago. He wouldn't. He pointed to me. Asher, the half-born son of Akato, is a magi. Apparently, he would. That did it. There was no such thing as a good noble. Those standing nearest me stepped away as the Black Valkyrie followed the Baron's pointing finger. When she saw me, she did a double take. Did she remember me from all those years ago? I doubted it.
Bring Asher forward,
The Black Valkyrie said in a hard voice, and one of her Mage Hunter lackeys was at my side in an instant. He wrapped his silver chain whip around my hands, then dragged me to the center of the town square. The Black Valkyrie telekinetically floated a bag of coins to the greedy hands of Baron Iden. I glared at him, but he wouldn't make eye contact with me again. The townspeople watched on as I stood right between the Black Valkyrie and the Dragon Buffalo statue. Her Mage Hunters stood by so there was nowhere to run. I caught sight of Kai and Kari in the crowd, horrified looks upon their faces. Kai had his notebook out, and it looked like he was desperately trying to think up a plan, but one look told me he had nothing.
Let the execution of this magi stand as an example for all of you,
The Black Valkyrie said, scanning the crowd with narrowed eyes. It was almost like she was looking for someone. Just then, Thorn dove out from behind a longhouse, intent on saving me. Lothar nodded to a large, deep green Evren with a short horn on her nose. The Evren sprang into action, intercepting Thorn by using the claws at the corners of each of her 4 wings to pin him to the ground. She was bigger than Thorn, and must have been on her second ascension. She didn't look happy as she obeyed Lothar's order, and if I had to guess, I'd say the redhead had forced a bond with her by taking her heart scale against her will. The Black Valkyrie was so close. This was the chance I'd been waiting for. I tucked my thumbs into my palms and began quietly shimmying the silver chain over them. I could feel the cold of the silver through my fingerless climbing gloves. Kai and Kari were powerless to save me. Solrak probably had the guts to stand up to the Black Valkyrie, but it looked like he and Valla might cut their losses with me. At least Thorn had tried. No one was going to stop her, just like I hadn't stopped her when she'd taken my mother.
Magi are a danger to Evgard,
The Black Valkyrie announced, taking a step toward me and raising her black dragonhook spear. It had a silver swan symbol on it, too. Couldn't have her enemies dying without being extra sure who had run them through. At last, I got the chain over my thumbs. The Black Valkyrie glanced upward as if searching the skies. Wasn't she after Solrak or Valla? She had seen them already in the crowd, so I wasn't sure who she was searching for. The chain slid over my knuckles. The Black Valkyrie placed the blade of her spear at my throat, casting one last hopeful look out over the crowd. Turned out, I didn't care. The silver chain whip fell to the ground, and my eyes flashed gold. Burning enough ether to send my heart racing, I conjured a new, extra-sharp dragonhook spear of my own from Starglass. I windmilled the spear, catching the Black Valkyrie off guard. I knocked her spear from her grasp and sent it clattering to the ground. The crowd gasped. With a yell that held years of pain and resentment over the loss of my mother, I jumped into the air, spear poised to strike at the Black Valkyrie's blackened heart. I was too focused to realize she must have rune traced. A casual flick of her wrist wrenched me upward by my turquoise scarf. I gagged, dropping my weapon in order to grab at the scarf and keep my neck from snapping. My feet flailed stupidly beneath me as I struggled to breathe. Below me, the Black Valkyrie stuck out her bottom lip in a pout reeking of superiority.
Astromancer, I see.
With one hand, she kept me aloft, while with the other, she picked up my spear and examined it.
Not a bad one either. And you have spirit. Perhaps we should send you to Evgard for the magi cure instead.
No! Another voice rose above the shocked murmuring of the crowd. Oh no. Dad. The rune for the sight glowed from his forehead, granting a form of vision to his blind eyes. I've got another magi for you, Black Valkyrie, Dad shouted. The crowd parted as my dad held up a crossbow and took aim. Me! With that, Dad pulled the trigger, firing a bolt straight at the Black Valkyrie. Chapter 8. Bait. Dad's shot flew true. The Black Valkyrie quickly dropped my spear, thrusting her hand forward to psionically stop the bolt. She succeeded, stopping Dad's bolt mere inches from her chest. But the bolt's tip didn't stop. My dad must have been keeping a Mage Slayer bolt. The tip was silver, impervious to etherarchy, and loosely attached for situations just like this. The Black Valkyrie reeled backward as the tip embedded itself in her left shoulder. She gasped in pain, and all the runes over her forehead vanished. That released her hold on me, and I came crashing back to the ground, trying to catch my breath. I noticed one of the Mage Hunters was sweating, panic evident on his face as their leader stumbled backward. He hurried to steady her, and I realized it was the Mage Hunter who'd had the illusion runes going during the fight with the Drakai. The runes were still glowing over his forehead, pulsing in and out as he tried to catch the Black Valkyrie. His dream snake watched his back. I clambered to my feet. The Black Valkyrie was wounded. This was my chance. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who thought so. Swords raised, Valla was already rushing toward her. Solrak saw Valla rushing through the crowd and called out after her, but she didn't stop. The Geomancer Mage Hunter leapt into action, blocking Valla. Valla didn't waste a second. Glowing gold patterns appeared on her hands and face as she drew a throwing knife from her boot and hurled it at the Geomancer. The knife impaled his hand and he cried out. But Valla wasn't done. While he writhed over his injured hand, she stabbed him in the chest with her sea axe. He roared but didn't go down, so she stabbed him twice more. It was brutal, but finally the Mage Hunter fell. Valla stepped past his body toward the Black Valkyrie, and the illusionist Mage Hunter looked horrified as Valla approached with white, wolfish eyes. His silver snake spat star-like purple dream energy at her. She moved to block it with her blades, but it passed straight through them and hit her. It seemed to drain her energy, but not enough to stop her. The crowd dispersed, the people of Steel Rim fleeing toward the safety of their homes while the Knights of the Torch endeavored to regroup. The Black Valkyrie's eyes still looked dazed, but at the same time surprisingly flat and emotionless. The older enforcer who'd interrogated me raised a silver sword to cut off Valla's attack, slowing her down. Meanwhile, I picked up my spear from where the Black Valkyrie had dropped it. I was so low on ether. My heart felt tight and weak. Still, I dashed forward and swung at the Black Valkyrie, only to be blocked by Gyra, who'd stepped between us. Her sword was silver, which made my spear shatter on contact. Lothar swung at me next, and I tried to levitate out of the way, but with how little ether I had left, my hover jump ended up being more of a sad little skip. His silver sword raked against my armored jacket, cold silver far too close for comfort. I was so distracted, I barely felt glint hop into my boot. But I heard Kai's voice clearly in my mind. "Double trouble, like with Carl," Kai said. Surprisingly, I understood. Within a second, I saw Kai's illusion etherarchy flickering above me. Then a second illusory Asher stepped from where I stood to just off to the side. Over my forehead, I saw a faint golden light. The illusory me had a rune glowing over his head as well, and I realized Kai was tricking the Mage Hunters into thinking I was the one making the illusions. Gyra and Lothar looked from me to the illusion, unsure of which one to attack. Gyra made a choice, swinging her blade at the fake me. Fake Asher's eyes glowed gold, and he levitated out of the way. Lothar stood by, jaw hanging open as he watched fake me. He didn't even try to raise his sword. I pulled out my father's Skyseeker dagger and whirled into action. It didn't have as much reach as my spear, but at least it wouldn't shatter on contact with silver. While fake me distracted Gyra, real me kicked her from behind, sending her sprawling. She dropped her silver sword and ran into Lothar, who dropped his silver chain whip in his attempt to catch her. With Gyra disarmed, I wasted no time before rushing toward the Black Valkyrie. But Valla was faster. I saw the older enforcer lying dead at her feet as she made the last leap toward the Black Valkyrie, who lay in the arms of the worried-looking Mage Hunter, his dream snake hissing threateningly. "Valla!" Solrak cried out, his strong reaction giving me pause. But Valla was too focused on her target to notice him. Nor did she notice when Gyra pulled a dagger from a sheath strapped to her thigh. She threw it at Valla at the same moment Solrak jumped between them, as if he'd known what Gyra had been about to do. A psionic rune was alight over his forehead, and he tried to stop the dagger with telekinesis. But the dagger was entirely made of silver, and it embedded itself in his gut. Solrak doubled over in pain as Valla slashed toward the Black Valkyrie with her sea axes, her blades aimed straight for her neck. As Valla's blades made contact, the Black Valkyrie exploded in a burst of 1,000,000 black feathers. Valla and I stumbled backward as feathers erupted from where the Black Valkyrie's body had just been. Then, one by one, the feathers disappeared in tiny blinks of purple light. Even Gyra and Lothar looked dumbfounded. Gyra reached toward a feather as it vanished into violet nothingness.
What in the void?
Valla said, frustrated and confused. "Not the void. Astra, the dream realm," Solrak muttered, clutching his stomach. "Drak. That wasn't Vidya. It was one of her star swans wearing an illusion."
A powerful illusion,
Valla said. "Although," Solrak said, grunting in pain, "if I had to guess, I'd say she was still controlling the swan. But she's no illusionist. Someone else must have been working it." We all looked toward the Mage Hunter who'd been holding the Black Valkyrie, or rather, her star swan illusion. Sure enough, the complex series of illusion runes over the Mage Hunter's forehead had winked out. The silver mark on his cheek was that of a seer, which meant he was a mystic. He was definitely the one responsible for the trick. He looked nervous and exhausted.
Solrak,
Valla said, finally realizing how badly he was wounded. He grunted but managed a weak smile. "Don't worry about me," he said. "This is actually the best thing that could have happened."
Why?
"Because I've been wanting a new, silver dagger." Then Solrak stumbled, eyes losing focus as he fell. Valla caught him. Meanwhile, the illusionist Mage Hunter held out some kind of smooth white gemstone. Golden runes glowed up from it. Suddenly, the rock cracked. A golden beam of light shot upward from the stone, then split, forming a long rip in the air. Golden light rimmed the tear, but inside was pure white. I recognized it instantly. It was a rift, a portal. This was the kind of etherarchy my dad could do. That stone, it must be a rifter's anchor. The illusionist mage hunter grabbed his fallen partner's body. It was a miracle he could lift the geomancer's heavy-looking form, then pulled both of them through the rift. His snake hissed one last time, the purple interior of its mouth visible. Gyra and Lothar followed close behind. The green Evrin flew through too, swift as a bat. It hit me that this was my last chance. These mage hunters would know where the Black Valkyrie was, the real Black Valkyrie, not some Star Swan illusion. Not thinking super clearly, I moved to follow them. If I could jump through after them, maybe I could still get to the Black Valkyrie. Lothar's boot disappeared into the whiteness, and I reached out after him. But before I could reach the rift, Thorn intercepted me. He narrowed his dragonfire green eyes as he stood firmly between me and the portal. Through the bond, I felt a warning flare as my wyvern urged me not to be stupid. Behind him, the gold-rimmed portal closed in on itself and winked out. There was no way to know where the exit rift was. The mage hunters were gone. It was probably for the best. Thinking about it for half a second made me realize just how stupid following all those mage hunters would have been. I sent a flare of gratitude to Thorn, and he nuzzled me with his serpentine nose. Now that the action was over, a wave of exhaustion flooded over me. My heart felt shaky and strained from how much ether I'd used in the past 48 hours. The mage hunters would have killed me without so much as a proper fight if I'd gotten through. Valla held Solrak in her arms as his eyes fluttered. It looked as if he was trying to regain consciousness, but he just couldn't fully open his eyes. Valla laid him down, then looked around. She spotted a tan-cloaked member of Baron Iden's personal guard and grabbed him by the scruff of his cloak.
Get a medical zone set up for the wounded. Don't just stand there. Go, now!
The guard nodded frantically, then scurried off, either to fulfill Vala's demand or else to run as far away from her as possible. His Majesty was already at Solrak's side, nuzzling him with his nose. Valla knelt near Solrak as well, golden patterns glowing across and around her hands as she used her sentinel regeneration powers to tend to his wound. Her etherarchy wouldn't be able to do a lot, since the wound had been made by a silver dagger. She looked at me with something like respect, then nodded. She may not have liked me at first, but she and I shared something deeper now, a desire to rid the world of a brutal tyrant. I sat on the ground, barely able to stand. I saw Kari with my dad, helping organize the Knights of the Torch to tend to the wounded. My dad seemed to be looking for me, the sight rune still glowing above his forehead. I waved to him. I wondered what a wave looked like to a blind man using the sight, and he looked relieved to see I was all right. Asher, Kai appeared at my side, dark eyes wide with worry. What is it? Despite my fatigue, I prepared to burn the last dregs from my ether well. Thorn limped to my side, gold patterns tracing along his wings and neck, healing him from where the large Second Ascension Evrin's wing claws had held him down. Kai swallowed. I just sent Glint to check on the horde. Asher, it's gone. The money, the dragon eggs, everything in the den. It's completely gone. As exhausted as we were, we climbed on Thorn and flew to the sandstone ridges of his den. He could barely lift Kai and me. We stumbled off his back and staggered into the den. I almost tripped on the rocks at the mouth. Glint the mirror gecko stood on top of the boulder that normally guarded our horde, jumping up and down. Thorn joined us, and emotions from my wyvern flooded into me through the bond. Fiery rage at the thought of intruders entering our cave. Protective energy as he searched for the clutch of dragon eggs. Then, dim coals of disappointment. Kai was right. The eggs were gone. I looked around the den. Sure enough, someone had pushed the boulder aside, revealing the empty cache that had once held every valuable we owned. The only thing left in the den was the scratchy prison shirt from Whitestone Hall I'd left there the night before. I cursed myself. Had whoever robbed the den used it to track us? A wave of emptiness hit me too. Our savings were supposed to be enough to send my dad to Skygard. Kai and Kari too. They were supposed to be going there to safety. On the ground at the cave entrance, something caught my eye. I'd been so focused on Thorn's emotions that I hadn't noticed it on my way in. But now I went over to the dusty rocks and picked up a small, folded piece of parchment. I opened the sheet and found a note written in an elegant, curling script. It was a little hard for me to read, but I managed to decipher it. Thank you for the coin and dragon eggs. The Mage Hunters will find great use for them. At the bottom of the page was a black insignia in the shape of a swan. I had no doubt who had left this letter. The Black Valkyrie. For the second time in my life, she'd taken everything from me. I fell to my knees, letting the note flutter to the ground. I stared blankly ahead, unable to fully process what had just happened. This couldn't be real. Thorn sent me a glow of sorrow and guilt. He felt responsible for failing to guard the eggs. I looked into his green eyes and tried to emote back to him to let him know it wasn't his fault. I didn't blame him. I blamed her. Kai stared at the empty den. He slowly stood and silently meandered around the cave, looking for anything the Black Valkyrie might have left behind. But there was nothing. She'd taken it all. Angry fire like I'd never felt before rose from my very core. The Black Valkyrie couldn't be allowed to wander the realms unchecked, able to take whatever she wanted, kill whoever she wanted. Nobody was willing to stop her. Those who tried got themselves killed. I was ready to pay that price. I got to my feet. My face determined, I headed for the entrance to the cave. Where are you going? Kai's voice echoed in the emptiness behind me, but I didn't stop. I'm going to find Solrak, I answered. The Knights of the Torch were keeping watch on her movements. He'll know where to find her. Some of the knights had turned the Drunken Drake's tavern room into an impromptu medical zone. A couple of medics tended to the wounded, who sat or lay wherever there was space. Some had their injuries wrapped at tables, others applied poultices while resting on woven blankets in corners or along the edges of the walls. Families and others gathered around their loved ones, so there was a general uproar inside the Drake Skeleton Bar. A couple Knights of the Torch who'd been in the meeting were holding a raven helm and a set of gleaming silver enforcer's armor. It was from the female mage hunter who'd interrogated me, the one Valla had killed. I couldn't blame the knights for taking the valuable armor. Kari was sitting near the bar, examining a long silver chain whip. For a second, I wondered if she'd looted the fallen enforcer's body as well, but then I remembered the moment during the battle when the red-headed mage hunter had dropped his weapon. Kari must have picked it up. Near where she sat, Kai and I found Solrak lying on a wide bench, Valla on a short stool by his side. A couple of other knights hovered nearby. To my surprise, my dad stood with them as well, leaning against the wall and talking to Valla in hushed tones. I barged in. I need to talk to Solrak, I announced. Valla immediately shushed me.
You wake him, you die,
she said. But she gave me a stern look, and I shut my mouth. I'd seen what she did to those mage hunters. I whispered, What are you doing here, Dad? Do you and Valla know each other? Valla cocked her head.
Akado's your father?
That's right, Dad said with an audacious over-the-top wink.
That makes sense,
Valla muttered almost inaudibly. You're in the Knights of the Torch, aren't you, Akado? Kai said, realization dawning on his face. Solrak would like that, Dad said, keeping his voice low. I hear he is recruiting again.
When isn't he recruiting?
Kari whispered, and Valla shrugged in agreement. I was confused. You knew about all this? About Kari going to meetings? Dad nodded. Kaiden, Kalari, and I ran into Solrak when he was in Steelrim a little over a decade ago now, if I'm remembering correctly. Valla gave a single nod. Dad continued, speaking even more quietly so that nobody else would hear us. Kaiden and Kalari liked what he had to say. Told us about how the Knights of the Torch fought for a better Evgard for magi. Kai had just started manifesting his powers, so they joined up. Thought it'd give Kai his best chance at growing up safe. Kai's brow furrowed. I wondered what he was thinking. Zorana didn't like it, Dad said, and I bristled at the mention of my mom's name. She worried the knights weren't as strong as they needed to be to make a difference, and she felt some members at the time were dealing in dark etherarchy. Dark etherarchy? Kai said. I'm not sure what she meant, But she had reservations, that's for sure. About one member in particular. Valla's eyes darkened.
Vidya.
Vidya. Wasn't that the name Solrak had called the Black Valkyrie? Wait, so that meant the Black Valkyrie was in the Knights of the Torch? I said, disgust filling my voice. Dad nodded. Yes. Turned out, Zorana's instincts were right. The Black Valkyrie returned to Steel Rim to bring in Zorana later. That's when. Dad's blank eyes filmed over, and he turned away to hide his tears. That's when the Black Valkyrie killed Mom, I finished, more anger rising in my chest. Dad nodded. Vidya and her Mage Hunters claimed your mom was plotting against Evgard with the Drakai. Zorana was a half-born, so it was easy to find an excuse to get rid of her. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned and saw Kari, looking me in the eye and breathing deeply. She was trying to calm me down. I didn't want to calm down. So what was the Black Valkyrie doing in Steel Rim today? Kai asked.
Solrak has a theory,
Valla said.
He thinks she's after the Farseer. The Farseer?
Kari repeated.
In Steel Rim? We were with him at his hut 3 nights past near Naga Bay.
Valla said.
An army of Mage Hunters led the chase, following us to get to the Farseer. She wants him dead.
I shuddered a little. Everyone had heard of the Farseer, the legendary soothsayer who could see all. According to local lore, the Farseer had been alive since our ancestors first came to Evgard on their Skystone-powered skyboats. The myths all said he was a noble protector of magi. Apparently, the knights thought he was more than just a legendary figure. And so did the Black Valkyrie. I mean, Valla said that she and Solrak had even met him. I didn't realize the Farseer was someone you could just visit like that.
Vidya thought that by executing a sad, wimpy little magi boy in front of a crowd, she'd draw out the Farseer himself,
Valla said matter-of-factly. Excuse me? I protested.
Solrak's convinced she wasn't really going to kill you, Asher. He thinks it was all a plot to get the Farseer to intervene.
She stared me dead in the eye.
I, on the other hand, think she was absolutely going to kill you.
Same, I shrugged. What about the Drakai? Kai asked. What brought them to Steel Rim? It's all about the egg. A croak came from the bench by the wall as Solrak struggled to sit up.
I will kill all of you.
Valla glared at each one of us in turn as if any of us were responsible for waking Solrak. Solrak winced as he clutched at his side. They'd washed and bandaged his wound, but it still looked like he was in a lot of pain. Valla's regeneration could only do so much for a wound inflicted by silver. The egg? Kai prompted. The true dragon egg King Rodin stole from the Dragon Isles, Solrak said as Valla helped him sit up. The Drakai are void-bent on keeping it out of Vidya's hands. And they're right. If she and the Mage Hunters get their hands on a true dragon, we're all doomed. I didn't like thinking about it. The Black Valkyrie was already too powerful. The last thing I wanted was for her to have one of the most powerful creatures in all of Evgard at her beck and call. Kai was scratching some notes now and piped up. So, both the Drakai and the Knights of the Torch want the egg. Why don't we all just work together? We'd be stronger against the Black Valkyrie and increase our odds of success. Solrak laughed, which made his wound bleed through the bandages. That made Valla swear at Kai. When Solrak regained composure, he answered. Clearly, you're a generation or two removed from those who fought in the Dragon Wars. Drakai and Evgardians don't really mix. I flinched at that, and so did Dad. Nobody else seemed to bat an eye. I guess none of theirs were Dragonfire green. No, Solrak said with a shake of his head. That's why we need to steal the egg before Vidya can cook up a reason to take it, or the Drakai overwhelm the city. We need to cross the Scar and get to Keep Drakfell, where King Rodin has the egg under lock and key. We'll need to put together the right team to pull this off. Myself, Valla, and His Majesty, of course. I jumped as the blood husky rose from under the bench where Solrak lay. His Majesty barked loudly. He caught sight of me and licked my hand. I scratched him behind the ears. Solrak went on. We'll need to send word to Boone and Jax, that is, the real Boone and Jax. We'll need their finesse and muscle to pull this off. Kari stepped forward.
I want to come too. I can help with weapons and armor.
You'll be a valuable asset on the team, Kari, Solrak nodded. Kai cast a worried look at Kari before stepping forward himself. I want to come too, Kari protested.
Kai, no. It's too dangerous.
That's why I'm not letting you go alone. Excellent, Solrak smiled. We could use an illusionist like Kai, especially if Vidya has one on her team strong enough to pull off that Star Swan facade. We'll have to fight fire with fire. You're in, Kai. Kai gulped, but nodded. At last, Solrak's gaze settled on me. We could use a good distraction, he said with a wide smile. No, Dad spoke up. Asher, please. I learned long ago I can't control you, but I'm begging you, for your mom's sake, don't go. I looked into my dad's pleading, unseeing eyes. Sightless because of the Black Valkyrie. I thought of Thorn's Den, the money and treasure that Kai and I had worked so hard for years to save. Gone because of the Black Valkyrie. Then, I remembered that day 3 years ago. Mom had been tending the cactus garden out front. I'd been practicing with Starglass on the porch. The Black Valkyrie had come alone. Mom saw her approach and hurried to get me inside the house. I watched everything from the window. The Black Valkyrie ordered Mom to come with her. As an unregistered magi, Mom was required to accompany the Black Valkyrie to Evgard to receive the new so-called magi cure. She had Mom in silver manacles. Now I knew how she'd known Mom was a shadowbinder in the first place. Dad had fought back. He'd pulled out a crossbow and taken a shot at the Black Valkyrie, just like in the town square today. Only that bolt hadn't been silver-tipped. The Black Valkyrie had used her psionic power to stop the bolt by simply raising her hand. She'd thrown the crossbow from Dad's hands with more telekinesis. Dad had reached up to Runetrace. He was probably going to use his powerful rifting etherarchy to portal the Black Valkyrie far, far away from there. But she'd seen it coming. With a burst of purple dream energy, the Black Valkyrie shot Dad directly in the eyes. Rifters can't teleport to places they can't see. The blow blinded my father and knocked him out. No doubt trying to protect me and my dad, Mom went with the Black Valkyrie peacefully that day. My dad would have followed, would have saved her, but he didn't know how to use the sight so well back then. We received word of her death within 2 weeks. I'd done nothing. I'd watched my mom go to her death that day. My mom was dead because of the Black Valkyrie. I looked up at my dad, then at Solrak. I'm in. Dad looked down. I knew I was breaking his heart, but I had no choice. This mission would get me close enough to the Black Valkyrie to finally do something. I had to go. Solrak nodded, looking around at his team. Take the day to rest and get some sleep. Top off your ether wells at the ether vent in the hideout if you can. We leave at dawn. Vision 2. Solrak sat inside the secret planning room of the Knights of the Torch in the basement of Steelrim's tavern, the Drunken Drake. Valla stood at his side. Solrak pulled the slender bone hoop from the pocket of his tunic. The gold threads of the dream web shone with light, along with the rune-marked crystal at its center.
You don't have the strength.
Valla warned.
Not with your wound.
But I must find the strength, Solrak replied, holding up the dream web. If we're to make a plan of our own to get that egg, we must ask the Farseer if he has any information on King Rodin's plans.
We can call upon the Farseer later, when you're well.
No, Solrak insisted. I want to spend our travel time planning. We must contact him now. He stubbornly held up the dream web between himself and Valla. He rune-traced with his offhand, and a golden dreamweave rune appeared over his forehead. Purple smoke began to swirl around the dream web, surrounding Solrak and Valla. It wasn't warm nor cool, but carried the faint scent of lavender. As the smoke hit them, their eyes glazed over. From the outside, it looked as if the two of them were in a trance. Meanwhile, their spirits remained fully awake and active as their minds entered a dreamlike state. The spirit of the Farseer was there, standing tall before them. His red robes flowed outward as he clutched his staff, his eyes white and glowing from within his hood, his skystone at his forehead. The myth raven ruffled its feathers as it perched atop his staff. Solrak, Duke of Glacia, and Valla of Whitecliff. The Farseer nodded to each of them in turn. What is it you seek? We must know of King Rodin's plans for the egg, Solrak responded. Back inside his physical body, sweat formed at his temples from the effort of calling upon the Farseer. Valla's spirit cast his spirit a worried look.
And fast,
Valla put in.
if that's not too much trouble, oh great Farseer.
No trouble at all, the Farseer replied, gesturing grandly to the smoke at his feet. From within the smoke, a vision gradually materialized. A stately council chamber with a long table in the center appeared. Proud stone walls with tan tapestries bore the dragon-fang crest of Drakfell. The candles that provided light for the people sitting at council burned low. The meeting must have gone late into the night. At the head of the room, a majestic white drake slept, tired from his daily labors to keep the keepdom safe. King Rodin's storm-scale drake, Rex.
The Drakai are moving in on Keep Drakfell.
The captain of the guard said, the bags heavy under her eyes. Yet they don't attack, King Rodin replied, stroking his short, black beard. Perhaps they don't know it was me who stole their egg. White streaked his hair at his temples and hairline, not signs of aging, but remnants of snowhead heritage. A simple steel crown rested upon his brow. At his side, Queen Liana, with flowing dark hair and a delicate crown, laughed.
That might have been a possibility, my love, if you hadn't insisted on donning your bright white ascension armor and holding up the egg for all to see on your way home.
Snickers came from around the table. I enjoy my ascension armor, King Rodin mumbled.
And I'm not complaining.
Queen Liana said, placing a hand on his chest.
You look good in white.
The queen gave her husband a somewhat provocative look, and the captain of the guard cleared her throat.
Perhaps we can return to our strategy.
Of course, King Rodin said, straightening up.
We'll need to draft more soldiers into the guard.
The captain of the guard continued.
If we're to stand a chance against the increased skyfalls and the dragons they bring, and now the Drakai, should they choose to attack.
The instances of shadow wasting are increasing as well. Soon our registered light wielders won't be able to make enough liquid light, another advisor added. Let's hope the egg convinces High King Magnus to come to our aid, Rodin added. He's neglected to reply to our requests, though I can't understand why.
I just received word from my family in Skyguard of rumors on that score,
Queen Liana said.
My cousins seem to think that the High King's son has been taken ill.
That's no excuse for neglecting a keepdom in need, King Rodin countered.
Even if the High Prince is sick with the shadow wasting himself?
A hush fell over the room. From their places watching the vision from the drunken drake basement, Solrak and Valla exchanged troubled looks. They remembered the strange scene the Farseer had shown them in the woods. The omen fire had depicted High Prince Mason, followed by a flash of bright blue lightning. But what did it mean?
And what of the Farseer? Rumor says you've been meeting with him.
The captain of the guard accused. And what if I have? I will do whatever it takes to save our keepdom, Rodin said, silencing the room. There was a dark tension for a moment, broken by a younger advisor. What about a bond? With a true dragon fighting at our side, the Drakai would be more hesitant to attack, and Evgard would finally have to take us seriously. I've tried bonding the egg, King Rodin said somberly. It will not choose me.
Nor me.
The captain said in a rush.
Nor any of my commanders. We can always force the bond.
No. A new voice spoke up. With dark, white-streaked hair, a short beard, and bright topaz eyes, he looked very much like the king, though his sword was a more reasonable size. He wore ascension armor of his own, in red, purple, and black.
Who's that?
Valla's voice overlaid the vision. Eridan, Solrak answered. King Rodin's brother, and the head dragon keeper for Cape Drakfell. Hush, The Farseer complained, refocusing Solrak and Valla on the vision before them. I must strongly advise against a forced bond, Eridan said, bringing a hand down sharply onto the table. Such a dragon is never happy.
Who cares if the dragon is happy, so long as it's obedient?
The captain of the guard crossed her arms. For one thing, the dragon cares. It will make it weaker.
Enough.
Queen Liana spoke up.
I have the solution to all of Drakfell's difficulties.
The room quieted, and everyone stared at the queen. With a smile, she spread her hands.
We throw a party.
Everyone kept staring, and the sound of a spiny cricket could be heard faintly from the window.
Excuse me, Your Highness.
The captain of the guard said skeptically.
But a party?
Queen Liana nodded eagerly.
A grand gala to honor the egg. We'll send out invitations to all the nobility across Drakfell. First, those closest to us will try their hand at bonding the egg. Then, if a bond still hasn't been made, we'll send every member of our guard through, in hopes of the true dragon choosing one of them. It will be great fun. I have just the dress for it. It matches your ascension armor, my king.
She winked, and King Roden blushed. Solrak and Valla got the feeling he was excited about the dress. The captain of the guard seemed to be mulling it over.
That's actually not a terrible plan. It will maximize our chances of bonding the egg naturally.
She nodded to Eridan. And hopefully give us time to increase the guard's numbers sufficiently before the Drakai can move more of their forces to the mainland, the Dragonkeeper approved. Then it's decided, King Roden said firmly. On the eve of the summer solstice, Drakfell will host a gala to honor the true dragon egg. This will gain us a bonded true dragon and the support we so desperately need from Evgard.
No, that's too soon.
The captain of the guard objected.
We need time for more nobility abroad to come. Fair enough,
Queen Liana said.
We will host the gala for the true dragon egg in 2 months' time.
She nodded curtly at the captain of the guard.
And if the egg still doesn't bond anyone willingly, do we force the bond then?
The captain of the guard asked, almost eagerly. King Roden looked down. Perhaps. Suddenly, a man at the far end of the table stood. He was very tall and thin, with knobby knuckles and sunken cheeks, one of which bore a woodweaver's silver mark. He must have been Keep Drakfell's high mage. His long, elegant staff, adorned with amber crystals, had begun flashing with etherlight. Your Highnesses, he said, narrowing his eyes. He seemed to be looking directly at Solrak and Valla. I believe we are being watched, the man said. Quickly, put on your silver circlets. The man put on a pair of gloves, then passed out thin silver crowns to everyone seated at the table. As King Roden and the rest placed them on their heads, blotches of darkness appeared over the vision. Soon, all went black, leaving the Farseer's smoke void of any visions. The Farseer looked down at Solrak and Valla. What excellent information, Solrak said with a grin.
We'll need to be careful of their high mage,
Valla said, absently touching the handle of her sea axe.
He's too observant for his own good.
We can handle him, Solrak assured her. But at least now we know what we must do. Valla, dust off your ball gown. We've got 2 months before we sneak ourselves into that party and steal the true dragon egg. Chapter 9. The Scar. Most of Drakfell was dry badlands, but the Scar took desert to a whole new level. The Scar lay between the cliffs of Steelrim and the inland Dragonstorm Sea that separated the west from Keep Drakfell, the capital of the Badlands Keepdom. The wasteland was so vast that even when I'd looked at it from Thorn's Back, high above Steelrim's smoky peaks, I couldn't see the end of it. Only certain groups of nomads were crazy enough to travel through the Scar. From what I'd seen, everything in the Scar was the same shade of drab light tan. Craggy, stony rock formations rose up every once in a while, but it was mostly dry, sandy nothingness. I'd heard that whatever vegetation was resilient enough to grow amidst the stale earth was quickly eaten by oversized sand rats, which were in turn eaten by rattledrakes. Those creatures were quickly eaten by the Scar's real predators, wild dragons, sand sharks, and dreklings. And those were only the beasts I'd heard of. Needless to say, most travelers went south through Rattledrake Pass and around the Smoky Peaks to avoid Drakfell's armpit. Only the truly desperate crossed the Scar. Naturally, we were saddling up to go. We didn't have time for a leisurely journey. We had to get to that true dragon egg before the Black Valkyrie could find a way to steal it for her own nefarious purposes. Outside the drunken drake, Kari sat hunched over a long piece of wood, vigorously rubbing some sort of long, yellowish stick against its flat surface. When I asked what she was doing, she barely looked up to let me know she was coating the wood with wax from scale bees. A little later, I saw her attach the smooth, waxy wood to the bottom of some kind of sand sled, which she and Valla hooked onto the back of His Majesty. The bloodhusky barked, eager to begin the journey as we loaded up the sled with supplies. Mostly water, though I was sure to pack some extra pieces of Dracolope jerky for Thorn. I was just as anxious as His Majesty to get started. A much-needed night's sleep had refilled my ether well, and after throwing some spare socks into a satchel, I was ready. Judging by the numerous items still to go on Kai's packing list, not to mention the stacks of books he was meticulously trying to squeeze into his bag, I had some time to kill. Thorn must have realized that too, because he began flying loops in the air as I held on tightly to his saddle. He sent me a feeling of warm longing through our bond, and I knew exactly where he wanted to go before we said goodbye to Steel Rim. Together, we flew to the top of Steel Rim's highest cliff. Looking east, we saw the Scar. But my favorite view was to the north. A secluded valley sat nestled between the cliffs, surrounded by high, rocky ridges. The valley itself was the greenest thing around for miles, with tall grasses waving beside a clear blue lake. From up here, I could see a couple of dragon buffalo grazing on the array of colorful wildflowers below. Mom and I used to hike up the rugged, dry cliffside in order to get a look at the verdant valley. It was hard to get into the valley without flying or using arcanic levitation powers, which is how Mom and I had been able to find it in the first place. Sometimes, we would bring a picnic and sit on the edge of the steep mountains to enjoy the view. Once, when I was about 12, I'd wanted to move into the valley. I'd thought we could build a home right there among the lush grasses. Nobody would try to hurt us just because we were magi. We could hunt the buffalo and drink from the lake. It sounded pretty perfect to me then. Mom said that sounded nice, but she preferred to look at the valley from above without going down into it. She loved how pristine and natural it was, untouched. Thorn sent me a feeling like longing embers through our bond as I remembered my mom. I wished he'd had a chance to meet her, and I could tell he felt the same. I inhaled deeply, looking over our valley. Sweet fragrances from the wildflowers rose up to meet me, and a cool breeze from the lake rustled my hair, pulling it loose from its knot. A tiny figure drew my attention toward an outcropping partway up the cliffside. The jutting stone had been my mom's favorite spot to sit and think. She called it Kivi Zarika, which was Drakai for cozy rock. Some of her favorite cactus varieties grew just a short distance beyond that spot. It was my dad's favorite place to go now, and, of course, he was sitting there now, waiting for me to notice him. He must have known I'd come to Mom's Valley one last time before leaving. Part of me wanted to pretend I hadn't noticed him sitting there. It would be easy, since Dad couldn't see, and I didn't know how far out his ether sight went. But I knew he felt we needed to talk. Besides, I couldn't leave without saying goodbye. Might as well get this over with, I muttered to Thorn as we flew his way. Through our bond, I felt a sensation like sparking coals, and I could tell my dragon was reminding me to be more positive. Thorn and I landed on an open patch of ground near Kivi Zarika, and I climbed up to join my dad. I could hear him quietly speaking, and I noticed the mystic rune for the sight glowing over his forehead. He must have thought he was communicating with Mom in Etheria now. I bit my tongue to avoid letting him know just how crazy I thought that was. Now wasn't the time to start a fight. Dad must have heard me approaching because he hurriedly said goodbye. He left the rune glowing over his forehead so that he could see my aura as I sat beside him on the outcropping. We sat for a few moments in silence, me looking over the valley with physical eyes while Dad looked over it with ethereal ones. Finally, Dad spoke. "You better watch yourself on your trip," says the blind man, I replied with a jab from my elbow. "Exactly. I can't, so you'd better do it yourself, eh?" Dad turned toward me with the same lopsided smile I had. I knew it killed him that he couldn't come along with us. But I'd overheard Dad talking with Solrak last night. Solrak had convinced him he'd be better off helping the Knights of the Torch in Steelrim until we'd succeeded in stealing the true dragon egg. Dad agreed that it was for the best. After all, he would only slow the team down. I'd been worried about Dad staying in Steelrim now that he'd revealed his etherarchy during the fight with the Black Valkyrie. But Dad assured me that he could buy a few months of Baron Iden's silence. Dad planned to give the Baron the bragging rights that came with mounting a certain giant craghopper's head on his royal wall. In all seriousness, though, Dad's smile faded. I know I can't stop you from going with the Knights. I learned a long time ago that I can't control your choices. I folded my arms, listening. Dad continued. Just don't let anyone else control your choices either. Those are yours. You are as free as you choose to be. Okay, I said, not entirely sure what he was getting at. Thanks, Dad. I have something for you, he added, tracing another rune in the air. The corresponding rune appeared over his forehead, and a tiny golden crack appeared in the air before him. Dad reached through the microportal and into his rifthold, an ethereal pocket he used to store things. When he pulled out his hand, he held 6 rune-marked stones, 3 white and 3 black. Are those, I started. Rift anchors, Dad confirmed. Took me a while to get them right, but they should work in the hands of anyone who can channel ether, not just rifters like me. They come in pairs. Dad laid out the stones on the ground before me, shuffling them so that each white anchor corresponded to a black one. I noticed little marks scratched into the sides to mark the pairs. The white ones open an entrance portal. Keep those close to you, Dad explained. The black ones are exit portals. Put those wherever you need to go. You never know when they'll come in handy. Dad collected the stones and handed them to me. Before I could slip them into my satchel, Dad took one of the black ones back and held it close. This one stays with me. You have the entrance, but I want you to always have a way back home when you need it. When I looked into Dad's eyes, they were glassy. Against my will, a film of tears formed over my own eyes, too. I scooted closer to Dad and wrapped my arms around him. He squeezed me back. Mom says she'll be keeping an eye on you, Dad said. I bristled a little, but didn't say anything. Kai had probably completed his extensive packing list by now. I let Thorn know through the bond that it was time to go. Dad and I said one last goodbye before Thorn and I took off. I turned in my saddle, getting one last look over the valley. A pang of worry struck me, and I wondered if I'd ever see this place again. It was hard to believe that just on the other side of this beautiful wonder was the bleak, desolate scar. Thorn and I glided along the cliffside back toward the group, landing next to Kai, who was busy adjusting the massive backpack he wore over his clunky armor. He was considering a final backup quill, then added it to his pack as we landed. Don't tell me you're going to wear all of that through the scar, I said with a snort. Kai glared. You won't be laughing when I'm protected while the Drecklings tear you limb from limb. I shrugged. I'll take my chances. You really shouldn't be flying right now. Thorn needs to save his energy. What were you doing up there anyway? Nothing, I said, grabbing some jerky from my satchel and taking a bite before transferring the satchel to Thorn's saddlebags. The rift anchors were hidden safely inside. Even Kai didn't know about the valley, and for whatever reason, I wanted it to stay that way. He didn't press me further. Instead, he pulled out his black notebook and began writing. I peeked over his shoulder and saw that he'd written Solrak and Valla's names, along with the names Boone and Jax on the next page. When Kai saw me looking, he shut the book. "What's this?" I asked with a grin. "Shh." Kai put a finger to his lips. "I'm keeping a journal of observations about everyone Solrak put on the team." "Why?" "Just because, okay? I want to be sure of whom we're working for, why they're all here, who we can trust." "True. Solrak is nobility, so we automatically have to assume he's a terrible person," I half joked. "Not only that, but in addition to my suspicions of him, we're going to want to know more about Boone and Jax when they join us. We also need to learn about Solrak's history with the Black Valkyrie." Now that actually seemed like a pretty good idea. Maybe I could find out more about her weaknesses. I needed to learn everything I could, not to mention improve my fighting skills for when I got another chance to take her down. "I've actually got a theory on Valla," Kai said, quietly so that he wouldn't alert the Wild Shaper woman that we were talking about her. "Oh? So what motivates her? Thirst for blood? Extreme sketchiness?" "Based on her determined attack pattern from yesterday's battle, I think she's here for the same reason as you are." "And what's that?" "She wants to see the Black Valkyrie dead." I looked over toward Valla, who was securing supplies to His Majesty's nomad-style sled. Her array of silver scars caught the bright daylight. I wondered where she'd gotten them. Maybe I wasn't the only one the Black Valkyrie had left her mark on. Day 1 traveling in the Scar was awesome. Harsh sunlight beamed down on us as Thorn and I led the way east. Thorn wanted me to ride him the whole time as we journeyed, but Kai was right. Thorn really struggled to carry more than 2 riders at a time, and crossing the Scar would take time. He needed to save his strength, so we all walked. Behind us came Kai and Kari, each carrying a small pack. Valla and His Majesty were next, the blood husky pulling the nomad sled Kari had modified for the sand. His Majesty was a big dog, but we'd still packed only the essentials. A lightweight tent in case of sandstorms and enough food and water to get us to the other side. Valla had traveled through the Scar several times, so she knew what we needed. Still, the biggest thing on the sled was Solrak himself. Solrak had tried walking this morning, but despite Vala's attempts to heal him with her Sentinel's regeneration powers, his injury was still no better. Valla said that meant Gyra's blade had been made of pure silver rather than an alloy, which meant it would take longer for the silver's ether-blocking properties to work its way out of Solrak's system. Still, he did his best to make the most of the situation, insisting that the injury was the best thing that could have possibly happened. Not only did Solrak have a shiny new dagger sheathed at his side, but Solrak was certain that with his injury, the Black Valkyrie's team would think they had a huge advantage. The way I saw it, they did. But that didn't take the wind out of my sails as we embarked on our mission. Thorn and I often flew ahead of the group, trying to get a better view of the upcoming rock formations. I wondered when we were going to see some Dreklings, or maybe some of those sand sharks everyone was always talking about. Eventually, as the sun began to set, I fell into step with Valla. Now might be a good time to do some digging. "So," I began, "I can't help but notice you and the Black Valkyrie aren't exactly the best of friends." Valla growled at me out of the corner of her mouth. "Oh, come on," I said. "What did she do? Burn your village, kill your dog, steal your boyfriend?"
Stop.
Valla called out, loudly enough for the whole group to hear. Everyone turned to her, and Solrak stirred from where he was sleeping on the sled. I pressed her. "What? Whatever it is, I approve,"
Shut your obnoxious mouth, or I'll slice it off your face.
Valla threatened, then turned away from me and addressed the group.
We need to make camp for the night.
Without so much as another glance my way, Valla began unpacking the sled. I guessed that meant our conversation was over. We set up camp in a sandy area beside a large craggy rock. Once we got the tent set up, Valla directed Thorn to breathe a jet of lime-green fire into a small circle of tan desert stones. Not a moment too soon, because once the sun set behind the distant cliffs of my hometown, the air got chilly. We sat around the fire as Valla passed out rations of dry bread and jerky. It wasn't the fanciest of meals, but I was ravenous and didn't complain. Kai looked absolutely exhausted. I was pretty sure his tunic was covered in sweat under all that armor. He pulled out a canteen of water and took a tiny sip from it. Valla noticed.
Kai, have you been drinking enough?
Kai tried to nod. Been taking small drinks every now and then to conserve it. Valla exhaled deeply.
You need to drink more at a time so you don't get sun fever. Also, unless you want to lose every ounce of water in your body to sweat, you need to lose the armor.
Can't. Protection. Dreklings. Wild dragons.
For a smart kid, you're really stupid. Lose the armor.
Can he at least put it on a sled for His Majesty to pull? I chimed in, coming to Kai's defense. His Majesty perked up at the sound of his name.
No,
Valla said.
His Majesty is pulling enough. Try this.
Kari said, getting up and helping her brother slip out of his heavy pauldrons and chest plate. She stacked the armor on the inside of Kai's ridge shield. Then she pulled out a length of rope from her own pack and tied it to the shield. She practiced pulling it along the sand a couple of times. It worked pretty well. The center line of the shield helping the makeshift sled slide.
It's not a perfect solution,
Kari said.
but it'll keep you from dying out there, little bro.
Kai nodded, then took a medium sip of water. He didn't even stop her from patting his head. He must have been exhausted. A huge yawn came from the sand sled. What did I miss? Solrak stretched, then winced as he felt at his wound. Vala's just playing babysitter, I said with a chuckle.
And hating every minute of it.
Valla glared at me. I have just the solution to bring a more cheery spirit to the camp, Solrak said, rummaging through his pack. He pulled out a small wooden lute.
No,
Valla said.
you need to save your strength.
What I need is to show you all the song I've been working on in my head as I rested. With that, he rune traced, a golden psionic rune appearing over his forehead. With a gesture from his hand, Solrak telekinetically lifted the lute into the air and it began to play itself. The sand seemed to dampen the sound of the plucked notes, which made them sound lonely. Somehow, that feeling fit, with the 5 of us plus His Majesty and Thorn sitting small and alone in the bleak, moonlit wasteland of the Scar. Solrak began singing, his voice rich and confident as it accompanied the lute. The Scar is stretching on and on, but our knights know no fear. In fact, we've faced a greater foe than any we have here. We've slain Drakai and Forcers too, and though this desert's the hottest, we've fought far more and still prevailed against that dark-feathered goddess. Our team, though small, is strong and bright, and we know what to do. For fighting through the shadow sphere, Akero's blind shot flew true. Swift Vala's blade did most of all, Kai and Kari quick reacting. Thorn and His Majesty kept guard while Asher was distracting. And in the end we won our fight, though in all the confusion, we were distressed to find that we'd been fighting an illusion. Still we will win, though we fight foes far greater than a kraken. And in the end, it's us who'll steal the egg of the true dragon. His last note lingered in the stillness, punctuated by the howl of a distant ridge runner. We shared a moment of pleasant silence before getting ready for bed. We pulled tightly wrapped bedrolls from our packs. We each found places all around the dying embers of the campfire. Within moments, Kai, Kari, and Valla were sound asleep. Even Thorn snored softly as he lay curled up beside one wall of the large rock. I was about to lay out my things and sleep as well, but I noticed Solrak still sitting up on the sled. I made my way over to him and took a seat. One thing I'd learned from hunting craghoppers was how important it was to know my enemy. I was about to casually strike up a conversation about Solrak's old pal, the Black Valkyrie, when he did it for me. Vidya's not as dark and evil as you think, you know, Solrak said, the last flickers of firelight catching in his brown eyes. My dead mother would argue otherwise, I answered, though I wasn't entirely sure if that was true. Part of me wondered if even after all the Black Valkyrie had done, Mom would have still tried to think the best of her. Fair, Solrak muttered with a sad half-smile. How do you know her, the Black Valkyrie? Don't call her that, Solrak said, and for a moment something sharp and serious replaced his usual light-hearted tone. Using that title only gives her more power, adds to this character she's created. But that's not the real her. Beneath it all, she's still Vidya, and using her name will weaken her. I could get behind that. Vidya, I repeated, the name sounding strange on my tongue. Tell me about her. Solrak relaxed as he began, his eyes lighting up a little. We met when we were both still teenagers. I was the spoiled heir duke of Glacia, while she was a runaway from some noble family in Keep Evgard. They'd found out she was a scion, and planned to have one of their servants join the guard to serve as Vidya's proxy. The proxy soldier would pay off Vidya's debt to society, the debt owed for being born a magi, while Vidya herself languished under lock and key for 3 years. As Solrak spoke, he absently traced a simple illusion rune, employing the same etherarchy he'd used back in the Drunken Drake to make a small, illusory Drakai on the map. This time, his fingers formed the likeness of a girl. She had steely gray hair and looked about 14 years old. She wasn't wearing black, and without an air of superiority in her dark blue eyes, I almost didn't recognize the Black Valkyrie. Or rather, Vidya. Solrak held the illusion in the palm of his hand. His Majesty, who'd been curled up by Solrak's feet, sat up when he saw the tiny illusory Vidya. He panted gleefully. Huh. Maybe His Majesty wasn't as good a judge of character as I'd thought. Neither of us was happy with our lot, Solrak went on. So when we met, we ran away together. The circus was in town, and we figured what better place for a couple of misfits like us. I sang and told stories, and she was an amazing acrobat. The little Vidya illusion did a backflip in Solrak's palm, followed by a complicated tumbling routine up his forearm. Sometimes we'd perform together in plays the company put on. I was all right, but Vidya's acting was really something else. He got a faraway look in his eye, and it hit me like a disgusting ton of bricks. Solrak had been in love with her. Maybe he still was. I tried not to get sick to my stomach as Solrak longingly watched his illusion leap back onto his palm, then smile and wave to an invisible crowd. She loved creating new characters, Solrak said. Sometimes she took it too far. Once, she got so into her role as a farmhand that the company almost left her behind. We couldn't find her for a day, but eventually discovered she'd been living in a pen of wyvern hogs on a ranch outside the city. Solrak laughed, recalling the memory. Then his smile faded. That's what I worry about most. That this whole Black Valkyrie persona is just another character she's lost herself in. That woman giving overblown speeches in Steelrim. That's not the Vidya I know. Solrak closed his fist, and the illusory Vidya burst in a golden shower of ether dust. That doesn't excuse her from all the things she's done, I said. She's killed hundreds of innocent magi, Solrak. Solrak sighed, and for a split second something sinister flashed in his eyes. I subtly scooted a half-inch away, worried he was going to attack me or something. But as quickly as the darkness had come, it was gone. Solrak gave one of his big, overdone grins. Best get yourself to sleep, Asher. My wound's acting up and I couldn't sleep if I tried, so I'll take first watch. With that, he slapped me on the back just a little too hard. I arranged my bedroll beside Thorn and closed my eyes. He shifted, covering me with his wing. Even with his added warmth shielding me from the cold desert night, sleep didn't come to me for a long time. I secretly wished my mother were here to sing me her old dragon's lullaby to help me relax. When I finally drifted off, Evil black swans turned backflips in my dreams. Day 2 in the Scar was a little monotonous. Turned out there wasn't much out here besides craggy, tan rocks and dry, tan sand. Kai did better dragging his armor behind him than he did wearing it, but he still looked pretty exhausted. Thorn was excited when we found a massive sand shark skeleton, which was by far the most interesting thing to happen all day. It was 3 times longer than Thorn from tail to jaw, with 4 rows of razor-sharp teeth. Valla pulled one of the teeth out and put it in her pack, probably to make into a wild shaper's totem later. Although, the thought of Valla wild shaping into something as deadly as a sand shark with geomancy powers sent shivers up my spine. Day 3 in the Scar convinced me that deserts are the most dull places in existence. Day 4 in the desert, I discovered the darkest danger in the dunes. Boredom. If I had to stare at another tan-colored rock or another stretch of endless sand dunes, I was going to throttle myself. Thorn tried to help me pass the time as we slogged on. We played a game where I'd walk behind Kai. Every once in a while, I'd burn ether and shoot a tiny bit of starglass onto his right boot. After a few hours of this, Kai started inexplicably veering to the right as he walked. He'd notice once he got far enough away from the group, then hurry back to correct his course. Through our bond, Thorn laughed hysterically every time Kai veered off track. It was the most entertaining thing out here, so I kept adding more and more starglass to Kai's right boot. Eventually, Kari noticed the chunk of white, solid ether coating her brother's shoe and alerted him to my crime. Kai didn't talk to me for the rest of the day. Days 5 and 6 in the Scar blended together. But on the 6th night, a roaring sound cut through the dark sky above us. A fiery meteor fell over our heads, landing several miles to the east along our path with a soft, distant thud. Thorn gazed in its direction as an odd longing, almost like hunger, pulsed through our bond. That skyfall was close, Kai said.
Too close.
Valla grumbled.
We'll have to take a detour in order to avoid it.
Should I fly over there and see if I can find us some Skystone? I asked. I'd never actually seen a skyfall up close before. Valla gave me an annoyed glare.
Sure. That is, if you're interested in getting yourself killed. Dreklings are probably hatching and swarming the area as we speak.
She pointedly brushed past me as she adjusted our course southeast. Day 7 in the Scar began as mind-numbingly as any other. We passed by more rocks and sand, broken up by the occasional tumbleweed. I fell into a pattern of shooting little bursts of starglass at the runners under His Majesty's sand sled. Kari had rubbed the wooden planks with beeswax, but when I hit them with extra smooth starglass, they slid along the sand even more effectively. Every time His Majesty went over a dune, he didn't even have to pull on the way down. I was just about bored and reckless enough to see what would happen if I secretly added starglass to Valla's right boot when Kari cried out. Kari was at the front of the group, waist deep in sand and sinking fast. The sand that was swallowing her up looked exactly the same as the rest of the Scar's sands, but clearly this was some kind of quicksand.
Kari, grab hold!
Valla called out, falling onto her belly and reaching out a hand.
Can't reach!
Kari said, panic rising in her voice.
We need some kind of...
But the last half of Kari's sentence was muffled as the sand pulled her in. Only her hand stuck out over the top now. I leapt toward Kari, eyes blazing gold. Using levitation, I skidded along the top of the quicksand, grabbing Kari's hand just as she was about to slip under. Right away, the sand pulled my arm in up to my elbow, but I held fast to Kari. I yanked with all my might, channeling levitation etherarchy through my arm and focusing it on Kari. I don't know why I did it. It just felt right. Ether flowed through my fingertips until all at once, Kari came flying out of the sand, propelled by my archonic levitation powers. Another breakthrough. Together we rolled, dusty sand puffing up around us. I pulled Kari along as we scrambled back toward safer sands. Kari coughed and gasped for air. Kai was at her side in a flash, a hand on her back. She seemed shaken up, but otherwise unharmed. I couldn't say the same for our supplies. The extra smooth starglass I'd added to the sled had done its job too well. His Majesty howled as the sled slid down a dune toward the quicksand. At least a couple of bedrolls and the tent slipped off along the way. Solrak sprang into action, flinging himself off the sled and onto the safe sand, slashing the ties to His Majesty to free him from the sled. Solrak cried out in pain as the jump reopened his wound. The sled disappeared into the sand, a jet of sand shooting up where it sank out of sight. Solrak tried to rune trace, but by the time he got a telekinetic rune up and running, the sled was gone. The scar had swallowed up all but a small bit of our supplies.
Drak Asher!
Valla cursed at me, her eyes storming.
Your sooty starglass is what made the sled slip into the jet sands.
I was just trying to help, I said weakly.
You were impulsive and foolish.
Thorn jumped between Valla and me and gave her a warning growl as he narrowed his green eyes. I tried to calm him down through our bond, but Valla was fuming and Thorn didn't back down. It's all right, Solrak said with a grunt as he held his side. This is actually the best thing that could have happened.
Not even you can spin this.
Valla hissed. No, Solrak said. Things are going to be just fine.
How do you figure? We're in the dead middle of the Draking Scar, surrounded by jet sands, with only the water and supplies on our backs.
At least we have backup, Solrak said, pointing upward to the east. We followed his gaze, and there in the sky was a bright white burst of ether. It exploded in a star-like shower of white and gold light. Another bolt like a comet launched from the ground below the first one, bursting the same way as the first. That's Boone, all right, Solrak said. He and Jax are close, and it looks like they're in trouble. That's Boone's distress signal. Valla paled.
It looks like they're right where that skyfall landed. We'll never reach them in time.
Maybe I can. I raised a hand. Thorn and I. Brilliant, Solrak clapped his hands. Go quickly. It would be quite distressing if my friends were to die a horrible death in the scar because you didn't arrive fast enough. We'll find our way around the jet sands and meet you there. He didn't have to tell me twice. Valla still looked like she wanted to gut me like a wing trout. I swung a leg over Thorn's back and prepared to take off. Asher, Kai called. Take Glint. The little dream beast scurried up my foot and dove into my boot. I nodded to Kai, then focused on the white and gold ether explosions occurring several dunes and rock formations eastward. Finally, something exciting. I mean, people's lives were in danger, so I tried not to get too thrilled, but I couldn't hide my smile. I felt a warm glow from Thorn as well, and I couldn't tell if he was more excited about exploring the skyfall or the prospect of a fight. Maybe both. Come on, Thorn, I said, swinging my leg over his saddle. Let's fly.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 10. Mud Pots. The smell hit me long before I got to Boone's signal. It was like a wyvern hog had snuck into a drake hen coop and broken all the eggs, then left them rotting for a week. I recognized the smell as sulfur and pulled my turquoise bandana up over my nose to try and soften it. It didn't help much. We rushed over the barren scar. Except for one particularly weird-looking cactus, everything looked so similar. The only real landmark I could pinpoint was the tall, squarish mountain with a feature jutting out from it that reminded me of a drake horn, rising among the flatlands just to the north. After about 10 minutes, we came up on the source of the flare. Sure enough, the marred earth ended in an enormous crater. The meteor had landed on the edge of the source of the sulfuric stink. A whitish-gray bed of mud pots lay steaming next to the crater. Some of the earth here was cracked and dry, but there were at least a dozen large, circular pustules of boiling white mud. The largest one was the size of a pond, deep below a huge caked pile of dried mud that rose over it like a cliff. The liquid mud was slowly collapsing into the crater, burying the meteor. So much for trying to snag a Skystone. Backed against the gargantuan mudpot was a trio of desperate-looking people fighting for their lives. A horde of Dreklings from the Skyfall, at least 20, wielded crude weapons made of old, dry desert wood or jagged pieces of their own eggshells. I'd only seen a Drekling up close once before. One had tried to break into our home when I was young. Dreklings were like wild dragons. They wanted to devour every drop of ether they could find. Mom and Dad had fought the thing off. There was still a coppery stain outside our window from where they'd spilt its blood. These Dreklings looked a lot like that one. Hunched creatures with draconic faces and arms long enough to almost drag along the ground when they ran. They had clawed feet and hands and scaly bodies. Some grew spines along their backs, and they all had long, lashing tails. As far as I knew, they couldn't speak. They communicated with each other using some kind of otherworldly gurgling that reminded me of metal grating against stone. Some said they were a kind of Drakai, but they were nothing alike. These things were completely inhuman. As Thorn and I descended, we got our first look at the real Boone and Jax. They looked exactly like the illusions Kai had used when we'd infiltrated the Knights of the Torch's meeting at the Drunken Drake. Boone was tough and wiry, with tan, leathery skin and short, white snowhead hair. He wielded a pair of curved-gripped daggers with forward-pointing blades. As I watched, he shot jets of pure ether off the ends of each of them. Both blasts hit true, white ether burns spiraling onto the nearest Drekling's chest. Wherever the ether darts hit overloaded the Drekling's nerves. With Boone's precision, its heart stopped as it fell to the ground. Now that was some astromancy. I made a mental note to ask Boone for some tips if we made it out of this alive. Kai had nailed the details of Jax's appearance too, right down to the maroon bandana wrapped around his head. Gray hair stuck out from the bandana at wild angles, and the guy's muscles were out of this world. He'd clearly ripped the sleeves off his buckskin tunic in order to better show off those shoulders. A psionic rune glowed over his forehead as he telekinetically pushed and pulled a pair of fanged battle axes to fight off the Dreklings. The third person was completely unexpected. Her long, dark red hair whipped behind her as she brandished her spear against the Dreklings. Her face was fierce and her stance strong. A Solean sun-shaped necklace flashed, standing out against her Outlander's dragon leather armor. She stabbed at an oncoming Drekling, catching it in the chest. She swung to redirect the beast's momentum, sending it to a scalding death in the boiling mud pot behind her. She wiped sweat off her forehead with the back of her hand as she looked around for her next victim. And for a second, I felt like the world had stopped moving. She was awesome. I didn't realize I'd slowed our descent until Thorn sent me a feeling like a poke from a hot needle. Right. Focus. These people needed help. We flew in fast, and I burned ether to form my Starglass Dragonhook spear. A hulking, manic Drekling lunged toward Boone while his fight with another Drekling distracted him. I leaped off of Thorn's back and used the hook of my spear to wrench the Drekling away before it could take a bite out of Boone. The Drekling made a choking sound as it noticed its own copper blood flowing from the leg I'd snagged. It howled, turning its energy on me. I windmilled my spear, hitting it in the chest and taking it down. Boone gave a whoop when he saw what I'd done. "Well, ain't this a critter-killing time? Thank you kindly, stranger." His northern accent was even stronger than the one I'd used back at the tavern, but I realized I'd actually done a pretty good job of matching its graveliness. I gave him a smile and a salute. Then, almost unconsciously, I looked over my shoulder to see if the red-headed girl had seen me take down the Drekling. If she had, she was occupied now. She slashed with her spear, and for the first time, I noticed a strip of curling, dark shadow fire that lined the edge of her blade. My heart almost stopped. The girl was a Shadowbinder, just like Mom had been. Sure enough, the girl's eyes glowed gold as her spear arced through the air, keeping several Dreklings at bay. The shadow edge hit one Drekling's arm, and I saw the Etherarchy start eating away at the beast's scaly hide. Yep, that was a shadow blade, all right. Mom had used one all the time, her shadow-binding powers eating away at grime or other messes around the house. A couple times, like when that Drekling had come for us. I'd seen her use a shadow blade just like this one. This girl just kept getting cooler. "Duck, dragon boy!" Jax yelled at me. I had just enough time to heed his warning before one of his telekinetically charged axes went flying over my head, embedding itself in a Drekling's shoulder. That Drekling had almost taken me out. I needed to focus. Thorn was doing his part, swooping in like a falcon drake and grabbing a Drekling by his clawed feet. The creature squirmed and chortled as Thorn flew up, dropping it into one of the boiling mud pots below. I gripped my Starglass spear while the others fought on. Together, we downed Drekling after Drekling, killing some and tossing others wailing into the mud. But the more we battled the Dreklings, the more seemed to appear. Just our luck that this was a particularly massive skyfall. Most only brought 3 or so Dreklings. I realized they were emerging from holes in the piles of cooler, dried mud. They must have already burrowed here and started a hive after the skyfall. To the side, Thorn swooped in to grab another Drekling, but they were ready for him. When he flew low enough, 3 of them leaped and grabbed onto him, trying to hold him down. Thorn roared, and I felt his rage through our bond as the Dreklings dragged him toward one of the boiling mud pots. I raced toward him, my spear jabbing into the one holding Thorn by the neck. The mud pot beside Thorn roiled, and an enormous grayish bubble burst, sending white-hot mud soaring into the thin skin of Thorn's wing. He bellowed in pain, as with a mighty thrash he freed himself from the Dreklings. He swung his bladed tail, flinging the other 2 Dreklings into the mud pot. We'd already killed so many, but more and more Dreklings came creeping out of the hollow pockets in the caked piles of dried mud. Glowing golden patterns traced themselves onto Thorn's wing, the skin there healing as more Dreklings battered at his shoulders and tail.
There are too many of them,
The red-headed girl shouted as she dispatched another Drekling. Boone shouted as he shot off more ether bolts. "I'll be a Drakpat before I go down to a scorching swarm of Dreklings." But Boone looked like he was slowing down. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and the golden ether light in his eyes flickered. Jax looked like he was going to black out any minute from ether overuse. I watched as he used his scion powers to heft a gigantic muddy boulder the size of me into the air. With a grunt, he telekinetically hurled it toward 4 oncoming Dreklings. The Dreklings got squashed, but Jax's eyes rolled back in his head as his rune went out and he fell to the ground, passed out. Blood started trickling from his nose. "Scorch, Jax! Ain't that just a fine kettle of nagas?" Boone growled. "Now we gotta haul your sorry hide out of here on top of it all. We should leave him behind for that, right, Shea?"
not on your life.
The red-headed girl answered with an angry slash from her Shadowblade spear. "Ah, you're no fun," Boone grumbled. So that was her name, Shea. Thorn gave a pained whimper, which once again brought me back to reality. His wing looked fit for flying again, but more Dreklings were coming at him. He'd taken too many hits to the tail and leg. The uncanny mutterings of the Dreklings grew louder as more and more crawled out of the dried mud. Shea looked over at me, taking down another Drekling with her shadow-bladed spear.
Well, stranger, thanks for helping, but it looks like we're still gonna die.
"Maybe not," I called back, trying to think like Kai. I looked past the sea of Dreklings to the towering mud piles, and an idea crossed my mind. A truly terrible idea. "Get Jax onto my wyvern's back," I shouted. "Then follow me." I dove to Thorn's side, driving the Dreklings back with my spear. Out of options, Shea kept the Dreklings at bay while Boone helped me heft Jax's limp body. Stars, this guy was heavy. Onto Thorn. I burned ether and formed patches of Starglass in key places around Jax's sides, legs, and shoulders, molding it to Thorn's saddle.
No pressure?
Shea called out as yet more Dreklings came for us.
But pressure!
"Ready," I said once Jax was somewhat secure. "Now, come on!" Though almost a dozen Dreklings lay dead on the cracked surface along the mud bank, there had to be at least 30 live ones preparing to rush us. A swarm stood between us and the largest boiling mud pot, and more were still coming. Naturally, I charged forward, rushing right into the middle of the pack. That caught the Dreklings off guard, especially when my vicious wyvern came darting through along with me. The Dreklings cleared a space for just long enough for us to get through. Their surprise didn't last long. Within seconds, Thorn, Boone, Shea, and I had a snarling mob of Dreklings in hot pursuit.
Where in the void are we going?
Shea said as we ran side by side.
We can't outrun them.
Don't have to, I answered, steering us up the side of the tallest dried mud pile. The chalky mud broke underfoot as we climbed. It didn't take long to reach the top. We halted, the brittle, dried mud breaking up beneath our feet as we looked out over the largest and deadliest boiling mud pot of all. Thick, white-hot sludge splashed up all around. The Dreklings arrived behind us. I brandished my spear, driving them back, then threw it into the mass of them. They stopped, then looked at us, ready to charge. Shea gave me a perplexed look. I gave her a wide, lopsided grin. "Jump!" I yelled, grabbing her hand on one side and Boone's on the other before leaping off the top of the fast-eroding pile. Shea screamed. Boone laughed. Thorn leaped as well. To my pleasure, the Dreklings had been following us closely enough that they didn't have time to stop. They skidded off the edge right along with us. The boiling mud fast approached below, the heat rising up to greet us. Then I burned ether. My eyes blazed gold as I levitated. Just like I'd done in the quicksand with Kari, I let the ether flow through me and into the others so they levitated alongside me. The levitation gave us just enough of a boost to skim over top of the boiling bubbles of deadly mud. I couldn't say the same for the Dreklings. They fell and disappeared into the mud pots, splashing at our heels. I could feel the mud burning my boots, and I hoped Glint was safe in there. Thorn was still recovering from his injuries, so he spread his wings to catch the heat from the mud pot, gliding well enough to keep himself and Jax from falling in. Shea and Boone caught on to my levitation strategy and burned ether of their own to aid in it. Every Archon could levitate, but not all of them were good at it. Boone hovered strongly by my side, but Shea seemed to be struggling. I held more tightly to her hand. We made it to the other side of the boiling, muddy pond. Almost all the Dreklings had fallen in, thanks to the dried mud cliff crumbling under their weight and dumping them all into the mud pot. The few who were left hollered and squealed in anger from the other side. We'd made it out. Breathing heavily, Boone clapped a hand onto my shoulder. "That," he said, dark eyebrows lowering over his serious face, "was stupider than a Dracoon drunk on Drakila. But I'll be scorched if it ain't worked." I smiled, then looked to Shea, wondering what she had thought of my stunt. Instead of gazing upon me with admiration, she was at Thorn's side, checking on Jax. She placed a hand gently over his forehead. "How's our reckless scion?" Boone growled.
He'll live,
Shea said, sounding more annoyed than relieved. "Good. Now," Boone said, turning to me. He casually placed a hand on one of the daggers now sheathed at his hip. "What's your name, stranger? And more importantly, who sent you?" I held up my hands to show I wasn't an enemy. "Asher of Steelrim. Solrak sent me. He and Valla are just over those dunes 10 minutes as the wyvern flies." Boone almost looked convinced, but he narrowed his already squinting eyes. "The hunter's torch is lit again?" I added with a shrug. Boone relaxed and nodded. He thrust out a hand, and I took it, clasping at the forearm. "Thanks for your service, fellow knight." It surprised me how good it felt when he said that. Like I belonged to something. Just then, a couple of Dreklings let out loud, otherworldly wails from the other side of the pond. It looked like they were starting to wonder if they could make their way around to get another bite at us. Boone set his jaw. "Best make like a Drakalope and dart. Where'd you say Solrak and Valla were at?" With Thorn unable to carry us all, I led the group southwest back the way I'd thought we'd flown. But before long, a rustling in my boot made me stop. Glint popped out, looking a little shaken up after that fight with the Dreklings. She crawled her way up to my hand with her little webbed feet. I was glad to see she was okay. Asher, you all right? Kai's voice spoke in my mind. Fine. Found Boone and Jax and a girl traveling with them. I tried to keep my mind from latching on to Shea. How skilled she was with a spear, and the way her eyes stormed as she used Shadowfire. The way her hair whipped out behind her like a deep red extension of the wind. The way it felt when I'd held her hand as we jumped off the mud cliff. Oops. Well, okay then, Kai thought, intrigued by my interest. Found that Jax guy, though, I thought, deflecting. We'll have to mess with Kari about the sleeves he lost on his tunic. Ugh. Anyway, Kai continued, Valla says to find a safe place to make camp, then have Boone send up another flare. Kari found a way around the jet sands. We're on our way to you. I agreed, then Glint cut off the connection. I relayed the message to Boone and the others. Boone chose a place beside a large cluster of cacti to make camp. The cacti grew in patches, with a flat, sandy area in the middle. The tallest clump of the spiny plant made a patch of shade just large enough for Boone. He lay down with his head against a rock, wrapped his dragon scale cloak around him like a loose blanket, then pulled the tan bandana around his neck up over his eyes. He was out within seconds, snoring softly. Impressive. I guess after our fight with the Dreklings, he'd earned some rest. But adrenaline was still coursing through me. Jax was just starting to come to. I dissolved the star glass that secured him to Thorn's back, and he slid to the ground, rubbing at his temples. He half-heartedly listened as I brought him up to speed. Whatever, dragon boy, he muttered, sitting down beside a cactus of his own and massaging the sides of his head with 2 fingers. Thorn curled up as well, closing his eyes. Through our bond, a feeling like a bed of coals let me know he was going to try to rest and let his sentinel etherarchy get to work on regenerating his wounds. He'd really taken the brunt of the hits for us. Glowing, angular golden lines traced their way around his injuries. Glint hopped out of my boot and found a nice spot to lie down in Thorn's shade. That left me and Shea. My heart skipped a little at the thought, and Thorn must have caught on to my quick surge of emotion. He sent me a fiery chuckle through our bond and melodramatically averted his gaze to give us privacy. I did my best to smooth the longer hair on the top of my head, pulling it back into its knot. Then I stepped into place beside her. So, Shea the Shadowbinder. She chuckled a little.
What gave it away? Could it have been the shadow fire on the edge of my spear?
That helped a little, yeah, I laughed. She smiled widely, and the corners of her eyes crinkled. She looked like she smiled a lot. Shea stuck out her chin as she stared off into the distance, almost as if she were evaluating something. She cocked her head, and I followed her gaze toward that towering, square-shaped mountain with the horn formation. Shea was so transfixed by the mountain, I couldn't help but smile as I stepped directly between it and her.
Excuse me,
Shea said. She had a light Eastern accent. You're excused. I crossed my arms. Shea tapped a finger on her chin.
The other knights that are going to meet us. It'll probably take the rest of the afternoon for them to get here.
Probably, yeah. Shea grinned widely.
See Calico Mountain over there?
I nodded, translating the Drakai word for chief in my head. Her excited energy was contagious. Shea put a hand on her hip.
I'm gonna go climb it.
I glanced back at the mountain, its flat top reaching high into the air above the scar. From where we stood, it wasn't too far off, maybe a few hours. I looked back at Shea's eager face. Her bright eyes were light brown, with tiny flecks of blue in them. They reminded me of earth and sky. I'm in, I said. Shea raised an eyebrow.
Sure you can keep up?
Of course. I'm coming too, a voice said from behind me. When I looked, Jax stood a couple of feet away. His eyes were still half closed. His nose had stopped bleeding, but it was pretty obvious his ether overuse headache was still taking a lot out of him.
Oh, no you don't.
Shea said, grabbing Jax by the shoulders and turning him around.
You're going to lie down in the cactus shade and rest like Boone.
But
No buts. Drink from your canteen and try to sleep off that headache. I'll be back to check on you soon.
Jax grumbled something unintelligible, but Shea had given the order with such authority that he obeyed. But just before going back to his shade patch, he looked from Shea to me and gave me a not-so-subtle glare. I didn't know their history, but if I had to guess, I'd say Jax had a little bit of a crush on Shea. He probably wasn't thrilled about the idea of Shea spending the afternoon with me. But I was.
Come on.
Shea smiled up at me as she hurried toward the mountain. Thorn reassured me he could watch over the group as they recovered, egging me on with a suggestive tilt of his head. I laughed and took off after Shea. We couldn't find a trail when we got to the base of the mountain. We had no gear and no plan. Just my style, and I had a feeling it was hers as well. The mountainside was slightly less dry than the majority of the desert. Scrubby bushes, creeping cacti, and gray oak trees with pale green, spiny leaves sprang up all throughout the dirt and stone. We both felt a sense of urgency as we hiked. Something inside us was driving us to reach the highest point on the boxy mountain. While we traversed the craggy inclines, searching for the fastest way up and hover climbing where necessary, Shea told me about how she'd met Boone and Jax. Mage Hunters had captured her and were taking her to a cell in Ghost Lake's prison. They'd been about to silvermark her when Boone and Jax broke in and got her out. From there, she'd used her shadow binding to assist them on their mission to retrieve information on the magi cure, which had resulted in their needing to fight some kind of abnormally powerful drake.
I grew up hearing tales of the Knights of the Torch.
Shea said as we hiked.
Although the way my family talked about them wasn't exactly positive. With them, everything was always by the book, which meant buying into Evgard's anti-magi propaganda. My older sisters, well, they're mage hunters.
I must have made a face because Shea chuckled sadly before continuing.
You can imagine my family's reaction when I first manifested powers.
I can't imagine, I said, casting her a sympathetic look. My mom was the opposite, always telling me I should be proud of my scaly ears and astromancy.
She sounds wonderful.
Shea gave a sincere smile, and I felt my chest grow warm. So, what happened then? I asked, hover jumping to avoid a cluster of sharp rocks. Once your family knew you were a magi.
I ran away.
Shea tried to say it casually, as if leaving home had been no big deal. But I could tell that her decision had left her with unseen scars.
My sisters tried to find me.
Shea continued, speaking carefully.
But I'm a shadowbinder. Hiding in the darkness is kind of my thing. When Boone invited me to join the Knights, I jumped at the chance.
I'd lost myself in Shea's story, and before I knew it, we'd reached the top of the mountain. The top of the peak was pretty narrow, especially toward the horn-like formation at the far corner of the square. I could practically hear my dad's voice in my head, warning me about going out too far and falling. He always seemed to forget that I was an Archon who specialized in levitation. I was a lot of things, but afraid of heights was not one of them. Apparently, neither was Shea. With a grin, she scooted her way along the narrowest part of the rock, inching her way toward the high ledge of the cliff. With a spring in my step and a racing heart, I followed. We reached the farthest, highest point of the cliff, sitting side by side and swinging our legs out so they dangled over the edge. Part of me wanted to jump off and see if I really could levitate to the bottom. Looking at the steep drop hundreds of feet below was exhilarating. And then there was the view. From here, we could see the scar stretch on for miles ahead. The usual craggy rock formations broke up the sandy scape, but from up here, we could see so much more. The whitish-gray mud pots where we'd fought the Dreklings looked tiny, and the crater from the skyfall had filled completely with mud. There was definitely no retrieving that Skystone now. In the distance, a golden-yellow cloud swirled through the air, a sandstorm. The silhouettes of some cliff-dwelling wild Evren flew across the cloudy sky. I looked toward the girl at my side. Her eyes were alight with excitement as she took in the scene, feet swinging carelessly off the edge of the mountain. I laughed out loud. Suddenly, the scar didn't seem so dull after all.
So,
Shea began.
What about you? How'd you get roped into the Knights of the Torch?
I told her about Kai and I following Kari to her meeting. She laughed heartily when I told her about impersonating Boone and Jax.
This here view's better than a slice of dragon fruit pie after a long day hunting Drakfell.
I growled in my gravelly Boone voice, barely able to keep a straight face. Shea cracked up.
Not bad. I'm pretty sure I've heard him use nearly that exact phrase.
Where does he come up with them? We laughed again. Then I went on to tell her about the battle at Steelrim. When I got to the part about Vidya, a shadow crossed over her face.
Vidya?
She asked.
You know the Black Valkyrie's real name?
I nodded, recalling Solrak's words. Calling her Vidya makes her less of a threat. She's not this impossible, unbeatable entity. She's just another regular person who can be beaten.
I disagree.
Shea said. Oh?
She's not just another regular person.
Shea nonchalantly gathered a group of pebbles into her hand.
Calling her by a human name, it makes her seem too normal. What she does is anything but normal. Bringing in all those magi. She doesn't deserve to be called something so mundane.
I understood her take. To me, Vidya wasn't normal either. I wondered what Shea's history with the Black Valkyrie was like. Had she ever met her? With 2 older sisters in the Mage Hunters, it was possible.
Who told you her name?
Shea asked, tossing her pebbles one by one over the edge of the cliff.
Solrak?
Yeah. You've met him?
No.
Shea said quickly.
Boone talks about him a lot. Jax too. They say this Solrak guy is very aware of the Black Valkyrie.
You could say that, I said. Personally, I think they had a thing way back when. Shea's eyes went wide.
You're kidding.
Wish I was, I laughed. Can you imagine getting romantically involved with someone who turned out to be a psycho magi killer? Shea laughed back, then playfully shoved me. In order to not lose my balance and free fall off the cliffside, I reached out to steady myself on the thing closest to me. Shea. I grabbed onto her upper arm, and in response, she grabbed my other hand to keep me grounded. I found myself staring directly into those light brown eyes, the flecks of blue dancing. The air was getting windy and a little chilly, but the way her thin fingers laced through mine made me feel like my whole body was on fire. She didn't let go. So, I said with what I hoped was a charmingly crooked smile, you and Jax aren't... I trailed off, and her eyes went as round as Evren eggs.
No.
She said.
No.
I shrugged. Just had to ask. You were taking awfully close care of him earlier.
Jax isn't my type. All muscle, no finesse.
And what is your type?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Shea went to give me another playful shove against the chest, but I held my position by gripping her hand more tightly. Her eyes brightened as she raised one eyebrow. Suddenly, a piercing rumble echoed across the sky. We looked up as lightning flashed and the clouds burst, drenching us almost instantly.
It never rains in this scar,
She said, raising her voice to be heard over the downpour. We'd better get back to camp, I said, and Shea nodded in agreement. We scrambled to our feet, and I was sad to let go of her hand. Once we were a safe distance from the ledge, Shea let out a whoop, spinning around in the rain with both hands outstretched.
Don't you just love it?
Shea sang. Her dark red hair was plastered against her face and down her back, but she didn't care. I laughed again, watching her dance. Yeah, I really do.
Chapter 11. The Inventor. Kari. Kari couldn't help but roll her eyes when Asher and the new girl returned to camp dripping wet and splattered in mud. No matter where he went, Asher always found a way to get messy. It was a wonder he and Kari's neat freak little brother got along so well. Kari watched as the group reacted to their return from the mountainside. Most seemed happy to see them. Kai was relieved that Asher was alive, but a little miffed that Asher hadn't taken Glint with him so they could stay in communication in case anything had gone wrong. Valla was still upset with Asher over his Starglass stunt with the lost supplies, but Kari could tell she was secretly glad he was all right. Boone didn't even look up from where he lay, eyes closed against the rock. Solrak woke up from resting for long enough to say hello and introduce himself to Shea. Solrak had her stand in front of him while he traced the rune for dissolving illusions, the same one he'd used on Kai and Asher back at the Drunken Drake. He waved his hand over her, but nothing happened. He'd done the same thing to Boone and Jax when they'd arrived at the camp, stating that he wasn't interested in being fooled by another illusion-clad star swan. True to form, Solrak declared Shea's joining the team to be the greatest thing that's ever happened. He took the opportunity to remind everyone that the Knights of the Torch were, in fact, recruiting. Even His Majesty was excited about the new girl. Solrak cocked his head as the Bloodhusky leaped from his place under Jax's arm and bounded over to Shea, licking her hand.
If His Majesty approves, so do I,
Solrak shouted over the rain. Jax's reaction to Shea's return made Kari squirm just a little. He wrapped his long, strong arms around her in a hug and let her know how worried he'd been. That was fine. Kari knew it was only natural to worry whenever anyone went anywhere in the Scar. It was a dangerous place. Kari recalled the first time she'd met Jax. It was only briefly during a Knights of the Torch meeting in an Outlander town near Steelrim. After the meeting, Jax had approached and shamelessly flirted with her. The way he'd hit on her was braggy, a little clunky, and anything but subtle. Kari had loved it. Kari spent most of her time either over a workbench or looking after Kai and Asher to make sure they didn't kill themselves. She knew Asher had never seen her as anything more than an older sister. Kari occasionally worked with other blacksmiths or woodworking types in town, but they only ever saw her as a peer. Jax was the first guy who truly saw her as a girl. But with the way he looked over Shea to make sure she was okay, Kari guessed he saw all girls that way. Kari wasn't special. That was fine. Kari had much better things to occupy her mind than thoughts about a guy. Before they'd left Steelrim, Solrak had given her a special mission. Kari needed to figure out a way for Aetherarchy to beat Silver. No matter which of the 9 magi types someone was, they would always be vulnerable to Silver. It served as a block, stopping a magi's flow of ether. Kari had seen that firsthand when the Black Valkyrie and her Mage Hunters had taken on the Knights of the Torch in Steelrim. Their blades and chain whips had left the magi powerless. Solrak still hadn't completely recovered from the wound he'd taken from the silver dagger. Kari was sure that even the unmatched Aetherarchy of the Farseer himself would fall to a single silver blade. Countering a law of nature like that was an impossible task. Those were Kari's favorite kinds of tasks. While the back of her mind tinkered with ideas for beating Silver, Kari returned her main focus to her latest invention. They'd lost most of their supplies back in the quicksand, and while she'd been sad to lose the Nomad sled, Kari loved the challenge of needing to think up something new. Bonus points if the group's survival depended on it. She was grateful the Dragonhide Nomad's tent had survived the quicksand. She'd noticed Kai getting thirsty again, which gave her an idea. She'd used 4 tall, well-placed cacti plants as posts, and then inverted the tent's dragonwing bone supports to form it into an inverted dome when she saw the storm clouds coming. The outside of the tent was mostly waterproof. Then, using the sturdy needle and thread she always kept on hand in her pack, she'd sewn up any holes in the tent, including what was once the doorway. Then she'd used the last of her stick of wax from scale beads to complete the waterproofing in the more vulnerable places in the hide. The rain was a blessing from the goddesses. Already, Kari's makeshift rain collector was halfway full. Once the storm ended, she planned to fold over part of the old tent bottom. Then, with a little more creative sewing, they'd have plenty of water to keep them going until they made it to the nearest town, a place called Ghost Lake. That was where Jax and Boone had just come from, on their way back to report in Steel Rim. Where Jax had apparently helped Boone save the new girl, Shea. Kari was determined not to think about it. She wasn't one of those girls who got hung up on the first guy to give her the time of day. Even if that guy had muscles the size of sledgehammers and a jawline sharper than the end of a chisel. Valla and Kai helped Kari put together an improvised nomadic sled using a couple of weathered juniper logs. Kari couldn't get them sanded down and polished nearly as well as the original, plus she was out of wax for the runners. Luckily, with only a little persuading and one threatening look from Valla, Asher agreed to keep the runners slick with smooth starglass. They'd just have to make sure not to run into any more jet sand. His Majesty pulled the new sled, topped with the carefully sealed-off water tent and occasionally soul rack. He was walking better these days, but had to rest often. Valla looked worried about him, and Kari could tell she'd love nothing more than to get him to an experienced healer. The nearest one they knew of was in Ghost Lake. All the more reason to hurry through the last bit of the scar. The days passed with sun and sand, and the evenings passed with the group gathered around a campfire. Solrak sang and psionically played his lute, while Valla watched for approaching danger, eyes outlined in glowing gold patterns to enhance her vision with the senses of a polar wolf. Valla also spent some time meditating, to attune the sandshark's tooth she'd taken to turn it into a wild shaper's totem. Asher and Shea took more adventurous, if less efficient, paths around craggy rocks, Asher using his levitation every once in a while to keep them from slipping too far when they got up high. Shea wasn't nearly as good with levitation as Asher was, but then again, Asher had spent years climbing up sheer cliffs as a crag chaser. Kai took notes in his black leather book, while Boone practiced sharpshooting by sending off ether blasts at stacks of rocks. Boone attempted to teach Asher to do the same, positing that it was easier than scaring the wings off a dragon buffalo. But that style of archonic power didn't seem to come as naturally to Asher. Interesting. And Jax, well, Jax's favorite activity seemed to be weightlifting. Every chance he got, Jax would light up a rune over his forehead, then grab a couple of large tan rocks. Biceps bulging, he'd use his telekinetic powers to press down on the rocks while using his arms to lift up against the force. If that wasn't enough, he'd telekinetically hold his axes in the air and use the handles to do pull-ups. It made it more of a challenge, he said. Kari could understand that. Most nights, Valla led the team in sparring. She and Solrak hoped things wouldn't come to a fight, but they felt it was best to be prepared, just in case they encountered the Black Valkyrie and her Mage Hunters again. Valla had them dueling in pairs, which was fine until Jax and Asher went up against each other. Kari wasn't sure why the boys felt the need to try to prove themselves superior to one another, but after Asher lost a lock of hair to a psionic axe shot, and Jax took a levitation-powered boot to the face, Valla stopped letting them spar against each other. Long after everyone else was asleep, Kari would brainstorm ways to get past the silver problem. Before they'd left Steel Rim, Solrak had given Kari a small silver coin he'd picked up off of the fallen Mage Hunter. The coin had the hunter's symbol on one side, a triangle with a sword cutting through the center. On the other side was the crest of Evgard, a true dragon surrounded by an ornate woven pattern. Each night, Kari would stare at the coin, turning it over and over in her hands. If Kari had been a magi, she knew the silver would have felt like touching ice, and pain would have shot through her fingertips and cut off her ether. As it was, she felt only a cold, hard coin as her thoughts raced. She knew that silver was extremely malleable. Perhaps she could fashion some kind of heat-producing weapon? But that would only end up bending or melting the Mage Hunter's silver, not eliminating it. Silver was reflective, but turning the Mage Hunter's weapons into mirrors wouldn't do much to help the team. Kari had claimed that Mage Hunter's silver whip after the battle in Steel Rim. She was toying with a few ideas of what to do with it, but none that would solve the silver neutralizing problem. Finally, they were within a day's travel from Ghost Lake. The landscape was beginning to shift from sand to something slightly sturdier. Kari was growing tired of eating the gamey lizard meat Thorn hunted for the group. And even with careful rationing, they were nearly out of water, so the idea of getting to a place with lake in the name sounded marvelous. Even if Boone said it actually had tons of ghosts in it too. Oh no, Valla muttered, coming to a stop in front of Kari. Kari looked up toward the northeastern horizon, following Valla's line of sight. There, fast approaching and growing steadily, was an enormous, billowing cloud. It was a dark brown, made from trillions of particles of tan dust and sand whipping around and around at high speeds. "Dust storm," Valla announced to the group. "We need to take cover."
Can we outrun it?
Jax asked. "Let me rephrase," Valla said. "We need to take cover now." She directed them to a grouping of sandstone ridges that were standing out from the dunes. Each ridge grew at an angle, so they would provide some shelter from the oncoming storm. "Hug the leeward side," Valla instructed. "The storm's almost on us. If sand starts to fall off the ridge and onto you, move to another one." Each ridge was only big enough to shelter 1 to 3 people, or in Thorn and His Majesty's cases, 1 wyvern or bloodhusky. Valla had them all dampen their bandanas and cover their mouths with it. Then she took shelter with Solrak. Boone made sure to pick a ridge only big enough for one, so that nobody would bother him. Kai, Asher, and Shea found a place to huddle together, which left Kari alone with Jax. The storm's winds filled Kari's ears. They only had about a minute left.
I guess we'd better get cozy then,
Jax said, raising his eyebrows twice in quick succession. "I would have said sheltered, but cozy works too," Kari coyly replied. Jax let out a single grunt of a laugh, then grabbed Kari by the hand and pulled her down with him under the ridge. Not a moment too soon, either. The moment they were safe, the dust-ridden winds hit in full force. Tan clouds raced by on either side of the ridge, with the curve of the rock and the howling wind giving them a strange sort of privacy. The abruptness of it made Kari jump, scooting closer to the center of the rock and, by extension, closer to Jax. Then the dust settled somewhat, and Jax pulled down his bandana from over his nose and mouth. Kari did the same.
Hello there.
He grinned, leaning into it by putting an arm around Kari's back. "Hello yourself," Kari said, not mad at all about the way this sandstorm was going.
I was actually hoping to catch you without 6 other pairs of eyes hanging around,
Jax said. Kari laughed. 8 if you count Thorn and His Majesty.
Good point.
Jax tilted his face toward Kari's. He was a fast mover, that was for sure. But Kari liked fast. Then, all at once, Jax's eyes went from magnetic and alluring to freaked out.
Soot!
He jumped back a little, one arm leaving the safety of the ridge for a second. He yelped when the dust storm grazed his elbow. "What?" Kari looked around for the source of Jax's sudden anxiety.
Spydra! We must have found the entrance to their den.
Jax pointed to a small hole at the base of the sandstone ridge. Sure enough, creeping out of it was a spydra, a multi-headed dragon spider. It was about the size of Kari's thumbnail. She laughed loudly, much to Jax's frustration.
What's so funny?
He folded his arms, and Kari wasn't blind to the way he tucked his hands under his biceps to make them pop more. "It's just, that's probably the smallest spydra I've ever seen," Kari said between laughs.
Hey, not all spydra are puny. They can grow as big as dogs. Void, Boone's seen a queen spydra as big as a Draking house.
"But this one's so cute and whittle," Kari said, her voice slipping into baby talk.
For now.
"Come on, Jaxie, wanna meet the whittle baby spydwa?" Kari went to pick it up with her finger.
Hey.
Jax grabbed her hand at the wrist.
Okay, number 1, never call me Jaxie. And number 2, be careful. It may be small, but all spydra have shadowbinder venom. It can burn away your skin.
Kari chuckled, but stopped reaching for the spydra. Then she rifled through her pack for something to block the little entrance to the miniature spydra den so that Jax could relax. She pulled out her little silver coin, and after scooching the spydra back inside, lodged it into place against the sandstone. "All right," she said. "If it'll make you feel better, I won't pet the venomous beastie." but it's still up in the air on whether or not I'll call you Jaxie again.
I'd like to see you try.
Jax shrugged, his toned shoulders perfectly visible with his sleeves ripped off the way they were. Kari thought Jax tearing his sleeves off was ridiculous, of course, but she wasn't mad about the result. Kari raised one eyebrow defiantly. Jaxie. With a playful look on his face, Jax grabbed Kari by the shoulders, pinning her in place. He pulled her close, his mouth just inches from hers. Kari closed the distance herself. She liked the way his lips felt, just a little bit dry from all the walking and water conservation in the desert. She liked the way his rough hands moved from her shoulders to the middle of her back. She liked the way he smelled, like rich earth with a hint of something almost metallic. Perhaps because of the battle axes he kept strapped to his back. The scent reminded her of her shop back home. As she kissed him, Kari opened her eyes. On the edge of her vision, she noticed the silver Mage Hunters coin she'd used to block the Spydra den. One tiny Spydra had crawled its way atop the coin, and Kari watched as one of its two heads spat a little jet of venom onto it. Where the venom met the silver, it started slowly corroding away, leaving a minuscule trail along one side of the coin. Kari gasped, pulling away from Jax to reach past him for the silver coin. Jax startled, then subconsciously brought a hand to the handle of one of the axes on his back.
What? What's going on?
The Spydra venom! Kari squealed, brushing the little Spydra off the coin and examining it more closely. It dissolved the silver! It wasn't a lot, but somehow the Spydra's ether-powered venom had left a mark.
Okay.
Jax said, a little confused. What element, I wonder, allows the venom to penetrate the anti-ether in the silver? Kari mused. Perhaps because the acidity is tied not to the etherarchical, but also to an organic component? She examined the coin closely, then bent down to inspect the whole of the Spydra den. Then she continued muttering to herself. Obviously, the silver is canceling out some of the effects, since the venom more strongly affects the sandstone than it does the silver. But that's okay. It's a start. I just need to find a way to amplify the venom's power against it. Jax cautiously reached out a hand toward Kari.
Are you okay?
Better than okay, Kari grinned, unable to contain her excitement. Jax, I'm going to need your help. Jax looked skeptical.
Sure.
Kari laughed again. You ever milked a Spydra for its venom?
Chapter 12. Sandy. I would have thought the dust storm was fine if it weren't for the sharks. As Kai, Shea, and I hid on the leeward side of our sandstone ridge, Shea noticed them first.
Asher?
She said, tugging on the corner of my sleeve and pointing into the storm. At first, it was impossible to see much through the wall of high-speed sand and dust. But as the storm blew on and things got clearer, I could just make out the fins rushing along the edge of the sand. The sand sharks swam, or whatever it was these geomancer land sharks did, beneath the surface into the group of sandstone ridges we were hiding in. These shark fins had a strange glow to them. Bright blue light sparked in the wake of the gray fins that looked like they were trailing wispy gray clouds. No, more like they were made from wispy gray clouds. It looked strikingly different from shadowbinding etherarchy, which had a much more flame-like quality. These umbral creatures emitted an inky, smoky grayness that seemed to sink into the earth.
Soot.
Shea swore.
Those are umbral sharks.
The rushing wind of the storm was too loud for us to yell and warn the rest of the group. Maybe, if we were quiet, they'd just swim by? I've read about umbral creatures, Kai whispered. Any animal can go umbral, but it's not known how or why. They're the carriers of the shadow wasting. One bite or scratch and you're infected as the disease slowly numbs and grays out more and more of your skin until you're an empty shell of the person you once were. Thanks for that, I whispered back, scooting closer to the sandstone and away from the sharks.
He's right.
Shea said.
I've seen firsthand what umbrals can do.
Let's not get bitten or scratched then,
I suggested. Unfortunately, I guess the sharks weren't on board with my plan. This sandstone refuge must have been a hunting ground for them during sandstorms. With a mighty leap, one of the sharks launched out of the sand right toward us. Kai, Shea, and I screamed as it snapped its jaws. The three of us scrambled away from the safety of our ridge and into the storm. I was grateful Valla had made us put damp scarves over our mouths because a blast of dust whipped into my face right away. It felt like an army of tiny rocks was cutting at my cheeks. If not for my scarf, I wouldn't have been able to breathe. Time to warn the others, or at least draw more of the sharks our way. "Sand sharks!" I yelled over the din of the storm. I wasn't sure if anyone heard me. They could have been surrounded too for all I knew, though it looked like more umbral fins were headed our way. Kai had put on his heavy armor after the storm had started, and it looked like it was serving him well, his massive ridge shield effectively blocking the brunt of the dust heading his way. I tried to mimic the design, my eyes flashing gold as I conjured 2 Starglass shields, one for Shea and one for me. Starglass was lighter than Kai's steel, so I added a few holes to our shields to allow some airflow and keep us from getting swept away like kites. While I was at it, I summoned my Starglass spear and signaled Thorn to stay low and not make a sound. The storm would throw him around if he got involved. I just hoped the umbral sharks wouldn't notice him. The first umbral sand shark was hot on our tail, followed closely by more. "Come on!" I yelled to my friends, the wind ripping my voice away. Luckily, Kai and Shea seemed to understand as we banded together and ran for our lives, shields up to stop the wind, but mostly to protect us from umbral shark bites. We needed to get to the other ridges. Solrak and Valla's was closest. We pressed through the storm toward their sandstone hideout, jabbing at any shark that got close, but it looked like they were just testing us for now. I could see them more easily as the storm began to clear, and from the pissed-off look on Valla's face, she'd just noticed the sharks too. Although, honestly, Valla's face rarely didn't look pissed off, so there was a chance she was just over there being herself. His Majesty was with them already. He must have felt the sharks coming and warned them. Solrak leaped into action, rune tracing fast. His long sea axe flew from its sheath and into the dust storm. It hovered there for a second, then Solrak made a twisting motion with his hand. The sword began to spin, faster and faster, until it became a blur. As the rushing wind came at the long blade, the sea axe's circular motion produced a counterwind of its own, making a safe, sand-free pocket for Solrak, Valla, and His Majesty to run in. A sand shark leaped toward Valla and His Majesty. Sweat beating at his temples, Solrak redirected his psionically spinning sword to slice the thing to ribbons. Rather than keel over dead, the umbral sand shark dispersed into wispy gray smoke. For a second, a pair of lightning blue eyes hovered alone mid-air, then they vanished too. Soot. That was ominous. Solrak and Valla kept running, their trajectory merging with ours. It looked like Solrak understood we still needed to get to Kari and Jax. Valla slashed at the closest umbral sand shark with the war sword from her back, the long blade cleaving the beast into 2 inky halves that dispersed into the wind. More sharks were approaching fast. It looked like they hadn't appreciated some of their own getting killed. Solrak really didn't look like he had the energy to be on his feet for long. Already bits of sand were starting to break through his sword fan thing. "As enjoyable as this is," Solrak said, "perhaps we should get to the others as quickly as possible." Thorn sent me a feeling like warm, reluctant relief as he emerged from his ridge. The storm was slowing down enough that he dared come out. Within moments, Thorn came hurrying toward us from across the sands. A swell of concern rose through our bond as he realized Kari wasn't with us. I was glad to have Thorn close by again, and His Majesty too. Boone was close behind, grumbling something about the dracking sand sharks disturbing the peace. He deftly shot one with ether when it got too close to him, making it puff into smoke as well. That left only Kari and Jax. Where could they be? Suddenly, the tooth around Valla's neck lit up with gold sentinel patterns. I remembered the nights she'd spent meditating while holding the sand shark tooth she'd taken, and my eyes popped as I got to see it all come to a head now. 2 tan shark fins sprouted along the sides of Valla's forearms, accompanied by more sentinel markings. Her eyes went completely black, like a shark's. She leaped, then dove back down, but when she hit the sandy earth below, it didn't stop her. The geomantic aspect she'd taken on from wild shaping allowed her to sink beneath the sand, disappearing from view. A second of stillness passed as 2 sand sharks raced toward us beneath the surface. We braced ourselves. Before the sharks had the chance to take a bite at us, their misty fins burst into shadowy clouds that blew away in the wind. Between the 2 columns of vanishing smoke, Valla shot upward out of the sand, her warsword poised. We all just stared at her in awe for a second.
Valla, Solrak gawked. Has anyone ever told you you're quite skilled?
Valla harumphed, but I could tell she enjoyed the compliment. Now that the dust was settling, I saw that more smoky gray sharks were circling us, their fins showing above sand level. It looked like they were slowly closing in using some kind of hunting pattern. I heard a scream, and then saw Kari and Jax running out from behind one of the ridges. I guess they'd finally noticed the sharks. About time. Both Kari and Jax's cheeks looked flushed. My eyes narrowed at Jax. I wondered what had been going on behind that rock. Finally, the wind let up enough so that Solrak could shut off his rune. The spinning sea axe slowed, returning to his hand, as Solrak stumbled from the exertion.
Everything's just wonderful, he assured us.
Looking at the ring of shadow-wasting-inducing umbral sand sharks surrounding us, I wasn't so sure. His Majesty and Thorn gave mighty roars and bared their teeth. Valla wielded her warsword while Jax reached for one of the axes strapped to his back. Shea gripped her spear, Boone unsheathed his twin daggers, and Kai and Kari readied their crossbows. The lingering dust storm whipped at my hair as our group stood with our backs to each other, bearing arms against the circling sharks.
We have to charge them,
Valla said, her eyes still black like the sharks. But won't that leave us unprotected? Kai asked.
No, they're about to turn the ground below us to jet sand,
Shark Valla said. I glanced down, and sure enough, the ground beneath us was starting to quiver. Soot. We charged. I dove toward the nearest misty gray fin, stabbing my starglass spear as hard as I could right at the sand near the fin's base. The sand rose around my feet as the freshly stabbed shark dove upward in rage. As it arced out of the sand, I found myself riding on its back, losing hold of my starglass ridge shield in the process. I grabbed the nearest thing I could for balance. That thing just so happened to be the shark's misty fin. I gripped my spear in one hand and the fin with the other as I rode the sand shark. The shark reared up, then thrashed, trying to shake me off. It made me think of the thrill of riding Carl the Craghopper. That reminded me, this shark was epic enough that it deserved a name. "Steady, Sandy!" I yelled into the wind. Sandy twisted her body in on itself, trying to snap at me with wide, toothy jaws. I took cover on the other side of the fin. I didn't want to take any chances. One bite from an umbral creature out here would give me the shadow wasting for real. Was this a curse from the goddesses to get back at me for pretending to have the shadow wasting back in the drunken drake? I raised my spear, preparing to stab Sandy in the back. Sorry, Sandy. When suddenly, she dove beneath the sand surface. Within half a second, I was eating dirt. Or sand. I rolled a few feet, then sat up, coughing. For a second, everything was still. Then, Sandy popped out of the ground directly underneath me, launching me up into the sky along with her. I may or may not have screamed as those shadowy gray jaws went for my torso. Just in time to not become shark bait, I tapped into my ether well and levitated myself out of reach. But Sandy was determined. We both fell back toward the earth, and I saw an opening. Her teeth were inches away from my thigh. With a grunt, I swung my star-glass spear as we fell, stabbing upward through the roof of Sandy's mouth. She instantly turned to mist as we hit the dune below. Gray clouds swirled around me, vanishing into the wind, followed last by Sandy's vibrant, lightning blue eyes. As they winked out, I noticed a thumb-sized chunk of glowing blue crystal hovering around where her heart had once been. The raw crystal dropped to the ground with a soft thud, fading from blue to white before my eyes. At first, I thought it was a skystone, but it lacked that sort of otherworldly shimmer. It was just a chunk of quartz, filled with what looked like a few residual drops of ether, but not enough to channel. I left it in the sand as a grave marker for the mighty fallen sand shark. I looked around as I got to my feet and saw that the team had eliminated several sharks of their own. The rest of the shiver of sand sharks retreated southwest, following the dying dust storm. Boone spun a star-glass dagger out from under his dragon-scale cloak, taking out one final shark with an expert ether shot. It burst into wispy gray clouds. Stars, I had a lot to learn from him. I did a quick head count and was relieved when I discovered everyone was safe. A shark had taken a bite out of Kai's ridge shield, and Kari had lost quite a few crossbow bolts, but my friends were alive and well. Thorn hurried to my side, and while my dragon hadn't sustained a bite, I noticed his right wing had taken quite the beating. That would make it hard for him to fly until his regeneration powers finished healing him. Still, he proudly sent me burning feelings of accomplishment for his brave fight against the sharks. We regrouped, gathering around the dune where I'd dispatched Sandy. Everyone looked exhausted, like they could use a big drink of water and a long nap. The only problem was, Kari's water tent was lying limp and empty beside the sandstone ridge where we'd secured it before the storm hit. A shark must have shredded it with its sharp teeth. All we had now were our own packs.
Ghost Lake is less than a day's travel east.
Valla said, gesturing with her war sword.
If we start now, we can make it by sunset.
Nobody wanted to travel right then, especially with no food or water. But there wasn't really another option. I let my star-glass spear and ridge shield shatter and vanish into stardust as the group prepared to set out toward Ghost Lake. Suddenly, a pile of sand rose up. One last umbral sand shark dove from under the surface, heading straight for Kai as he finished taking off his armor and piling it onto the remains of his shield for travel. Kai stumbled back, fumbling for anything to defend himself. I darted toward him, but there was no way I could resummon my spear and make it in time. But Valla could. The shark leaped from the sand, jaws eager to close on Kai's head. Valla lunged between Kai and the umbral shark, war sword slashing. The shark disappeared in a wispy gray cloud, leaving behind a chunk of quartz the same way Sandy had. But right before vanishing, it clamped its sharp teeth onto Valla's left leg. She fell to the sand, clutching at her leg. Even through her tight brown leggings, I could see the shark had bitten her. Already, jagged grayness surrounded the bleeding wound. "Valla!" Solrak shouted, falling to his knees beside her leg. "I'm sorry," Kai stuttered. "Valla, I'm so sorry."
It's all right.
Valla's face contorted as she held her leg.
Your father once saved my life. Now that debt is repaid.
Solrak untied the deep crimson bandana from around his neck and carefully wrapped it around Valla's leg. Blood soaked it immediately. "Well, at least it's red to match, eh?" Solrak said, a half-hearted smile falling into place on his face. But even his optimism faltered as he looked at Valla. As a sentinel, Valla could do some degree of regenerative etherarchy. I watched as angular gold sentinel marks appeared on the backs of her hands. She pressed them to her leg, where other angular golden marks beneath Solrak's scarf must have been looping around the wounds. Solrak's bandana stopped filling with new blood, and some relief crossed Valla's face. But her etherarchy couldn't stop the shadow wasting. Even now, I could see the blotchy, jagged grayness creeping out from the edges of the scarf. How long before the shadow wasting takes over everything and she... Jax trailed off. Don't be stupid, Solrak snapped. The shadow wasting is treatable. Sure, Boone put in, a serious look on his leathery face. If you can get some liquid light on it before it spreads. Liquid light? I asked.
Light-wielding etherarchy.
Shea said, eyes fixated on Valla's leg.
It should heal the shadow wasting, if we get it soon enough. Otherwise, only light-wielders can keep it under control.
Which is why I can't fathom why all of you are still standing around. Solrak got to his feet. We need to get to Ghost Lake immediately. And if we can't find no light wielder in Ghost Lake? Boone asked. We will find one. Solrak spat the words, and everyone but Boone jumped backward a little. Solrak traced a rune, then scooped Valla up in his arms. He didn't seem to struggle too much, and I could tell he was telekinetically lifting her upward by her clothes to assist him. Valla squirmed a little.
Solrak, I can still walk on it.
No.
But...
No. Solrak led the way east, cradling Valla in his arms. If his dagger wound from Steel Rim was bothering him now, he didn't show it. I couldn't help but notice Shea walking off to the side, far away from Solrak and Valla, a troubled expression on her face. I jogged over and fell into step beside her. You know someone who has the shadow wasting? I asked.
What?
Shea looked up, eyes flashing ahead to where Solrak carried Valla.
Oh, yeah. My sister's got a friend with it. It's really hard to watch. I'd rather not talk about it if that's okay.
I nodded, leaving Shea and catching up to Thorn. Through the bond, he sent me a spark of concern. I know, buddy, I said, patting him on the back of the neck. I'm worried about Valla too, but I'm sure she'll make it. Thorn gave a low grumble, wishing he could fly Valla to safety. But with his wing the way it was, he needed more time to regenerate. I could hear Solrak's determined footsteps trekking across the sand, and had to hurry in order to keep pace with him. I squinted at the horizon, hoping that he was right, and that the town of Ghost Lake would be our salvation from this void that was the scar. The town of Ghost Lake sat half on the edge of the lake and half on the lake. I knew it wasn't a big city, but it was way larger than Steel Rim. Dozens of homes surrounded the town wall, most with some kind of wooden corral holding lazy wyvern hogs or aldracas. Kirin-riding ranchers tended longhorn cattle drakes, and I even saw one guy riding a dragon buffalo as he swung a lasso to rope one around the horns. A run-down sign, capped with the skull of a Toradon bull, stood near the road leading into town. The locals had clearly shot it with crossbow bolts or throwing knives more times than I could count. Someone must have used it to practice their axe throwing, then left the rusty axe lodged between the wooden slats. I thought Solrak would extinguish the psionic rune he was using to carry Valla as soon as we started seeing people, but he didn't. I guess, since he was already silver-marked, he didn't care who saw him. The rest of us had to rid ourselves of any signs of etherarchy, or we'd get reported to the Mage Hunters. There were more homes built on stilts in the lake itself. Old men sat on their front porches, sleeping in rocking chairs with fishing rods in their hands, the ends of their lines bobbing in the water. Somewhat unstable-looking wooden bridges connected the homes to the rest of the town. The further out over the water the homes and bridges went, the higher they got, probably so any passing boats could flow easily beneath them. The whole town had an eerie calmness about it. Barely any wind blew here, and the surface of the water was disturbingly still. It felt almost like there was some kind of otherworldly presence here. When I asked, Boone let me know they didn't call it Ghost Lake for nothing. One big street ran through the center of Ghost Lake, starting at the edge of town and going right over the lakeshore, and ending with an enormous building standing about a half-mile into the water. Thick stilts supported it, and a tall tower jutted out from the building's square base.
That there's the mirror sanctum,
Boone said, shielding his eyes from the sun as he looked out toward the building.
Dract Ghost Lake people say it's a holy church for worshiping the goddesses, but I ain't never seen a soul praying in there. Just undercover mage hunters practicing all manner of shadiness.
Boone pointed out a few more buildings in Ghost Lake. They had a large library built on the docks right over the shoreline and a big general store. I also found out that the water Ghost Lake sat on wasn't really a lake at all, but was part of an inland body of water called the Dragonstorm Sea.
So named for the storming pods of Naga that traverse neath the waves, Boone said. That's why them stilts lift the whole town higher the further out over the depths it goes.
Right on the edge of town stood a tavern with a big wooden sign over it reading, The Drowsy Dreckling. I recalled the ferocious Drecklings we'd fought at the mud pots in the Scar. They'd been anything but drowsy. Solrak barged into the tavern, still holding Valla tightly against his chest and demanding to know if there was a light wielder nearby. At first, nobody in the grimy saloon wanted to answer. I couldn't blame them. Unless they were among the keep's 9 registered magi, any light wielder they knew would be an outlaw. Solrak looked like he was about to pull out his sea axe and start threatening patrons when a voice called out from behind the bar.
I think I can help you find what you're looking for, Solrak.
An incredibly curvy girl in a form-fitting dress with sleeves that fell off her shoulders stood leaning over the bar. She had dark eyes lined with some kind of charcoal to make them stand out, and she wore a dracoon hide hat, the beast's scaly tail hanging off the back of her head. Solrak hurried over to her while the rest of our team limped tiredly after him. The girl casually scrubbed the inside of a glass with a dish rag of questionable cleanliness.
Boone Jax Shea.
She smirked.
Back so soon?
Boone folded his arms.
You bet, little lassie.
The girl chuckled a little, then looked up. Her eyes passed right over me and landed on Kai. The girl let out a low whistle.
Y'all didn't tell me you were bringing me back a real man. Well, ain't you just my type?
Kai said, shifting awkwardly as the girl checked him out from head to toe.
Enya,
Solrak said sternly.
I need a light wielder. I need one now.
All right. Hold your Kieran. I don't have a light wielder, but I've got the next best thing below if you can tell me a certain phrase.
She whispered.
The hunter's torch is lit again,
Solrak said in a rush under his breath. The bartender girl, Enya, nodded. She gave Kai a wink that made him deepen in color all the way to the tips of his ears before gesturing toward a door behind the bar.
Lucky you got here when you did. We're almost out of liquid light, what with all the new skyfalls and umbrals running amok.
Enya said as Solrak rushed through the door with Valla, his majesty following close behind.
As for the rest of you...
Enya turned back to us and put a hand on her hip, accentuating her hourglass shape.
How's about a couple of rounds on Solrak's tab?
Enya got Solrak and Valla to the drowsy Dreckling's waning supply of liquid light in some back room while we got ourselves set up at a table. Thorn contacted me from outside through the bond and let me know he was going to take a dive in the sea once his wing finished regenerating. I let him know that we'd catch up later and promised to keep him in the loop on how Valla was doing. I warned him of the Naga, but he didn't seem worried. Enya also informed the group of some news. According to Enya, rumors were flying across the realm that High King Magnus's son was gravely ill with the shadow wasting. Everyone knew of the High Prince, Mason Drakeslayer, who famously did what his moniker implied. Slew the mighty Frostdrake who'd long terrorized the northern keepdoms. The others seemed troubled by this news, and Boone muttered something about needing to inform Solrak and Valla the moment they were finished. I felt sorry for the High Prince, although I doubted the High King spent much time thinking about any of the common folk stricken with the shadow wasting, so I wondered why the people of Evgard cared so much about one sick noble. The setting sun filled the tavern with deep reddish light as Enya brought over several bottles filled with some kind of orange liquid, probably some kind of whiskey, as well as a few pitchers of plain water.
For the weak,
Enya said with a sly grin as she placed the water at the center of our table. Enya laughed as Kai and Jax immediately went for the water. According to Kai, alcohol really messed with mystics to the point that they couldn't rune trace if they drank too much. Archons and sentinels had to be careful too,
but mystics got hit the hardest. Boone poured himself a tall glass from the orange whiskey and downed it in half a second. Apparently, he wasn't worried about his ability to channel etherarchy while intoxicated. I reached for one of the orange bottles, but Kari slapped my hand.
Oh no.
She said, shaking a finger at me.
The last thing you need is to get tipsy.
With that, she poured me a glass of water. I shrugged and chugged it. Enya brought out a few platters of wyvern hog ham, cornbread, and some kind of potato hash. It was the first meal we'd had since losing our supplies that wasn't lizard meat, and stars, did it taste amazing. After a while, Enya plopped herself down at our table right between Jax and Kai.
All right, handsome.
She rested an elbow on Kai's shoulder.
I'm off duty. How's about we go around back and I find out if those perfect lips of yours are any good at kissing?
Kai choked on his bread, and Boone cracked up, slapping his knee. Kai looked so startled I had to choke down a laugh myself. No, thank you, Kai managed once he'd swallowed his bite.
Later then.
Enya winked, then turned to face the rest of the table.
So, how's about a little wager? Who here thinks they can guess which of us has kissed the most people? My money's on the tall, dark, and handsome half-born.
Boone laughed heartily again, and about half the group couldn't help but break into grins, including me.
Asher?
Kari said.
Nah, he plays the charmer, but he's too much of a goody-goody underneath it all.
Hey, I said. Goody-goody?
It's not a bad thing.
Kari laughed.
How many girls have you kissed then?
I hesitated, trying to gauge the group, but knowing I couldn't lie. Kai knew me too well. 3, I said hesitantly, not sure whether to be proud or embarrassed. Technically, Kari was the first girl I'd ever kissed. I'd been 5 and she was 7. One of her friends had wanted to throw a pretend wedding ceremony, so she'd paired us up and made us exchange marriage bracelets woven from grass. She'd insisted Kari and I kiss as part of the ceremony. Kari had needed to squat down to reach my lips back then. My next kiss had been last year. I'd been seeing a girl from the other side of town. I'd been really into her, and one evening I'd finally gotten up the courage to kiss her. Unfortunately, the next night I'd seen her with one of Baron Idan's younger brothers. I'd spotted them wearing marriage bracelets just last month. Another good reason to mistrust nobility. My final kiss had been with Valla when I was disguised as Boone. But I wasn't about to bring that up now. 3? Jax smiled from ear to ear, an air of superiority on his face as he looked down at me. I shrank a little inside, and I had a sudden desire to sock him in the gut.
Nothing wrong with that.
Kari smiled.
I've only kissed 2 people.
I felt a little better hearing that. That meant, besides me, Kari had only kissed one other person.
The first was a couple of years ago when this gorgeous traveling bard came through Steelrim.
Oh. I guess that meant Kari didn't count our kiss from when we were kids. I tried not to let anyone see me blush when I realized I probably should have said I'd only kissed one person. Kari went on.
We met after one of his shows, but he left town the next night. That's why I decided never to go for a bard again. Here, here.
Shea piped up, holding up her orange glass. I wondered what Shea had against bards. I'd have to ask her later.
That's one.
Enya said, taking a swig directly from one of the bottles.
Who's your latest?
Kari's cheeks flushed, and she and Jax exchanged a look. Soot! Kari and him? He wasn't good enough for her. My urge to pick a fight with Jax grew. Kai seemed to think the same thing as he watched his big sister bat her eyelashes at Jax. Enya reined our attention back to her.
Well, I've kissed 11 and counting. That means so far I'm winning. Boone?
Boone laughed and leaned back in his chair.
Nah, this is a conversation for you young'uns. But I'm as entertained as a rattledrake watching a drowning ridge rat. Carry on.
Shea?
Enya grinned. Shea's face was stone as she sipped her whiskey.
4.
We all waited for her to expand on that, but she just kept sipping.
I'm still in the lead then.
Enya said.
Jax?
Jax smiled, looking down and shaking his head.
What?
Enya said. Amateurs. He looked up and took a gulp from his glass of water. He waited until he had everyone's full attention. Even Shea looked interested to hear how many girls Jax had kissed. With an arrogant smirk, Jax finally answered. 70. There was a general uproar at that.
70?
Enya whistled, thoroughly impressed. Shea looked disappointed, while Kai looked like he was doing math in his head, trying to divide the number of kisses by the number of years in Jax's life or something. Kari's expression was unreadable, but she didn't look too bothered. Why wasn't she upset about this revelation? Jax had just shown himself to be the loser I'd always suspected he was, and Kari didn't even care. I couldn't help but protest. How can you kiss 70 different girls? There's no way you really cared about that many people. Who said anything about caring about them all? I never learned half their names, Jax replied, and I could feel my anger rising. I think if you kiss someone, you should at least give them the respect of knowing their name. How about the girl sitting next to you? I said as I gestured to Kari. Can you tell me her name? Jax got to his feet. You got a problem with me, dragon boy? I stood too. Jax was more muscular than me, but I was taller.
Guys.
Enya stood up too, motioning for us to sit down.
I'm not in the mood to deal with a bar fight tonight. You don't even have the excuse of being drunk. Relax.
Neither Jax nor I wanted to break first, so we slowly sat down at the same time, following Enya's hands.
There we go,
she said.
Now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Kai, how many?
Kai traced the rim of his glass with a finger. Well, I'd only ever kiss a girl with whom I had a high likelihood of a successful future relationship. At least an 87% chance of estimated success. Maybe 85, depending on the girl.
Yada yada,
Enya said.
How many kisses?
0, Kai replied. 0? Half the group replied in unison.
Well,
Enya said as she adjusted her dracoon skin cap.
I'll fix that.
Then she leaned over and planted a kiss right on Kai's mouth. Kari, Jax, and I couldn't help but burst out laughing at the totally stunned look on Kai's face. Boone let out a whoop. Enya pulled back and winked. Was all Kai could manage, but he couldn't hide the small smile playing at his lips.
Don't worry,
Enya added.
You got more than an 87% chance with me. At least, you've got a 100% chance of having some fun.
We laughed again.
As fun as this is,
Shea said, not amused.
We'd all better find Solrak and get to bed. We'll need our rest for tomorrow.
That's right, Boone said, standing as well. Tomorrow's the big day. What's happening tomorrow? I asked.
Why, the reason Solrak put all y'all and me on the team.
Boone leaned in. We all leaned toward him as well, so that the rest of the tavern's patrons couldn't overhear. Boone smiled.
Tomorrow, we run our first heist.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 13. Don't Mess with the Owl. I can't believe this. Literally everyone has an important job but me. I kicked the thick wooden beam that held the boardwalk aloft above me. The wooden raft I stood on wobbled just a little with the waves, despite being anchored to the shallow sea floor and tied to the beam. You don't think being my bodyguard is important? Kai said, half offended and half distracted as he scribbled down runes in his black leather notebook. He sat on the raft next to me, the fading daylight streaming onto his pages from between the slats of the boards above us. Nobody will ever find us down here, I folded my arms. That's what you said about Thorn's Den. Fair point. But come on, that jerk Jax gets to run point while I hide out down here? Jax has more experience than us. What about Thorn? He has no experience, but still gets to be the getaway dragon for the point team. As I mentioned his name, Thorn sent an excited feeling through the bond like a torch blazing to life. He reminded me of how he'd saved me at Whitestone Hall. Okay, so maybe he did have some getaway dragon experience. And what about Valla? I added. She got injured fighting the Umbral Sandshark just yesterday, but even she gets to do something that matters. Solrak got her some liquid light from the tavern stores in time. She's probably going to be fine. Besides, Solrak's plan would never work without Valla turning into a weasel. I sighed. The group had spent all day going over the plan for tonight's heist. Kari had sewed disguises while Kai had practiced runes. Valla had been resting, regaining her strength. And Boone, Jax, and Shea had been studying the layout of Ghost Lake's Arcanum. The Arcanum was a huge edifice built on the boardwalk above where Kai and I now hid. It had a tall tower on each of its 4 corners, with one rising above the rest in the center, and was home to thousands of dusty, old books. Apparently, one of those books was important enough to risk all of our lives to get. What's so great about this Tome of Illusions, anyway? I mused aloud. Il Toma Illusor, Kai corrected, barely looking up from his notes. It contains some of the most powerful runes in Evgardian history, runes used by the ancient guardians. Sure. We need those runes in order to build a convincing replica of the true dragon egg. We'll need to employ illusions far beyond my current abilities. According to Solrak, these runes go beyond what even the Farseer can do. The jittery inflection in Kai's voice betrayed just how thrilled he was about this old book. For his sake, I hoped our heist went well, even if I had the lamest job. I mean, even His Majesty gets to be a lookout on the docks instead of hiding out under them. Shush, Kai held up a finger. I'm about to mind-link the team. I felt a little wiggle from the inside of my boot where Glint clung to my ankle. Or rather, as Kai had called her, Glint 8. She was one of 9 little copies of Kai's mirror gecko. I didn't fully understand how, but Solrak and Kai had been practicing combinations of runes since we left Steelrim in order to split Glint into 9 different versions of herself. Solrak called them dream mirrors. I'd overheard him explaining to Kai that it was the same etherarchy that Vidya had used to make her star swans. There was really only one swan, split 6 different ways. The process fascinated Kai, and he'd picked up on how to split his dream beast quickly. Apparently, it was easier with smaller ethereal familiars. Now, each member of the team had their own little mirror gecko clinging to them, allowing Kai to mind-link all of us at once. Kai had assured us that only thoughts and images we wanted to share could be broadcast over the mind link. He also instructed us only to transmit relevant information so as to keep the mind link from getting muddled. Suddenly, I could feel the mind link blooming to life inside my head. It felt like a small pinprick in my consciousness, a lot like the way Kai used Glint to communicate with just me, only broader somehow. Can everyone hear me? Kai asked in my mind. A chorus of affirmative responses reverberated inside my head, as if they were bouncing off the sides of my skull. This was going to be hard to get used to. This is fantastic, Solrak's thought rose above the rest. Excellent work, Kai. And Glint's 1 through 9, of course. The Glint copy in my boot squirmed with appreciation. Now, Solrak continued, is everyone in position? Boone's thoughts answered back first. Valla, Jax, and I are hiding outside the Arcanum's entrance, ready as a ridge rat in a cornfield. What does that even mean? I mused, not realizing I'd sent the thought through the mind link. Oops. Never question the ridge rats, Boone thought. Focus, please, Asher, Kai said out loud as he sat next to me on the deck. Sorry. Solrak thought to us again. Ridge rats aside. Everyone else? Shea's voice appeared in my head, and my heart started to race just a little.
I'm with Boone's group, Invisible. At least, I think so.
I sure as void can't see you, darling, Boone thought.
Shea had been hesitant at first when she'd learned that Solrak's plan for stealing the tome involved using her Shadowbinder's invisibility power. She claimed it wasn't a power she'd practiced with much, but in the end, Solrak convinced her to give it a try.
Kari and I are on the bridge.
Enya's thought came through.
Just set the first charge. Only 8 more to go.
I'd been highly concerned this morning when I'd learned that Enya was the Knights of the Torch's go-to explosives specialist. It hadn't eased my mind at all when she'd said,
I just have a natural talent for getting things to explode.
"Excellent," Solrak thought. "I'm in position as well." He sent us an image of his view from the window of one of the upper rooms in the Drowsy Dreckling. It was the perfect vantage point for watching both the entrance to the Arcanum as well as 3 of the Arcanum's 4 watchtowers. Behind the large library, Ghost Lake's mirror sanctum loomed, a high bridge connecting it to the Arcanum's deck. 2 guards kept watch from each of the Arcanum's towers, except for the one nearest the Arcanum's back door. That one was guarded closely by a gigantic, man-sized ethereal owl. I'd seen the owl myself earlier that day. She was moonlight white with dark, starry runic markings on her. She had huge, sharp violet eyes that seemed to glow and was extremely fluffy. She was also extremely dangerous. The owl was the beloved ethereal beast of the High Mage of Ghost Lake. According to Boone, the High Mage was a cruel man who used his seer powers to dominate his fellow archivists at the Arcanum. Now remember, Solrak thought to everyone, what's the #1 rule of this operation? In mental chorus, we gave the answer Solrak had drilled into our heads all day. Don't mess with the owl. That's right. Don't mess with the owl. Whatever we do tonight, that's the one thing we must avoid in order to keep the High Mage from discovering us. If we alert him, the Mage Hunters in the Sanctum will be on us within minutes. Don't mess with the owl. Got it? We mentally agreed. Excellent, Solrak thought, and I could easily picture him clapping his hands together with delight. It's time for the one-night-only performance of The Night the Knights Took a Tome. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to be amazed. I made a miniature thorn out of starglass while I used the mind link to keep up with the real action. The wings were extra hard to get just right, especially in such tiny proportions. Meanwhile, in my head, Solrak sent the group images of what he was doing. He traced a dream-weaving rune in the air, its golden copy appearing over his forehead. From his perspective, the soft glow shone down from just above his line of sight. Then, Solrak focused in on one of the guards on the tower nearest his vantage point. Through Kai's group mind link, I could see Solrak point 2 fingers at the guard, locking in his shot. Then, he fired a focused dart of dream energy at the guard. It was a direct hit, right to the guard's forehead. She sunk to the ground in an instant, asleep from the dream energy. Her squad mate didn't have time to react before Solrak nailed him in the head with a dream dart of his own. Both guards on the first tower went down without a sound. Solrak took care of the 2 guards on the opposite tower with equal ease. The other 2 towers, including the one with the ethereal owl, guarded the back door, which meant we didn't need to worry about them if all went according to plan. Now, there was nobody watching the Arcanum's front entrance. Guards are down, Solrak said in our heads. Go. Suddenly, the mental picture switched from Solrak's point of view to Boone's. He and Jax hurried toward the grand, intricately carved double doors. I saw Boone's arm reach out toward the handle, and that's when I caught my first glance of Valla in Frostweasel form as she perched on Boone's leather-gauntleted forearm. She was about 8 inches long with a thin tail. Her fur was snow white, her eyes their usual shade of dark brown. Tiny, gray sentinel patterns marked her little weasel body. She was absolutely adorable.
Aww,
Kari's reaction burst onto the mind link.
Valla, look how cute you are.
Vala's grumbling thought answered back.
I'll have you know, frost weasels are one of the Northern Keep's most vicious predators.
But just look at that sweet itty-bitty nose.
Kari gushed. I felt Valla's eye roll as she snuck into her hiding place inside Boone's large sleeve.
Quiet down, y'all, Boone thought. We're going in.
Through Boone's eyes, I got a look at the inside of the Arcanum. A short hallway opened up into a vast rotunda. The center of the room showed off a big bronze mirror decorated with stars to honor the Arcanum's patron goddess, Straya. Basically, every inch of wall in the circular room was packed with books. Most looked like they hadn't been opened in years, which made sense to me in a last-chance town like this. The rugged people I'd met so far didn't exactly seem like reading types. Amazing, I heard Kai mutter next to me as he took in the inside of the Arcanum. I chuckled under my breath. Our library in Steelrim was a joke next to this. There was a small door at the end of the room, with a staircase that led to the upper floors and the restricted tower. That was where we needed to go. Well, not me, just the people with important jobs. Boone and Jax, with Valla the Frostweasel in tow, made their way deeper into the library. As they walked, I caught sight of their reflections in the central mirror. Valla obviously looked the most different from her usual self, but Boone and Jax's likenesses startled me. Both of them wore long, loose black robes tied at the waist with a black cord. Hoods hung over their backs, and both wore a black circlet around their heads. Boone's had a white crystal in the center of his forehead, where Jax's had a flat black space and no crystal. That was because Boone was playing a full son of Straya, whereas Jax was playing his apprentice. Apprentices still had to earn their crystals. I tried not to smile as I watched them through the mind link. Not only was this the first time I'd seen Jax without his maroon bandana tied across his forehead, but it was also the first time I'd seen him, but not his shoulders. His obnoxiously huge muscles were lost in a sea of black fabric. I hoped he would survive. Boone's line of sight was focused on a large wooden desk near a back door at the far end of the room. Or rather, on the 20-something-year-old arcanist behind the desk. She too wore the black robes of a follower of Straya as she read from a stack of books and papers. She didn't look up as Boone and Jax approached.
"Excuse me, sister," Boone said, without a trace of his usual northern accent, as my brain did the mental equivalent of a double take. "My apprentice and I were wondering if you could settle a debate. You see, he thinks Straya is the eldest of the goddesses, but I'm quite certain the mind goddess came after the spirit goddess Soleil. What say you?" The sister of Straya finally looked up from her book. The mind link switched from Boone's point of view to Jax's. Time to watch a master at work, Jax thought arrogantly. It was hard, but I managed to block my disgusted retort from entering the mind link. I watched Jax lean on the Arcanist's desk, and I got a very strong, suave eyebrow raise vibe. The woman checked Jax out, her eyes lingering for a second on his jawline as she considered him. It felt really strange watching it from Jax's own eyes. She stared at him for a second longer before turning her focus to Boone. Where her reaction to Jax had been neutral at best, she really seemed to like what she was seeing with Boone.
I haven't seen a sophisticated gentleman like you around these parts,
she said, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear as her eyes shone up at Boone. Jax accidentally sent a string of surprised and somewhat offended emotions through the mind link. I chuckled out loud. Boone said, and the mind link switched back to his point of view. "Thank you very much, sister. We're just passing through on our way north to the Bramble Wilds, but we had to stop and get a look at Ghost Lake's fabled arcanum."
Naturally,
the Arcanist said. Then she glanced at Jax, a disappointed look on her face.
And obviously, Straya is the middleborn of the three goddesses. Hence, mind is the bridge between body and spirit. That's something you should have learned before entering your first sanctuary.
Through Boone's eyes, I saw Jax's crestfallen face. Guess he wasn't used to rejection.
Change of plan, Solrak thought to the group. Switch roles. Boone, you flirt to distract the Arcanist, and Jax, you go with Valla and Shea into the restricted tower.
Boone mentally agreed while Jax thought a grumbling reply.
I have noticed he's ill-prepared for the life of a true follower of Straya, Boone shrugged. I do what I can, but with some pupils, it's all in one ear and out the other.
I know,
The sister said.
I won't even tell you about one of the girls I apprenticed with.
But please, tell me.
Boone sidled closer to the Arcanist as she chatted on. Meanwhile, the mind link jumped to Valla's perspective. Valla the Frost Weasel slunk from her hiding place in Boone's sleeve. She lithely leapt to the floor, then scurried under the desk. From there, she wrapped her tiny paws around the leg of the desk and shimmied her way up to the top. The Arcanist was fully engrossed in her conversation with Boone, so she didn't notice as Valla used her hind paws to shove the top drawer open and sneak inside, her extra sharp weasel vision allowing her to see inside the near darkness of the drawer. She pawed her way through papers, scrolls, and inkwells. The back of the drawer was coated in a layer of dust, and Valla let out a tiny weasel sneeze.
Oh,
Commented Kari.
that was the cutest thing I've ever heard.
Shut up.
Valla mentally replied. Finally, in the back corner of the drawer, Weasel Valla found a shiny gold key. She clutched the key close, then scampered out of the drawer and down the leg of the desk. Instead of returning to the folds of Boone's sleeve, she jumped into Jax's. Well done, everyone, Solrak thought. Jax, Valla, leave Boone with the Arcanist and move on. Shea, where are you? Shea's point of view burst onto the mind link. She must have dropped focus from her etherarchy, because as I watched her hands, her invisibility flickered, then went out so that she was visible again. Now that she'd snuck past the Arcanist and made it to the alcove with the Forbidden Tower, it didn't matter as much. Better to conserve her ether. She stood at the roped-off end of a long hallway. At the other end was an intricately carved wooden door. Use the Lightwielder's torch, Solrak thought. Shea reached into a pouch at her hip. She pulled out a bronze torch about the size of her hand. The torch wasn't lit. Instead, a white crystal was embedded in the top. Through the mind link, I felt Shea concentrating on activating the torch, lending it some ether. Suddenly, it blazed to life, shooting a wide white beam of light through the prisms of the crystal. As the light poured into the hallway, it revealed about 50 thin, violet beams of concentrated dream energy that had been cloaked using an illusion. Each beam bridged the width of the hallway at a different angle, making a sort of maze to keep out intruders. One touch would knock you out and set off an alarm. Shea set the Lightwielder's torch down on the ground so that its light kept the dream beams visible. Then, she sprang into action. I almost got dizzy as I watched her navigate the beams from her own perspective. She squoze under some, tumbled around others, and even threw in a backbend or two to get past more. My jaw fell open as I watched her acrobatic prowess in my mind. She didn't touch a single dream beam. Shea finished with a probably unnecessary front flip over the final beam, then twisted a violet crystal set in the doorway at the end of the hall. When she twisted the relic, every dream beam sputtered, then went out. Stars, Shea, I thought through the mind link. That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. She hadn't even used any levitation to do it.
I told y'all Shea'd be better for the team than a Drak apple for a scaly mule,
Boone put in.
Impressive,
Solrak said, and I sensed something deeply sincere behind his voice.
It's nothing.
Shea thought back to all of us, but I could feel her bright smile through the mind link.
What are you guys waiting for? We have a tome to steal.
The mind link switched to Jax's point of view. He and Valla, still in Frostweasel form, ducked under the Forbidden Section's warning rope and ran down the Dreambeam-free hallway toward Shea. When they arrived,
Jax's gaze looked Shea up and down. She wore a tight, black outfit, probably to ensure she didn't hit any beams on her trip down the hallway. Though, the way Jax's eyes ran over her, he was clearly enjoying the way it hugged her body. Admittedly, I did too.
Jax, you have 3 seconds to keep your mind to yourself.
Shea said through the mind link, her tone stern and disapproving. I briefly wondered what Kari thought of this. But then again, she seemed unfazed by Jax having kissed 70 girls. Jax looked away, grabbing the little gold key from his robes. He shoved it into the lock on the door and turned. Jax, Shea, and Valla the Weasel entered the Arcanum's restricted tower. The inside was paradise for Kai. The tower held at least as many books as the main floor. Rows of shelves covered the walls from the floor to the high ceilings. Tall ladders on wheels leaned against the walls so that patrons could get at the higher books. Apricot-sized glowing spheres floated all around the room, each filled with some kind of liquid. Some were yellow, some deep magenta, and others blue like moonlight. The liquid inside moved, little bubbles rising and sliding along the insides of the spheres. The spheres almost looked like they were alive, slowly lighting up the ancient books as they went. Drak, Jax thought. How are we supposed to find the tome in all these books? Il toma illusor is deep blue, Solrak thought, with silver lettering along the spine.
Wonderful.
Valla thought.
You just described half the books here.
That's why we sent 3 of you. Get started. A gold cloud surrounded Valla as she wild-shaped back into human form. The cloud dissipated, then Valla, Shea, and Jax began scouring the bookshelves. The mind link still displayed Jax's perspective as he pulled out blue book after blue book.
This here book search is taking forever,
Enya commented through the mind link. Look at the bright side, I thought. At least we now have evidence that Jax knows how to read. Mental chuckles echoed through my brain, along with a splash of frustration from Jax. Watch yourself, dragon boy, he thought. Soot, Solrak swore over the mind link.
What is it?
Valla responded. The High Mage, Solrak said, his thought betraying slight panic. I've spotted him heading into the Arcanum. Boone, intercept him. The mind link switched back to Boone's point of view, just as the Arcanist desk girl was in the middle of a story about her days studying with the sisters in Keep Drakfell proper.
And that's when I knew the path of Straya was superior to the path of Selene. Hey!
Boone darted away from the Arcanist, leaping in front of the High Mage, who was making a beeline toward the back door that led up to the restricted tower. Excuse me, kind sir, Boone said, his northern accent slipping slightly into his words. I wonder if you could settle a debate I was having with this here young lady. See, she thinks the path of Straya is... Step aside, the High Mage said with a wave from his long wooden staff. The staff was carved with a whole row of mystic runes and held a large white crystal stuck to its top. Wait, not just a crystal, a skystone. Stars. This was a foe we really didn't want to have to face. The High Mage sidestepped Boone. Begging your pardon, High Mage, sir. Boone tried again, desperately reaching for the High Mage's shoulder. The High Mage jerked away. Enough. My seership has granted me a vision wherein our Arcanum was beset by rebels tonight. Now step aside. The High Mage walked even more briskly, quickly closing in on the staircase. Enya, we need a distraction, Solrak thought. Blow the bridge, now.
Can't.
Enya thought back.
Kari and I aren't clear. We're in the middle of setting the last explosive.
From Boone's eyes, we watched the High Mage disappear up the staircase leading to the alcove of the Forbidden Tower. Pretty soon, he'd see that his dream beams had been deactivated in the hallway. Drak, Solrak cursed again. We all felt his uncertainty and rising panic. We need a better distraction. I took a step toward the edge of the raft where Kai and I hid. What are you doing? Kai said, brows furrowing. I can't just sit here. I'm gonna do it. Kai and I locked eyes, and he didn't need a mind link to know what I was thinking. No, he said, brown eyes widening. I'm going to. Asher, no. Yes,
I said as I burned ether, my eyes flashing gold. I'm gonna mess with the owl. Chapter 14. The Bridge. Thorn abandoned his position and met me on the dock. At least he liked my idea. Within moments, we'd flown up to the watchtower where the man-sized ethereal owl stared out into the night. I didn't waste any time. From Thorn's back, I burned ether to form a ball of starglass. Then, I chucked it at the back of the owl's head. The owl's body didn't move, but his head rotated 180 degrees so that those gigantic purple eyes bored into me. We had a quick staring contest, neither of us moving for a moment. Then, the owl let out a single, angry hoot. That did it. The sound alerted the guards on the other watchtowers, and the clanking of weapons and armor sounded in my ears. But that was nothing compared to the chaos that erupted in my head. The mind link switched to my perspective, and everyone had an opinion about the angry owl that was now slowly spreading its wide wings in front of me. Boone's thought came first. Why's the High Mage rushing back toward the South Tower faster than a hunted fanged shrew? Oh.
What in the void is going on?
Kari thought. Dract if that isn't. Solrak thought as he registered what I was seeing over the mind link.
Who messed with the owl?
Shea thought.
Asher, you didn't.
Valla's anger was clear.
Asher messed with the owl?
Enya thought. Asher messed with the owl. Kai confirmed, his thought sounding grave. There was a quick moment of tense silence as the owl hovered above Thorn and me. Then she dropped her wings, revealing the High Mage himself standing behind them. Soot. He was faster than I'd expected. His face was the perfect blend of smug arrogance and bitter rage. His long, black robes caught the twilight breeze, and the white crystal at his forehead glinted against the light coming from the chunk of skystone in his rune-marked staff. Soot, dragon boy, Jack swore over the mind link. Try not to die. Yes, it would be nice if our valiant distraction were to avoid death, Solrak agreed. Asher's bought us some time, but the High Mage has undoubtedly alerted the Mage Hunters by now. Everyone, move quickly. A few guards arrived from inside the tower, pulling out crossbows and taking aim at me. Thorn roared. The High Mage put up a hand to stop the guards firing. Once I teach this thief his place, the wyvern is yours to muzzle, he said. Fiery anger filled my heart at that thought. Thorn's too. Oh, this High Mage was going down. I burned ether, summoning my Starglass Dragonhook spear. The High Mage laughed. I'm a seer. You cannot hope to defeat me in combat. I can see every move you plan to make. Without thinking, I leapt down from Thorn's back and onto the tower in front of the High Mage and his owl. Lucky for me, I said, aware of my entire team watching me through the mind link. I've never been good with plans. With that, I sent an ether blast at the owl from my spear. It was a sad effort, and it dissipated before reaching him, which made the seer laugh at me. That gave me a chance to throw a one-handed spear jab at his throat, which he blocked with his staff. Luckily, his focus on that made him miss my last-minute sucker punch to his gut. The punch knocked the wind out of him. Clearly, this guy had never taken a hit. Thorn flew in to distract the owl and guards while I fought the High Mage. Fighting the High Mage was like tricking Kai's memory reading. I just needed to imagine doing something different than what I was actually doing. It wasn't easy. The seer sent out a pulse of purple dream energy along the ground toward my feet. I jumped it easily, but he must have known I would, as he sent out a second pulse just as my feet touched the ground. At once, I felt a wave of tiredness wash over me. A few more hits like that would knock me out. I was vaguely aware of Solrak's movements over the mind link. He had left his post, coming around near the base of the southern tower to get a shot at the guards here. Sure enough, 2 dream darts sent both guards to the ground. Over the mind link, I saw Solrak taking aim at the High Mage next, but before he could fire, Kari's thoughts interrupted.
Mage Hunters on the bridge!
Drak again, Solrak thought. On my way. Valla, Jax, Shea, find that tome and get down here. I jabbed again at the High Mage, whirling my spear at the last second to swipe at his legs with the smaller blade on the other side. I didn't see that coming, so neither did the High Mage. He grit his teeth and jumped back as I sliced his shin. Next, I imagined shooting another ether dart at him. That caused him to put up a violet dream energy barrier to block. But the shot never came as I hover-charged straight at his chest. This was kind of fun. The High Mage foresaw my move just in time to dodge the tip of my spear, but couldn't avoid me tackling him. Boone's voice came through inside my head. Just left that little desk darling after telling her our star signs weren't compatible. Ain't no way an assertive, dynamic little ridge runner born at the first of the year can be with a hard-headed craghopper like me. Would have been too fiery. She'll sleep tonight with broken-hearted dreams of this snow-headed son of Straya. Anyway, on my way to the bridge. The High Mage traced a new rune, then threw out his fist toward me. A translucent, violet blade sprouted from his knuckles like an extension of his arm. Soot. Kai certainly didn't know how to do that with his Dreamweave powers. The High Mage slashed his new dream blade toward me, and I instinctively blocked it with my Starglass spear. The High Mage growled when my spear stopped his blade. He was probably used to fighting regular weapons, which his dream blade would pass right through. But my spear was arcanic, made from pure ether. Enya's voice came through the mind link.
I just got the final explosive set. Kari's trying to hold off the Mage Hunters, but...
The rest of her thought cut off. I shuddered to think why. I'm almost there, came Solrak's reply.
I've got the tome!
Shea shouted in our minds as I blocked another slash from the High Mage's dream blade. Solrak answered. Good. Now get out of there! I imagined stabbing the High Mage's arm, but instead rushed in and grabbed hold of his beard. He looked completely caught off guard as I stared right into his wide eyes. My gaze flashed to the Skystone on his staff. I quickly added Starglass to the hook on my spear, turning it into a chisel like the one on my Skyseeker dagger. I used it to pry the stone right off the top of his staff. As the stone loosened, I grew more Starglass onto the end of my spear to catch and encase it on my blade. The High Mage was still trying to figure out what in the void was going on when I yanked hard on his beard. I hover-dashed away with his Skystone, just dodging a stab in the back from his dream blade.
Asher! Thorn!
I looked up and saw Shea waving her arm from one of the windows in the central restricted tower. Right. Thorn was supposed to be the getaway dragon. Just like the High Mage, the owl must have been able to anticipate Thorn's strikes, too. Thorn still hadn't been able to land a hit on the arrogant bird. I watched as they circled each other in the air, the owl swooping to avoid strikes from Thorn's tail. I sent a burn of urgency to Thorn, directing him toward Shea in the window. He gave a growl, then disengaged from the fight, soaring upward. I leaped onto the tower wall, readying my spear for the High Mage's next strike. But he had a strange, faraway look on his face, as if his eyes were seeing something beyond what was in front of him. Then he cast his gaze toward the bridge. "Fools!" he shouted. "You will not destroy the Mirror Sanctum!" With one flap of her wings, the owl was at the High Mage's side. He leaped onto her back, and together they took off toward the bridge. Soot, I muttered, then sent my warning thought through the mind link. The High Mage is heading for the bridge. And so was I. Thorn was already swooping toward the bridge, struggling under the weight of both Jax and Shea, although it looked like Shea was using a little levitation etherarchy to make it easier on him. Valla was back in Frostweasel form, which made her way next to nothing as well. From the outer wall of the tower, I could see the action on the high bridge that connected the Arcanum to the Mirror Sanctum. I removed the Skystone from my spear blade and caught my breath for a second. A warm energy pulsed through me as I touched the stone, and I could feel another reserve of ether, like my own ether well. It glowed more dimly than the Skystone I'd stolen at Whitestone Hall, so I knew the High Mage had drawn a lot from it while fighting me. Instinctually, I breathed in.
The Skystone's glow went out completely as I felt my own internal ether well refill. My well wasn't even close to full. Stars, it hadn't even been enough to get me back up to halfway. But it was something. I pocketed the drained stone. From my vantage point on the Tower of the Arcanum, I surveyed the scene. Solrak, His Majesty, and Boone fought the same 4 Mage Hunters we'd seen back in Steelrim. It dawned on me that when the Mage Hunters rifted away from the town square, they must have gone to an anchor here in Ghost Lake, probably in the Mirror Sanctum. The young, red-headed Mage Hunter, Lothar, fought alongside his green Evren against His Majesty. The blood husky bared his teeth as he swiped at the 4-winged dragon. Solrak's sea axe and Boone's ether blasts went up against the silver weapons of the other 3 Mage Hunters. The dark-haired jailer's daughter, as well as the illusionist, though I didn't see a rune up over his forehead now, blocked every blow. His snake spat purple stars of energy that passed through Solrak and Boone's armor. I did a double take when I saw the 4th Mage Hunter. It was the hulking Geomancer. He was alive and well, standing menacingly over Kari, while Enya already lay still off to the side. Hold up, I thought over the mind link, sending the group a mental picture of what I was seeing. Valla, didn't you kill this guy back in Steelrim? I heard Valla growl back in our heads as she caught sight of the Mage Hunter.
Dracking geomancers. Too resilient.
The Geomancer's skin erupted in gold sentinel patterns as Kari fired her crossbow. She aimed at his vulnerable underarm, where his chestplate ended. The gold patterns glowed bright, and Kari's bolt, which should have done a lot of damage at such a close distance, bounced off of him as if it had hit a solid block of granite. The Geomancer smiled, then reached toward Kari. I had to get over there. Without hesitation, I jumped off the edge of the tower, burning ether to ease my fall. Then I hover-charged onto the high bridge, the gently lapping water far below. Above me, Thorn raced toward the action, still carrying Valla, Jax, and Shea. Kari's terrified perspective played over the mind link, but I saw from my own angle as the Geomancer raised his silver sword above Kari's head. My eyes blazed as I put on an extra burst of speed, but the bridge was too long. I wouldn't make it in time. None of us would. But that didn't stop Jax. A psionically powered ship's anchor shot through the air. Jax must have telekinetically pulled it from a boat below the bridge. The anchor rammed into the Geomancer, knocking him sideways. Kari thanked Jax through the mind link and darted away, joining Solrak. The Geomancer slid, his broad frame slamming into the rails along one side of the bridge. His momentum splintered the wood, and the Geomancer almost fell into the water below. He flailed for a moment, but steadied himself. Figuring I could finish the job myself, I hover-dashed toward him, throwing my shoulder into his chest to knock him off the bridge. Thump! Gold sentinel patterns swam in my vision as I reeled back from the impact. It was like I'd just hit a stone wall. In my head, I heard Kai trying to direct the fight. Boone, can you get to Asher before that Geomancer rips his head off? The mind link showed Boone's right starglass dagger shattering against Gyra's silver sword, and his reply was strained. Little busy with this, Sootling. Kai's frustration came through. If these Mage Hunters would just come at you guys one at a time, I'd have the perfect plans to take them down.
Wonderful.
Valla's thought was sarcastic.
Maybe if we ask nicely, they'll hold still while we slit their throats. We could use a little help over here, too,
Kari put in, showing us an image of Solrak psionically controlling a dagger to get around the illusionist's lashing whip. The floating dagger dropped to the ground when the silver chain hit it. Soot, Kai swore. There's silver everywhere.
It's almost like they're trained to hunt magi,
Valla said. On my way, Kari, Jax said, jumping off of Thorn's back as he landed on the bridge. Thorn roared as Shea slid off his saddle and hurried over to Enya, making sure she was all right. Thorn took to the skies again, watching for the owl and the high mage. Valla wasted no time either, launching her furry, frost weasel body toward me.
Duck,
she thought, and I did, just in time. Her tiny claws poised, she latched onto the Geomancer's cloak. Then she scurried under the collar of his tunic and went for his throat. The Mage Hunter yelped, squirming as Valla zipped around under his clothes, biting and clawing at his chest and back. Having recovered from my run-in with the geomancer, I hurried to where Boone faced off against Gyra. She swung her sword with a vengeance, effectively using the silver to block Boone's ether blasts. "We meet again, darling Helga." I gave a lopsided grin as I readied my dragonhook spear. Gyra sneered as she struck my blade. My starglass weapon shattered into 1,000,000 gold specks of spent ether.
Like I said before,
Gyra smirked.
you're really not my type, ether cursed.
Stars, if we were going to keep running into Mage Hunters, I should start carrying a non-ether-powered weapon. I had my dad's Skyseeker dagger, but that wasn't exactly the best weapon for fighting a sword. Still, it was better than nothing. I drew the long dagger and burned more ether, levitating to dodge her next strikes. She drove me back, separating me from the rest of the group. A long hoot resounded from above us, and I looked up to see the High Mage flying in on his owl, dodging around Thorn, a ripple of violet energy blasting toward the bridge. He made a twisting motion with his hand, and the energy matched the movement to come rushing across the bridge like an ocean wave. "Block it," Kai ordered over the mind link.
How?
"How?" came a few replies. The Mage Hunters were ready, their silver armor and swords stopping the low pulse from downing them. Solrak rune-traced just fast enough to put up a dream barrier for himself. Boone jumped just in time, levitating above the wave. I tried to do the same, but with a well-placed strike, Gyra made me miss the timing. The blast hit the rest of the team as well. A wave of exhaustion hit us, and I got the sudden urge to lie down and take a nap. The dream pulse hadn't been enough to knock any of us out, probably because the High Mage no longer had the extra ether boost from his Skystone. But stars, everyone had lost a lot of energy. "We need to do something about him," Kai ordered through the mind link. His thoughts felt strained. Running this many glints for the mind link must have been taxing. "Boone, go," Solrak thought. "He's a seer. He'll read your next move, so be careful." "On it," Boone replied. He used his levitation to take off then, hovering high in the air. He fired off multiple ether blasts at once toward the High Mage and his owl. Boone hollered as he fired wildly, driving the ether-depleted High Mage back toward the Arcanum. "Kari just took a hit," Jax thought tiredly. "Thorn," I thought through both the bond and the mind link. "Get her out of here." I heard a roar from my wyvern, and out of the corner of my eye I saw him struggling to carry Kari away from the bridge. Some dream energy had hit him too. Enya was gone. Shea must have already gotten her out as well. Just then, I heard a pained squeak and realized that the geomancer had finally grabbed hold of Valla's frostweasel tail. He held her up in the air, a triumphant grin on his face. Solrak must have heard the squeak too, because he recklessly disengaged from his fight with the illusionist. The anchor Jax had pulled from the ship earlier still lay nearby on the bridge. Solrak raised a hand, psionically lifting the anchor and sending it rushing toward the geomancer. The anchor caught the Mage Hunter off guard, and one of the pointed ends speared him right through the gut. I winced. The Mage Hunter fell limply onto the wooden slats of the bridge, releasing Valla. Solrak's distraction left him wide open for an attack from the illusionist. Jax tried to get between Solrak and the illusionist's whip, barely grabbing the Mage Hunter's wrist in time to stop the strike. The illusionist's snake hissed, spitting a purple dream star in Jax's face. A wave of fatigue seemed to hit him. The red-headed Mage Hunter saw his opening, lashing out his own chain whip and tying Jax's hands up in it. Jax cried out as the icy silver restrained him. Meanwhile, the illusionist bounced back, grappling Solrak with his own silver chain. His Majesty whined as the Mage Hunter captured Solrak, giving the Green Everin the chance she needed to pin him to the bridge with the claws on her forewings.
"You're next,"
Gyra warned, the relentless swipes from her silver sword keeping me from rushing toward my friends. I could barely block them with my dagger. The Mage Hunters harshly wrapped Solrak and Jax's wrists with their silver chain whips so they couldn't free themselves, much less channel ether. Lothar raised his blade to deliver a killing blow. Suddenly, 6 pools of shiny water spilled into existence all around them. The Mage Hunters froze as purple, energy-filled water rose out of the pools and took shape. 6 black, ethereal star swans spread their wings, bursting from the pools and flying circles around Solrak, Jax, and the Mage Hunters. Soot. Kai's thought matched my feelings exactly. That isn't... Jax thought through the mind link. Then I heard him speak one word out loud. Mom? I stopped in my tracks, almost allowing Jyra to land a hit. I hover-leaped her blade just in time. Had Jax just said, Mom? Wait, I thought over the mind link, disbelief coloring my tone. Jax is the Black Valkyrie's son, Jax confirmed as he scowled at the circling star swans. But I tried to collect my thoughts. Vidya and Solrak?
Jax isn't Solrax.
Valla clarified. I fought the urge to vomit. It turned out my instinct to dislike the arrogant hotshot had a good basis. The swans flew into the Mage Hunters' faces, flapping their wings angrily. 3 star swans dove toward the green dragon, stopping her from further harming his majesty. What was going on? Solrak frowned at the swans, looking just as concerned. Then he set his jaw. Enya? He thought through the mind link.
I'm here,
Came her groggy response. Blow the bridge, Solrak commanded.
What?
Thought Valla. Kai was confused. But all of you are still on it. Valla can wild shape into a dragonhawk. Asher can levitate to safety. Thorn will come for his majesty and Jax, Solrak replied with determination. Blow the bridge.
But...
Valla protested. Blow it, Enya. This time, Enya didn't hesitate to activate her ether-powered detonator. The first explosion thundered from the direction of the Mirror Sanctum, accompanied by an eruption of emerald green dragonfire. Then, with 3 more earth-shaking booms, the entire Mirror Sanctum went up in flames. Jyra's eyes went wide as the fire leaped high into the air. Admittedly, mine did too. I hadn't realized just how thoroughly Enya had done her job. The explosives at the Mirror Sanctum triggered the one that Enya and Kari had placed at the far end of the bridge. That triggered the next explosive along the bridge, this one even closer to us. The Mage Hunters caught on. The Green Everin sprang into action, Lothar gracelessly leaping onto her back. She was on her second ascension, so she was big enough to carry the illusionist as well. Jyra, not about to get left behind, gave a perfect lash of her whip, wrapping the end of it onto the green dragon's saddle horn. She held on tight to her end of the chain as the dragon, struggling under the weight, flew to safety. The third explosive went off. I felt the pulse of heat across my face. Thorn swooped in, just like Solrak knew he would, and gently grabbed his majesty in his talons. But as Jax tried to jump onto his back, the end of the silver chain around his wrists caught in the slats of the bridge. The fourth explosive went off, the smoke spilling toward us from across the bridge. The supports beneath us wobbled. A black dragonhawk streaked across the sky. Valla's escape. Jax couldn't free himself. He waved for Thorn to go, and Thorn did, a pang of worry sparking through our bond. Solrak stood strong, the star swans still circling him. I knew I had just enough ether in me to levitate myself to safety if I jumped now. But the tight, fluttering sensation in my chest told me I didn't have enough to do more. The fifth explosive went off, and I felt the bridge supports collapse. At the last second, a flash of red hair appeared amidst the smoke and splintering wood. Shea had been on the bridge as well, invisible. She must have been trying to sneak up on the Mage Hunters. My heart caught in my throat. Shea sprinted toward Solrak, grabbing him around the waist as the bridge gave out.
Asher!
I heard Shea's voice over the mind link.
Jax!
I knew what she wanted me to do. She wanted me to save the Black Valkyrie's son. I hover-dashed toward Jax, white ether trailing behind me like a comet as the sixth explosive went off beneath my feet. My ears rang as the rest of the world went silent all around me. It was only black smoke, green flame, and splintering wood as my feet stumbled through empty air. I felt the cold rush of silver chains as I reached out for Jax's hand. I bit back the pain, holding on to him and doing all I could to keep us levitating above the wreckage. I saw Shea and Solrak shakily reach a dock supporting column far enough from the bridge to be safe. Good. Jax and I wouldn't make it that far. Thorn reached out to me with a panicked flare through our bond. He'd saved His Majesty, but couldn't make it to us in time. Just as I felt like my chest was about to explode from ether overuse, and I was sure the 7th bomb would finish us off, one thought took hold of my mind. Dad's rift anchors. I pulled a pair of rune-marked stones from my satchel as we fell. I threw the black one as far as I could, funneling some ether into the stone and praying it was enough to levitate it to the safety of the dock beside the Arcanum. With the final fumes from my ether well, I activated the white rift anchor. Beneath me, a gold-rimmed portal ripped to life. My eyes rolled back in my head as Jax and I disappeared into the whiteness of Etheria.
This concludes part 1 of this story. You've been listening to the Golden Griffin Press channel. We hope you are enjoying this production. If you are, before continuing on to part 2, please like and leave a comment to let us know what you enjoyed the most about part 1. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.